Ding ding. Why you just have that look upon your face with the underestimation? It is so yesterday. 'Cause baby, I can fly without you by my side. I can do a whole lot more than just look pretty. I know that it'll take some time to see, but you're never stopping me. I know that we ain't giving up. If you thought so, well, tough luck. So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't over till the bell goes ding. We're gonna fight, so step aside and let us sing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. This ain't over till the bell goes ding. This ain't over till the bell goes. This ain't over till the bell goes. This ain't over till the bell goes. If you think I've had enough, well, I guess you don't know tough. I'll never be the one to back down. You haven't been the first one to show me doubt. 'Cause baby, I can fly without you by my side. You're never breaking me, never stopping me, never making me be less than all of me. Know that it'll take some time to see, but you're never stopping me. I know that we ain't giving up. If you thought so, well, tough luck. So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't over till the bell goes ding. We're gonna fight, so step aside and let us sing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. This ain't over till the bell goes ding.
Let's get waved, let's get lit, let's get high, let's come have it. Let's get burst, let's get mashed, let's buy a bottle and splash that cash. Guess what, it's time for action. You're feeling fine, main attraction. Your vibes, not satisfaction. Feel the baseline, chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Guess what is Come, let's have it, bad boy rhythm. Come, let's have it, bad girl style. Okay, all eyes on you. Come, let's have it, it's time to get wild. Come, let's have it, bad boy rhythm. Come, let's have it, bad girl style. Okay, all eyes on you. Come, let's have it, it's time to get wild. Main attraction. Your vibes, not satisfaction. Feel the bass, chemical reaction. You're feeling fine. Chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Guess what is chemical reaction.
You and I, we a vibe. 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 We a VIP. We a VIP. We a VIP. We a VIP.
It's always a vibe when we come outside, when we come outside. We ride till the sun goes down, till the moon comes out. Love it when we are together. When I'm with you, it's whatever. You make the week
welcome to the Snapdragon Mobile Challenge Finals MLBB Season 5. Today is the last day of group stages. However, in a few more days, we will be hosting the playoffs over here at Quill City Mall, Kuala Lumpur. So we shall all see you here.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Hello and
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Snapdragon Mobile Challenge Finals Season 5 for MLBB. Here we are today, this very morning. We've got quite a lot of games prepared for you guys, but before we even jump onto that, this is the pre-show where we talk all things SPS. My name's Abstract. With me here is Husky as well as Chantel, both of which are from Stream C and Stream A. We can talk a little bit more about what has been happening in Stream A and C, and perhaps a little bit on B itself. But before we even jump onto that, I do want to talk about what happened in Stream B. You know, I gotta have to talk about Stream B first.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Stream B. B for best, by the way. Kaltizi. You know, Team Liquid Philippines, Kaltizi went in on Stream B yesterday, showed us exactly what it's like to show that he is not, well, some people say washed out, right? He actually gave us a phenomenal performance when we come down to game number 1 with the Hayabusa, getting himself the Savage. In fact, the very first Savage when it comes down to SPS Season 5.
The first one in SPS.
If I'm not wrong,
Season 5,
yes.
yes.
In Season 5, I don't think we've had any Savages. I'm trying to think back if we have even any Savages throughout the entire history of SPS, but I can't think of any.
The entire history, oh wow, really? That would be quite a tall order.
Yeah, I think so too. I'm trying to remember all the seasons that we had before. But yeah, knowing that Carl and TZ played the Hayabusa, you know, if you are using the Hayabusa, I kind of feel like it's very difficult to achieve a Savage because after the shadow kill, you have to wait for the other players, look for them, hunt them down. But for Carl TZ, he was just all over the place and even found the Udil for that Savage.
Exactly. I gotta have to say, of course, it is a lot about the micromanagement coming in from Kaltizi. But as you guys can have probably see from the preview just now, it is definitely not from his work all alone. You gotta have to give a huge thanks over to Udil for walking back into the fight.
For showing himself outside that microphone.
But more specifically, we do have the greatest wingman, Sanji. He knew what's gonna happen. You know, throw right into the Nightmare spawn and of course get the stun, and he knew that is a given Savage over to Kaltizi. And with that all said and done, it pretty much showed us how strong Team Liquid Philippines really is. And with that showing in SPS, they seem like they are the best contender to Yudu Red Giants. Although we gotta have to say, before MSC, you know, they did go for a scrim against Yudu Red Giants, ending up in a 4-0 loss to Yudu Red Giants, but that was before MSC. Everyone hailed them to be so great and all, but Chantel, what do you think of this? Team Liquid Philippines, after MSC, do you think that they managed to, you know, kind of catch up to Yudu Red Giants?
Yeah, definitely. Because when we see the hero composition or the prioritization of heroes from MSC, it's very different. Specifically for Carl TZ, from the past, it was more on a Kais, more on the utility jungles. But this time, we see him with the assassins, right? So it's more on the draft changes, I think, for Team Liquid, the PH, as to why they are very effective for SPS Season 5.
I think on top of that is also during the challenge season, that's where we had this patch, right? Where the Lord Dancers, new items, and Liquid Philippines, they had to go through this lower bracket to get the challenge finals. They played the most games, and they also talked about the struggles adapting to this. Kaltizi, after MSC, really went ham on Assassin Jungler practice. And here he is, right? First Savage, TRPH, top of Group A.
It is quite a statement, don't you guys think? Well, in fact, when we're talking about statement, I do want to look at this one hero that made it into the patch when it comes down to the Snapdragon Pro Series, Ju-Sin. Is it really a statement that we want to see in SPS, or is it just kind of meh? As you guys can see, Ju-Sin has been banned a total of 17 times and picked a total of 8 times altogether, with a win rate pretty abysmal if you ask me, 38%. This is where I throw the question over to the floor, right? Ju-Sin, Husky, meta or nah?
Meta,
That's a hard
meta
question.
Or
meta,
nah?
but not S tier.
Not S
Because the
tier.
first time we saw Ju-Sin was actually doing MWI, right? That was the first time that she was made available on on an international official tournament, and teams have found ways to deal with Ju-Sin. I think N9P Flash was a very, very good example. When they go up against Ju-Sin, she needs time to stack the Lantern Flare passive to kind of lift you up and toss you back. Mobility, CC immunity, those are all good answers to Ju-Sin. And if you can gap close or force Ju-Sin to take something like a Purify instead of a Flicker, she kind of gives up that escape mechanism, and it's actually easy to catch up to her.
Yeah, it's probably more on how the team actually builds up that hero composition that they have, if it's meant for a team fight or not. And specifically speaking, it was actually Smart Omega that has the highest number of games played for
right?
to Sushin, right? But the win rate is more on a 50%. As seen on the graphics
50%,
earlier, but the effectivity is depending on the rotation actually of the team. If it's not given like the proper rotation, it's not advisable to be used because it's more of a high risk and not a high reward. In the middle reward.
In the middle reward.
Because there's a high risk, high reward. But
Yeah.
this high risk, middle reward, it depends. Situational.
There also is, of course, some caveats when it comes down to picking Ju-Sin. We definitely seen some kind of pattern when it comes down to picking Ju-Sin. At least when we saw from all three players when it comes down to, I believe that FNOC, AP Brand, they all managed to play the Ju-Sin before. Do you guys see any kind of patterns when it comes down to picking Ju-Sin? What is required for you to really run with the Ju-Sin?
I feel like if you want the hero, you want Ju-Sin to be picked up, there are certain things that needs to be fulfilled, right? First of all, enemy draft, is it mobile? I think in mobile drafts suffer against Ju-Sin. Second of all, like Chantal mentioned, do you have a front line to back Ju-Sin up? She needs time, she needs space, and she doesn't have burst damage, right? It's over time.
It's
you
continuous,
need to, you need to give her time and space to really rack up the damage and help the team in those early to mid game. So conditional.
Now, there's also at least when it comes down to required picks, I say that there is, of course, something like Harith, Minotaur, Ju-Sin. It seems pretty darn popular, these three being picked up together. But most likely for me, when it comes down to caveat, you're gonna have a roamer that will be able to clear waves. But let's move on away from Ju-Sin for now, because I think the most important topic that we gotta have to talk about is the overall standing throughout Group A and B, right? We're in a limbo now. We're in a limbo. So, Husky, walk me through with Group A for now.
Group A, the only thing that's set in stone right now is that Team Liquid Philippines are guaranteed playoffs and Bigatron Beta have no chance of contending for playoffs. But that does not mean that they cannot affect the other four teams. Geek Fam, NIP Flash, RSGPH, and Homeboys are all stuck in this so-called limbo where they are playing their last series today, and depending on the results, two of them will not make top 3.
Ooh. It's kind of tough to actually look at Group A, right?
There's so much permutations.
So open.
Exactly.
Absolutely open. So it could quite literally go down to the wire here. And today is a day that we find out who are the top 3 teams that will move on to the playoff in Group A at the very least. When it comes down to Group B, it kind of seemed...
There's a light of who's gonna make it to the playoffs, but the question is, who's gonna be on second seed between Fnatic Onyx and Falcons AP Brand, right?
Fair. Because it kind of seems as though we do have Udurate Giants as leading the pack, right? But FNOC and AFCAP, I don't think that they are gonna be real happy seated as number 2 and 3, because there is definitely a chance to be knocked out the very first game you enter into the playoffs. It's kind of annoying, especially the two of them are
and
like
they're playing against each other
top
today.
teams.
Yeah, but
yikes. Okay, so honestly, I'm super stoked for that, but I don't know how that is gonna be like. Between the two of them, does it really make a difference? Because from what I know, right, I believe that for FCAP, they are gonna be fighting against Rebellion. So that is gonna be the game before them fighting against FNOC. So
Yeah.
there could be a chance that the fight between FNOC and FCAP actually doesn't really matter all that much.
Yeah, I think it matters a lot more for the Rebellion than it is
Yes.
for FNOC and FCAP
yeah.
because Rebellion have the two toughest match today. They gotta fight FCAP and they gotta fight YRG.
Ah, damn. Ah, damn.
RRG.
It stings.
YRG, how many days again with the win streak?
122
22 after yesterday.
after yesterday.
If today-
okay.
Did they win again?
If today they go unbeaten, it will be
123.
123.
Oh wow, that's very, very long.
So this
A
is
third
kind
of a
my-
year.
Yeah, so this is where it begs the question once again. Team Liquid, will they be able to do anything against YRG? We gotta have to watch that in the subsequent games later on into the day. But we do have a highlight that I really want to talk about. Unfortunately, it's not in Stream B, so maybe it's not that important. But it is happening in Stream A, right?
Hey, by the way, awesome. Stream awesome.
Just
You said again for me?
B for best.
B for best.
Us
Okay,
awesome.
A for awesome, C for...
Cool. Oh, actually, no.
Cool.
MSC stream, right? Remember day one, we got all the MSC games, all the
Yeah.
MSC matchup. Coolest set.
I'm leading you to say champion stream.
Champions.
stream.
YRG ain't here. We can't say that.
Okay, fine. Okay, we can do that. But you know, when it comes down to Stream A schedule, we do have 3 games that's listed out for you. We do have FCAP that was fighting against Bigatron Beta. Bigatron Beta versus Homeboys for the second game. And the highlight of the day, and that is going to be FNOC versus FCAP. The final game, and this is the M5 Grand Finals rematch.
Oh man, I got goosebumps, right? That's flashback. I remember staying up watching, and
Yeah.
it really felt like at that point, FCAP was about to run away with the whole tournament. And then
Yeah.
Fnatic Onyx, they started fighting back, and then they fell at the very end. That was the golden road. It could have been a historical moment.
Yeah, I remember it clearly. We started around 7 p.m. and
7
ended almost
PM.
the next day.
Huh?
Almost the next day, 7 p.m. Then around 12 or 11:30 p.m. we're still streaming the game. So it was
That
very long.
long?
And that type of a match is really one for the books because all along, yeah, I thought it was already Falcons AP Bren.
Yeah.
But for Fnatic Onyx, they showed their antiques. They showed a different kind of play style. Probably we'll see that again on the next game because they played really well against YRG yesterday.
I gotta have to say that lineup, or rather this matchup between these two giants is definitely marked in history. But when it comes down to the two of them, one of these teams are marked for death. And in fact, speaking about marked for death, here in the B stream pre-show, out of these 3 of us, one of us is already marked for death. As headlines have shown, and in stream C itself, a commentator has stated that the moment that YRG drop even 1 game, he will drink hot sauce. Who is that person? I wonder what is this graphic over here.
I wonder if he's wearing a blue
Wait,
suit
hold on.
today. I think he's wearing a blue suit today.
Yeah.
That guy.
That's the station. That guy right
Oh,
there.
He looks the same as you. Are you that one?
Are
Wait.
you the one?
Am I the one?
Are you the one?
Am I the one?
I
He's
have
ready.
personally prepared the moment of your life.
I've been waiting for this.
Everyone has been waiting for this. Everyone from the talents, the crew, the players. They know what you have been doing and you have marked yourself for death. As such, the Tabasco sauce, the hot sauce is here. Are you ready to commit into this? Because there's no turning back now. Even if you say no, I'm dropping it in.
There's no turning back. Someone made a poster about it. That
I'll
was
hold him.
it.
Hold him down. As I make this official, ladies and gentlemen, this is how the hot sauce is gonna be like.
How many drops again?
A good amount. A good amount.
By the way, guys, for those watching, other talents are here to watch this historic event.
Oh man, this is more historical than the M5 finals.
How does it smell?
I am not too sure if I'm able to
How
turn it
red
up.
it is. How?
There we
You
go.
see that? You see that?
Oh, no.
Oh,
that-
it's okay.
It's okay. I'll deal with that.
It's
in a
okay.
bit.
Yeah, okay. I did it.
Hot sauce, hot
Chug, 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 chug.
I love the support.
Chug, 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 chug. Oh! Tilt it to the camera. To the camera. One more time.
One more time.
I
You
only say once.
Show us that you're a great friend. One more time.
Oh my goodness.
boy.
The crowd is raving as much as I want to see him going one more time. We're running out of time as I believe that we gotta have to throw Husky back over to Stream C and Chantel back over to Stream A. Thank you so much for the two of you for coming over to the show. I will drink this by myself. No, I'm just kidding. So ladies and gentlemen, once again, make sure you guys tune in to Stream A, B and C, whichever that you prefer the most. And we will be right back with you guys with 3 of the most tight games that you'll ever see when it comes down to the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 5, day number 3.
Here we go!
Hit it, quit it. Hit it, quit it. Hit it, quit it. Yeah. Hit it and quit it, I'm on to the next. You cannot stop me when I'm at my best. Pocket of vibes and it comes at a time when I stayed on the grind and came up with a flex. Microphone backer, so you better step up, cause you playing checkers when I'm playing chess. Gotta move fast so I stay on my task. If you ask if I'm legend, the answer is yes. Cause I move like that. You cannot do like that. Don't call me by my government. We ain't cool like that. Had to show it to the crew. Told them go and let it true. You can be who you wanna be. Look at me, I'm living proof. Game time from the mind, strictly on the grind, hustle to the end. Yeah. Yeah. Pay the cost, be a boss. I ain't about a loss, I'm about a win. Yeah. I'm on to the next. Hit it, quit it, hit it, quit it. Hit it, quit it, hit it, quit it. Yeah.
What is up, gentlemen and ladies? This is the Snapdragon Mobile Finals, Challenge Finals Season 5 for Mobile Legends Bang Bang. We're in the last day, final lap of the group stage. This is Stream Champions, Stream Cool Kids, Stream MSC, because the first series coming up is an MSC group stage rematch between See You Soon and Yudura Giants. I'm your host, Hot Sauce Man Husky. Alongside me, I got Singaporean Aries and I got fake Singaporean with a Malaysian passport. I got Jace.
Well, you have to call me out like that. You just have to dox me like this. But hey, glad to be here on the desk this time around together with my favorite color caster from Singapore and of course, you know, Malaysian caster.
What is this rivalry going on here? It's just, guys, we are all Singaporeans in our hearts.
For context, as long as I've known him, I've always mistaken him for Singaporean just because he lives there.
No, you guys are all Singaporeans. Right? After YRG lost yesterday,
Hey,
right? They lost.
Watch out! Watch what you say, man. What you say?
And I'm gonna set a little bit of a pressure here, right? We have a couple of the Red Giants games coming up.
That's right.
If they drop another game today, will you be taking another shot? You gotta do it.
For see you soon. For YRG, yes.
Okay, let's do this.
So before you guys down me with sauce again, we gotta look at some top plays that we have experienced on broadcast, and I think some of them from yesterday particularly have been pretty amazing, right? We've seen NIP Flash making a great recovery in both of their series. The players Owl, the new addition, has really been stepping up. Adamir as well, really living up to the expectations. We've seen players from the side of Rebellion also giving us a bit of an upset. But speaking of Owl, this was one of the best moments against RCPH. In Game 1, target selection was impeccable.
Yeah, you know, he's always in the right position. And look at this, he's waiting for the moment to pounce on Tonrose coming out from Era, but it just wasn't enough. And from here on, Owl even manages to get out alive. So that would be nice if there was actually a Maniac here, but I think this is one of the examples that he's done so well personally.
Yeah, and today is going to be a very important day for NIP Flash, but thankfully they will not start on Stream C, at least not the first series for us, right? Jays, we got SYS, we got YRG. This rematch, it's been heated since MSC itself, but there have been changes to SYS, right? No more MP the King, it's Flick, no more Soul, now it's Run. Want a bit of your input on this current roster?
Well, technically See You Soon is the person that you used to know, right? Literally start singing Go Tier. But of course, you gotta have to talk about the mainstay. Sorry I'm Felix has shown dominance, especially, you know, zoning everybody out. Run also making a good run for his money as well in terms of, you know, going up with some of the good gold laners in NIP against NIP Flash from what we've seen yesterday. But IRG is a different beast. And See You Soon, I mean, that rivalry is as good as... You couldn't scripted it well. The fact that they have to face them back here again on home ground, See You Soon is in a whole lot of trouble against YRG.
I mean, YRG only dropped one game so far in the group stage, but you know, as much as we favor YRG, I still want to hear what See You Soon has to say of the afternoon series.
Hey everybody, right now I am at the See You Soon player booth before they kickstart their first match of the day against Selangor Red Giants. And personally, I've never interviewed them throughout this entire group stage yet, so I have a few questions I'd like to ask, and of course we have a translator here beside me. Okay, maybe my first question would be about, since I've never interviewed you guys, I noticed that you guys do not have a coach, so is this potentially a reason or a factor as to why See You Soon did not come out as strong as how they look like in MSC?
អញ្ចឹងអ្វីដែលគាត់សួរគឺតើការអត់មានខូចហ្នឹងអាចជាមូលហេតុដែលធ្វើឲ្យ See You Soon អត់ខ្លាំងដូចការនៅ MSC មែនអត់
ហ្នឹងហើយបងដោយសារកត្តាសំខាន់ដែរដោយសារទី1ពេលដែលយើងអត់ខូចទៅពួកយើងពិបាកក្នុងការ traffic អីចឹង
Okay, that is the main reason for them as well. Like when you have no coach, it's hard for them to do the drafting or something like that, like before. So it's the main challenge for them.
Okay, I totally get that. Now that we're talking about it being a difficulty or a struggle towards drafting, maybe they can share with us who is now in charge of the drafting and who is in charge of the in-game callouts and everything, and rotation-wise. Maybe we could ask you.
Okay, អញ្ចឹងគាត់ថាតើឥឡូវណាគេគឺជាអ្នកដែលចាត់ចែងខាង draft ខាង short call ខាងអីទាំងអស់ដែលខូចគាត់ធ្វើលើកមុនហ្នឹងគឺជាណាគេវិញ
អ្នកធំហ្មងរឿងតារារឿងអីហ្នឹងបុកស៊ីហើយយើងក៏បានជួយគ្នាខ្លះៗដែរថាយើងដឹងថាវាអត់មានខូចទេយើងត្រូវជួយគ្នាទាំងក្នុង short game ទាំង short call នៅក្នុង game ឬក៏ plan នៅក្នុង game ហ្នឹងអាហ្នឹងក៏ចូលគ្នាដែរព្រោះយើងលេងជា5នាក់
Okay, so Ra said that Boxy is the one who helped the most, but mostly they help each other with the game plan, the drafting, or something that the coach done before. So they have to help each other in the game.
All right, I really like that they're helping each other. Okay, one final question before we wrap up this interview. Do they have a tease maybe regarding future plans, future roster changes? Will we see a better See You Soon in the upcoming future?
តើ See You Soon មានផែនការអីតាក់ទងមួយ roster ឬក៏អាចនិយាយតិចតួចតាក់ទងមួយ roster នៅពេលអនាគតបានអត់
តើអនាគតវាមានការផ្លាស់ប្ដូរទៅដែរក៏យើងថាមិនដឹងថាដូរណាដាក់ណាវា
Okay, Ra said that there will be a change, but we don't know that which player have to change or what will be changed. Okay, but there will be a change in the future.
Okay, I like that. There's still a tease. So to all the fans of See You Soon, you all know that you have something very big to look out for because a better See You Soon will be coming very, very soon. And with that, let us wrap up this pre-show interview and throw it back to the casters.
Thank you, Rose and Coco. And of course, you heard from the bridge from See You Soon. A better version is going to come after this, hopefully. Or maybe this is already the glow up, right? The pre-glow up with Flick and Run in the team. We gotta talk about their opponents right now. We talked about Sorry I'm Felix on the XP lane. We talked about Run in the Gold lane. Their direct counterparts, Cram and Innocent, the imports that made up the rest of YRG. Very, very solid for 122 days and counting, Aries.
Yeah, completely. I think it's undisputed at this point. You know, globally in the world, they are the team to beat. They are the best team at this right, and the form just continues. We saw them play a couple of tough games yesterday, and they still managed to overcome Fnatic Onyx. Obviously, a tough series, but the fact that they've still managed to keep their unbeaten streak in every single tournament is amazing. And you talked about, you know, Sorry I'm Felix and Run being, you know, the imports of some sorts. For YRG, it's Cram and Innocent. I think they've gelled really well together. They've shown great chemistry, and they are exceptional in this form.
Yeah, I think so far it has been kind of the self-sufficient side lanes for YRG. But perhaps YRG has a different input regarding that opinion. I want to hear what the boys have to say.
Okay guys, so right now I am over at the Selangor Red Giants player booth. Yesterday, I wanted to see how well they know each other. Now, I want to see how well they know their favorite heroes. So I'm going to go with each and every one of them and ask them their favorite hero and a little bit of something. Okay, let's start with Cram over here. Hi Cram, what's your favorite hero?
Paquita.
Paquito. What does Paquito say? Can you say a line from Paquito?
A punch for a punch.
A punch for a punch. Okay, let's go. Sakais, what's your favorite hero?
For sure, Fanny. And the line is, Sir, what's your command?
Wow, so fast, so good. Stormy, favorite hero?
Valentina.
A line from Valentina?
I didn't cure the pain, I harness it.
Ooh, slay, I love that. Okay, Yooms, come on. Favorite hero?
Ruby.
Ooh, what's a Ruby line?
Their hands begin.
I love that. Okay, the last one. Muhammad Ehsan. Ehsan, favorite hero?
Chang'e.
What does Chang'e say?
Oh no, fuck eh.
Another one, properly.
Oh no, Roger's coming.
Oh no, Muhammad Ehsan is coming with his Roger. All right, guys, let's show it back to the casters because I want to know what they think about Selangor Red Giants' impersonation of their favorite heroes.
Thank you, Rose. What I love more than about the impersonation is the fact that we Chang'e go lane again. Innocent Muhammad Ehsan, come on. Come on, Chang'e go lane, you've seen it. We've gotten thoughts when it was first picked up, but you think against See You Soon it's going to be a possibility because See You Soon did give YRG a hard time during MSC, but that was with MP the King, so Cat God still around. They have nothing to lose left in the group stage, but still, this is a series that's important to them, right? And I want to hear what your thoughts are, just as I want to hear what the thoughts of the chat is going to be. Cast your votes down there. I know SYS fans, you're going to say SYS. I'm going to stick with YRG. And as we take a look at our predictions, I want to start with you first, Jace.
I think YRG, you know, we talk about how undefeated they are. You know, they've been breaking records every single time, and this is unprecedented. This is probably like one of the first times that you see a Malaysian team performing so well, not only just locally but also internationally. That brings you a massive smile. So I'm personally gonna go for massive 2-0.
Yeah, I like that we brought up about how the Malaysian teams are in form, and this begs the question: at this point, do we have to regard Malaysia as the top region now? You got
We have to.
you got YRG
Yeah,
all the
okay.
way at the top, being the best team in the world, and then you've got Homeboys putting on performances after performances. Yeah, they're not up there with YRG, but they are a fantastic region to put faced up against right now.
It's been a touchy subject ever since MSC, right? Like I would say, just based off of results alone, obviously we're at the top of the world. But of course, you gotta look at Philippines, right? They are still one of the close contenders. You can never count them out. Sure, we beat FCAP 2 times in a row, but FCAP is beating everyone else.
That sounded like a brag. That's
Yeah,
not a brag. Sure,
exactly.
we beat them twice in a row.
Numbers don't lie, you
How does
know?
it feel to be the strongest region, Husky?
You gotta understand, I because of that, I drank hot sauce, right? And it was because of Fnatic Onyx. But
you look a little bit too happy
Yeah.
drinking the hot sauce.
I like spicy things. And what can I say? I like being hot. I like my things hot, just like Tabasco. Right. Back to the topic. SYS. We established the fact that this is over for them, right?
Correct.
No matter what they do, even if they win 2-0 today and the series after this, they are not gonna make it to playoffs. What is the thought? What is the mindset coming into this? You think they're gonna go all out, Jace?
I think they have to, right? Like they've got nothing left to lose. They're basically backs against a wall, or maybe back against a door to just exit the tournament, right? So I think this is the time where just have to prove themselves. At the very least, show them what they're capable of against one of the massive titans in MPL right now.
Yeah, I think see you soon. It's not so much this tournament and the results they've gotten so far. It's not a be all and end all. I think there is still a platform and a game that they can prove themselves, especially when you play up against Udo Red Giants. It's not every day that you have this kind of experience available knocking on your door.
Yeah, I suppose it's the same parallel we can draw when they went up against FCAP, right? We don't need them to win the series, but we need them to make YRG work for it. Draft on the screen right now, Terisla Chip banned by Udo Red Giants on blue side, Roger Loyi banned by See You Soon on red. Opening thoughts on this, Aries?
Well, it's a very different draft to what we saw on Stream C for most of the games. It has always been the name of assassins being banned out. This time around, it's more of heroes that bring in control. You see the Loy getting banned out, the Chip, Terisla. Obviously, the Roger and Angela still looks really, really good, even though they haven't been picked that much because of their ban rates. So I think quite standardized throughout.
Yeah, it just goes to show, like, both YRG and also SYS, they're looking to pick these assassins, right? You've seen sometimes where, See You Soon decides to just hammer on, banning away most of the assassins, but no, it's just like they want their options, they want things that do not allow these assassins to just coming online very quickly. So this is really telling, like both these two teams immediately hopping onto the Assassin's bandwagon.
Yeah, I think for See You Soon, there is a question at hand. At this point with the last ban, do you take out the Ling, Julian, or the Harith? And even if you take out any of them, there is also the Moskov still on board for you, the Red Giants, which you saw Innocent actually get MVP in that game. So it looks like it's going to be the Fanny instead.
Yeah.
I think it's a safe pick given that they are on the second side. So still options even if one of those goes to you, the Red Giants.
A lot of options open up, and even if we look past the assassin jungle pick, YRG still have the alpha in store, right? They've shown it yesterday against Fnatic Onyx as well in their winning game in that series. But on top of that, Jushin, Zaz, heroes that YRG has actively played and won games on are also on the table. How do you make that decision?
Right now, you're looking at supermarket and your shopping cart is just too small, right? There's so many massive picks that you could go for. We talk about the Moscow, we talk about Zask. Now you can only pick one, so YRG has to make a wise, informed decision in order to pick the correct one. And personally, it's a little bit tough because Zask is a good opening pick. Moskov is also a good opening pick as well.
Yeah, and I think Moskov here is a safe pick. There is the Harith that YRG can pick for themselves, but I believe the Moskov was already locked in. So like you said, Zaz as an opening pick, strong, solid option. You can go for a little bit of flex in the go and the mid. Personally, I do prefer it in the mid, so I'll be expecting another type of goal laner to come up for the side of Udo Red Giants.
Yeah, we do see the Zaz first pick, right? It has been a trend, regardless of what a series we have. We get the Ling Moskov, 2 power picks for See You Soon. We've seen Flick coming in with his Ling, basically retaining the SYS personality, and the Julian, like you said, Aries, goes straight over to YRG, goes over to Sekai's most likely, but they also drop in the Flex Edith.
Yeah, See You Soon. They are an enigmatic team, right? They are a team that you don't really know what to expect. But just serve a little bit of a reminder, this lane was put under a lot of pressure when they were up against a Huda, right? A Huda that could invade. So it's a little bit of a right back in time just to serve the memory. So hopefully they have an answer for someone that can jam the lane, especially in that early game.
Looking at the current next pick right now, Season's choice to pick. I'm looking at, you know, maybe securing a roam perhaps, because you really need to find some way to slow down the Julian. Same could be going over the side of YRG as well, right? You need to also slow down that link. So both teams know what they need, both teams know what they want. They're just gonna bang against each other head first to see who has the better execution.
I mean, Grog definitely loves to bang into people with that wild charge. Ruby now taken out, also one of the power picks for YRG. I know when we first watched them on day one on Stream C, the first thing we talked about YRG was that coming into this, Yums has played different roams in MSC Grand Finals, 7 in total, and then he brought out Kufra during the first day of the group stage as well. This wide hero pool, Aries, how do you stop him?
It's tough. I think when you're up against a team like Red Giants, you stick to your game plan. You stick to what you're good at. Because if you hit down the very slippery slope of trying to target ban against the best team, like you mentioned, wide hero pools, there's just so much options, and now with the game being opened up because of the return of Assassins, I don't think it's a wise choice to just target 1 or 2 heroes there. But one interesting thing though, you look at Red Giants, they're starting to take away heroes that can control the battlefield. So Yutong being one of them, I wouldn't be surprised if Siyusu wants to also take out the Barats, because this is something that Red Giants are comfortable with. We've seen the Barats coming out in the EXP, and it will be a problem if he does catch either the Ling or even the Moskov.
There's a chance that the Arlet is also part of the conversation, right? Again, YRG still can go for the flex if they want. Same for Siyusu, they don't have the flex, but they have the first pick on that second phase. Big controls, I'm looking at that. If you want more damage, maybe the Lapu comes into consideration. The X-Borg as well, a hero that Cram has been very, very comfortable on.
I'm looking at, if I were YRG, I agree. The Arlot looks really dicey if you put it in the hands of See You Soon, right? Big, massive controls. You got a Julian that's very susceptible to all these CCs. You stop his combo, the Zask as well. If you stop him from going into the ultimate, that's something that you don't want to give over to the side of See You Soon. Edith as well, once he goes into the human form, it can be sustainable to CC, but still slightly tanky. He needs to rely on those hotel attacks to gain that pseudo tankiness.
Yeah, I love this ban coming from YRG. They just don't want to play against the sustain. They don't want to prolong fights. You have a Julian on your side. You just want to snap into those side lanes, pick-offs, and even in huge team fights, you don't want See You Soon to have that sustain. But that leaks through the Arlot. We talked about Arlot a lot.
Yep.
He brings a ton of crowd control into this fight, especially with the final slash. That displacement is so important to actually jam the fight on YRG.
Yeah, and then this allows SYS to kind of hide that mid laner, right? So Ra gets the privilege of looking at YRG's draft. And remember, SYS on day one against FCAP showed us that Aurora, a shared pick with YRG that YRG cannot take because they have the Zaz. Aurora right now does feel decent, but the Barats, like you pointed out, Aries, becomes the pick for YRG.
I love this Barats pick, right? Usually you don't see them in the EXP for a while, but recently I've seen people using the Flicker ultimate to charge it up.
It's a gamble.
Actually, it's a massive gamble, but I love how it's being used. You got decent wave clear, strong early game as well. Exactly what you need as for the side of YRG. But See You Soon though, need to kind of slow it down because right now the Arlot is massive. I love it, right? Now, I think they just need more damage.
Correct. At this point, I think the question backs, as a mid laner, what they're looking for to enable this Moskov and the Ling into the fight. We spoke of the Aurora, and true enough, the Aurora gets picked as the last choice for See You Soon. I think both sides looks really, really good, right? You put the brand names aside. Let's not talk about YRG, let's not talk about See You Soon. As a neutral perspective, if I look at the draw for both teams, I think it's fairly even. Both teams have a good amount of control in terms of burst, as well as the late game scaling in team fights.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that Aurora has really established herself in this current tournament is, you want to dive? You want to fight me head on? No. You want to take me down? I have a passive that keeps me alive. Drafts have been set. These are final words from you guys, starting with you, Jace.
I'm looking at See You Soon. The Aurora is a massive problem against carry, so it's all about how YRG sets up the fight. Need to engage either using the Zask or using the Edith. If not, See You Soon may get the upper hand.
I think the EXP lane is the name of the game, right? This Barat against the Outlaw. Barat does so well into the Outlaw. There's really not much that the Outlaw can do. But on the flip side, once the team fight happens, Barat is going to be that front line looking to soak the damage, whereas the Outlaw is looking to set up the fight with the final slash. So two very contrasting play styles for the EXP laners, but they are the playmakers.
Game on for the MSC Group Stage rematch. I'm going to hand the mic to you, both Jace, Aries. Show is yours.
Well, here we go. Land of Dawn, game number 1, first series of the day in the cool stream, Aris. It's been a while. It's been a while.
This is the
reunion because I remember one of my first few casts, it was with you.
Yeah, well, here it is. YRG against See You Soon. We're going to see a little bit of early aggression coming out of See You Soon. We know how they love to play. They love to try to put a little bit of a pressure in the opponent's jungle and try to get that farm up onto Flick, and we're already starting to see Flick stuck on the little.
Yep, Siki's having a lot of trouble right now. Aurora stepping forward, hold on a second, Flick! Picking up that will be able to also take down Siki's to kind of slow it down already, and you know, it's a 1-1 trade, but See You Soon opens up YRG's jungle.
I think more importantly, it was the Julian that they took out. So it was definitely a very, very good trade for See You Soon. And this is where See You Soon will look to snowball. They want to give Flick that kind of a freedom to be above in terms of level. You know, so it's all early skirmishes. It's just to buy time for Flick. And I presume that once we go past that snowball, we're going to start to see Flick push the side lanes, especially when you have a link. That mobility is so important. And I'm presuming that they're going to start to try to group up S4s and find fights.
Yeah, and right now the only best part about for the side of YRG is that the Julian technically is already online at level 3.
Correct.
So Sikis could probably try to ego challenge, but the problem is that if you just take a look at the EXP difference, right? I'm worried, Iris. I'm worried about the jungle fight, the turtle fight that should be happening soon.
Yeah, and Daytona's Welcome is already used for Cram, so it's really, really hard for them to actually find a fight of some sort. But interestingly enough, it's actually the Zaz that goes up to get that level 4 first. It's super important for him to get the level 4. But See You Soon, starting fight.
Sekis, ooh. Still taking the turtle away, even though Flick is actually 1 level ahead, and now Flick changes targets, will be able to find Yums. That's just a consolation prize for See You Soon.
Yeah, See You Soon just trying the best to find any sort of win. Flick constantly invading the jungle.
Yep, that's a flicker. That's also the final slash. Sekis immediately gets deleted. Stormy couldn't do anything.
UD Red Giants, this early game is slightly rough because we talk about the Julian, the spike at level 3. What you really want for the Julian is to snowball, especially the fact that he comes into the picture at level 3 as compared to the traditional junglers. Flicker on the walls looking for a kill, but I don't think he will find any at this point.
Stormy jumping into the ultimate in an impeccable timing. If not, you know, Flick would have just flicked him away. But you the Red Giants, right? They are in a bit of a pickle right now, and this is something that, you know, if you want to watch Husky drink, get another shot of Tabasco, you'll be smiling.
Well, SYS is definitely trying the best to make that happen, right? While on the bot lane, you see Run and Innocent. I won't presume that we'll see them rotate too much out of those lanes. It's more the other heroes, or rather the other members of both teams, to try to enable them, to bring them into the picture. And we'll start to see Boxy rotate down to bot lane, trying to make a play on the carry, whereas you do Red Giants, they're looking for a team fight.
That's Cram. Ultimate already will be able to use Flicker right, spitting one person for the side. See You Soon in the wall. That's Flick. And that's also Aurora. Ultimate connects, but no follow-up coming off the side. See You Soon, a little bit delayed. Runs ultimate, will miss. Yum stuck behind the wall right here. Boxy right in the face. That's will be killed. Given over the side to Boxy as well. See You Soon right now. You the Red Giant stepping forward, looking for Trey. Sorry, I'm Felix get pushed back. Cram stepping on him. Will be picking up a killing spree as well. And ultimate will be used. And Sikis also joining the fight in the last very minute. Flick trying to make some damage control right here. Cram looks like a very juicy target, but they're just gonna pull it back.
Yeah, SYS there. They got caught off guard, but a good recovery there to try to limit the loss they had. However, United Giants now starting to take that front seat. This is a second turtle that goes their way, which See You Soon wouldn't have liked. They would have liked to actually secure that second turtle, given that they lost the first one. So I think United Giants, they're showing signs of recovering despite losing that first blood and Julian dying down early. This is the spike of Julian. Despite him dying a couple of times, he's still able to come back into the picture because of how effective this hero is even without much items.
Yep, and also kudos over to Cram as well, right? We talk about the early game potential from the side of this Barats. He's the one that's holding down the fort for you, the Red Giants, to allow Sakis to come back online, to allow Stormy to come back online, which is really good because see you soon right here. The first 4 minutes of winning is already potentially gone, but here you go, Boxy. That's a good wild charge, knocking people against the wall. Aurora slowing everybody down. It's gonna be Yoms taking the final slash, has to flicker away, but takes the spear of destruction though. Flick tries to step to the backside, and it is gonna be Run taking it, jumping to the front line as well to spread out the damage. Yoms will be taking down. Sorry, I'm Felix. Over the sudden, see you soon. The one that is aggression. You, the Red Giant though, they're turning it around.
Yeah, you did Red Giants now ramping up their aggression. See you soon, definitely on the back foot here. It's very, very uncomfortable, especially when you have a draft like that. But Ra might just die here. Sword comes in.
Whoa, Sakis just playing with food right there, zoning Ra away. Could be potential an assassination right there, and that's not what you want to do. See you soon. Mid lane cracked open.
SYG now looking really, really good despite that early game setback. And they're just not catching a break like they did in jungle of Season at this point.
This is just sweet vengeance, Eris. This is basically you, the Red Giant, saying that, hey, oh, that's also going to be the Flicker Wild Charge. We'll be tagging on to somebody. Aurora commits to their ultimate. Cram flickers all the way back to safety. But Sekis, and all of that mess, still managed to pick up a kill.
Yeah, why are you doing so well playing around this Aurora? Generally as Aurora, you would think that with the Frigid Glacier, you should be able to jam that fight, that momentum that YRG are looking to ramp up. But at YRG, with all these heroes with great mobility, as well as a tanky front line in Cramp on the Barats, they have been able to take that pressure off and control the fight. They were in the purple jungle, alright, the purple buff side of SYS, and they still managed to get out alive.
And the worst part is, you saw the observers alluding that, right? Innocent, untouched, acting cute down the bottom lane, acting innocent. He is gonna ramp up in terms of the damage because, you know, we talk about the late game potential coming out from YRG.
Yeah, I think at this point, you know, both teams have a very good grasp of the pacing of the game. You know, SYS definitely, like we mentioned, can't afford to take a break. They can't even catch their breath because the moment they got the first blood, ever since then, it's been constant pressure, especially in the mid lane. You can see that YRG, they want the map presence, they want to control, you know, the motion of the game, and they've been getting cramped to rotate really, really early in the game, which is what we seldom see from most EXP laners when it's such a draw lane. So knowing that, you know, Arlot doesn't really have the best of wave clear, Cramp's able to just push his wave down and then move into mid lane, and he's able to value add into those fights. And this is just perfect for YRG because they don't want to give the space for See You Soon just to ramp up that lane.
Yeah, and you know, I'm just looking at how, you know, See You Soon for a moment, it just feels like, you know, they had a bit of an advantage in the early game. But I love what I'm seeing, right? Yudu Red Giants was able to kind of stabilize on their own, and then, you know, like, they don't even need to activate the fourth player, right? Innocent is still farming down at the bottom. Just look at them. Smiles all across the board. Yeah,
right?
exactly.
It's the entire game, like I said, it's in the control at this point in time. Yes, a little bit of a setback because of the first blood on that Julian, but YRG, they recover so quickly. See You Soon haven't been able to capitalize on that first blood. And I think this is something that it is so uncommon to see, and this shows the experience and dominance of YRG in this matchup.
Yeah, looking back at the emblems as well, I also noticed that Cram even went for the common emblem, man. Just wants to stay in the lane, stay in the fight as long as possible. Whereas See You Soon, we talk about how, you know, Cram does have a very quick wave clear against an Arlot as well. And Arlot, if you notice, is mostly a little bit too late for the party. So you, the Red Giants, like what you mentioned, just amping up that momentum. And See You Soon thought that, hey, I can get your momentum, I can hold on to it. But they may have bitten more than they could chew.
Yeah, a little bit of a technical pause here. I think both teams will definitely be thinking about how do we close out this game. At least YRG are thinking that. Whereas on the side of See You Soon, it's more of a how do we recover. I think there are ways back into the game for See You Soon. Obviously, they have the Moskov and run, so it's not like it's completely game over and hopeless. Because if the Moskov can scale in the late game, he's already picked up the corrosive scythe at this point in time. So I think once he starts to get the golden stuff and the Demon Hunter sword, that's where he can start to, kind of shred HP off those tanky frontliners, and both the Edith as well as the Barrage.
We're seeing some of it changes or some adaptations in terms of item builds, right, gentlemen? Especially Cram, Thunderbelt first item on the Barrage. This is definitely not the first time. Sorry on Felix also with the Thunderbelt first item on the Arlet. We talked about the hybrid defense scaling that goes infinity and beyond the longer the game is. But so far, I mean, SYS got up to a pretty solid start. They punished Sakai twice, but YRG, the response, I want to get your thoughts on how do they kind of make that turnaround happen?
Well, personally, from what I'm seeing, Julian doesn't really need much items to come pop back online, and while Sikis is trying to stabilize himself, Cram, I will call it that early game MVP of some sorts, right? He's constantly in the mid lane just applying so much pressure against See You Soon, and that allows Sikis to have a little bit of breather and then start to collect his item. In fact, picking up the Blood Wings is something that is really expensive, but is definitely needed because you need that defensive mechanism.
And just not to look at the whole thing as a big picture, right? YRG, we highlighted Innocent as a carry, but the entire lineup has damage output. You got the Zaz in mid lane that's having a near perfect game at this point in time, being able to farm 1-0-5 on Stormy. You have Yums just running riot, and look at this. Sorry, Felix is in mid lane. He's not even able to get out. Nearly gets out, but so-called teamwork will get him.
Yeah, the so-called teamwork and also that teamwork that you the Red Giant was able to use against See You Soon definitely caught See You Soon off guard right there. Right? You wouldn't expect Yums to basically come in and also like just slow down their retreat coming up and See You Soon, and now See You Soon is taking L's all across the map, and now Innocent is just applying a lot of pressure. Don't forget, we haven't seen Innocent in terms of any form of damage as of yet.
They need more time. They need to buy time for this Moskov. The question is, why RG ain't giving them? So where are they going to be finding the farm? I think the answer lies in the Arlot. He has to set those plays for Ra to follow up with the Frigid Glacier.
Yep.
But just like this, they once again take another purple buff away, or at least, SYS managed to secure a purple buff for the Link, so that's good news.
Yep, See You Soon though. Oh, that's also going to get spear destruction. It will be able to land onto Zekis right here. Is in a lot of trouble. Get pins against the wall. And See You Soon, that's exactly what they're looking for. Small little wins right here. That's also going to be Ra using the ultimate and also with the wall to knock everybody up. Sorry, I'm Felix right here taking a lot of damage. Here comes in the Stormy with the Zaz ultimate. Trying to find some pickup right here, and look at See You Soon. That's basically, they're getting away with murder, but they got punished down bottom lane, already cracked open.
Yeah, like I said, small wins an opponent for See You Soon, but you do Red Giants, I don't think they will sweat over it. At this point in time, they are still 4.2k goal ahead. So it's not like they really suffered any loss of a big kind. And with Lord coming up, I think this is where you do Red Giants will play slightly more disciplined, try to find a gank up in top lane before securing the turtle. And they're going to spot Boxy here. I don't think they will go for the Grog, but this calls into action.
Oh, lots of damage coming in, final slash. Will not connect. Cram gets away for now. See You Soon struggling to find any form of small little thread of hope.
Yeah, you can see you do Red Giants putting focus on this Moskov. They know that they're not exactly on a timer, but they don't want to face against a Moskov that can hit into the late game. So I'm expecting them to try to close this game out early. And now Cram just zoning away members of See You Soon. It's just so tough for SYS to even contest for this lot. But they have a Link, so if we can see an outplay from Flick, that would be perfect.
Nah, I don't think they will handshake that one. Seke secures the Lord for themselves. And not only just that, they will step forward just a little bit. That's a purple buff that is being contested right here. Flick is nowhere there, but the damage from the side of RRG has been done. Seke finds an angle. Run will be able to just melt it down. Flick jumps to the back line though. Innocent already going down, but Seke will be there. He's coming online, and he assassinates the assassin.
It's so tough because this Barrage is just constantly in the face of See You Soon. And guess what? He actually picked up the Blade Armor, which a wise man once said, when you're up against a Link, you gotta pick up the Blade Armor. But more importantly, there's a Moskov. So this Barrage is just getting tankier and tankier and tankier. He also has that Thunderbelt. So as those stacks goes up, it's gonna get harder to take him down.
I mean, I wouldn't know because I'm mostly like I'm mostly a gold laner main, right? I play a lot of Moskov, but rest assured, when I play a Moskov, I feel like I'm hurting myself fighting against someone with Blade Armor.
I can tell you as a Barrage main, it's super important to get that plate armor, right?
Yep.
And now moving back into that Lord, I don't think YRG is going to do much with this, but they do establish more map presence, all outer turrets gone, so this is rough. This is really, really rough from See You Soon because they have a draft that doesn't really want to be cooped up in the base. You have a Link that's constantly looking for his purple buff. He wants to go out to catch the backline, but when YRG is in your face, where's the backline? There is no backline, right? Innocent is safely positioned behind Cram. You've got Sakai's that you have to worry about. On top of it all, you have Zosk that's in the middle of it. Look at his KD at this point. 4, 0, and 6. No threat to him at all. Whenever they try to dive him, he immediately pops the Dominator's Descent, and it's just tough to pick him off.
Yep. Even though Ra is raining as much ice as possible against Cram or anything, Cram just shrugs off the damage, and look at him just healing all the way up thanks to his Garden Helm as well. All the damage that See You Soon just pour into Cram immediately gets healed. Look, Cram is ready to fight again.
That's tough. And I think for See You Soon, you know, they're trying. They're trying to get this Moskov online. You can see the protection that they are giving to this Moskov now. But for YRG on the other side, to close this game out cleanly, it's just going to be status quo. We don't really have to rush in all these team fights, get Cram to open parts of the map up. Stormy's just rotating behind. And you can see these three of them just rotating around, protecting Innocent to make sure that he doesn't get caught out by the Arlot's final slash.
That's going to be important, right? See You Soon. Yes, technically speaking, Arlot doesn't really need a lot of gold. You just need to land one very good final slash. We've seen this before, right? Arlot playing from behind. One final slash could be the final slash that Red Giants may eat as well. But See You Soon, they're cooped up. They're looking for farm. There's nothing left on the map.
Yeah, I think Flick's, Flick's potency here as a Link is just to split push, but bot lane...
Daytona's welcome, taking a lot of damage. Whoa! That's also gonna be Cram just flickers forward, no fear as well, but Innocent, where did he come from? This is an assassin carry, comes on the back line, chasing down Sorry I'm Felix, but he doesn't really care. Flick has to jump into the Temples of Nature, trying to get away, but Innocent, this is a very wild GTA chase right here happening in the mid lane, and we're just tuning in from the highway.
Yeah, Innocent, not innocent at all. Sorry, Felix just running in top lane. And I think for the rest of Red Giants' attention, we'll be turning towards the enhanced lot soon. Innocent's just not letting up. He's
not letting go.
Gunning for Felix.
He wants. Sorry, I'm Felix. Tries to outplay that one. He's 2-1-2 right now. And Boxy, okay, he may bit the more you could chew, but run. The Spirit of Destruction misses.
It's a great escape, and he's just not out the Usurgent. He might be. Oh! He free dashes in, knocks out the Arlot, but the rest of the teams are being disciplined. They go for the enhanced slot there. For somehow, some way, Felix does get out of the fight. But for YRG, boy, they are looking good. They're ahead now. They've got pretty much all the auto turrets. In fact, all the auto turrets. They got enhanced slot coming up right up. And if they don't make a mistake here, I can't see how SYS are able to defend this.
Sorry, Aris, when you're talking about all of that, I'm still imagining Innocent just chasing Sorry I'm Felix all the way up the river and still never giving up, because by that time you should be giving up already.
Now, YRG, look at those items. They're so ahead, and the Zaz hasn't even picked up the Holy Crystal. Imagine the amount of damage he's gonna have once that Holy Crystal gets completed.
There we go.
And See You Soon, on the other side, still unable to find an answer to these barrage. He's so tanky, he's at front line, he can initiate, he can peel for the team, he does a ton of damage, and on top of it all, he's getting stronger with that Thunder Belt.
Yep, definitely. Now, bottom lane already cracked open, the Lord is marching in. Members from the side, See You Soon, desperately try to build a wall. Run, tries final slash into the ultimate of Cram. Daytona's welcome. Surprise! That joke's on you. Oh, there you go, well charged. But lots of commitments, lots of ultimates just to try to defend. See You Soon right here, just throwing ultimates to defend.
Yeah, See You Soon. You know, they did the best that they could. Focus was taking down the enhanced lot in the bot lane. They managed to keep the tier 3 standing in the mid. So all's not lost, but they are starting to find a fight. Dominator's Descent.
Dominator's Descent just sets up really well as well, as here comes Sakai's with the knock-up at the same time. Cram and Yum's just peeling for him, for Stormy. There's no way See You Soon was able to reach Stormy at all. This is so annoying.
Julian here having that spike, but Krem once again, Daytona's welcome.
Swallowing somebody up. That's sorry, I'm Felix once again down. Flick tried to dive for the back line, but Krem is just upping so much damage. Innocent, spear of destruction connects on Krem. Will run, try to take it for an Eagle challenge, but no, see you soon. They will back off just a little bit. They sacrifice a little bit too much.
Yeah, see you soon. Focus due on clearing up those lanes. If they take one bad fight here, it could be over. And even if they don't, why are you just bullying their way back into the base? They know they're so far ahead, like 7.4k goal to be exact. They're so far ahead, they can afford to just walk into the base of See You Soon and take that fight there. And See You Soon, all they can do is just try to do not lose too much resource in the process of defending.
Look at this Barat's obnoxious. Mana problem is already resolved because of the common emblem. You also have the Garden Helm. He doesn't really need to go back to base at all. You the Red Giants applying so much pressure against See You Soon. They don't have an answer for this Barat.
And on top of it all, there is still a carry, so it's not like this Arlot and Grok can soak and pew for the team because this carry is just going to strap past them. But on the other side, well, once again, another enhanced slot coming up.
Daytona's welcome, swallowing somebody from the side of See You Soon. Will be able to knock into, speaking about knock, Boxy also gets knocked across into the wall but gets shredded by Innocent. And now Kram just peeling for Innocent though. And also the members from the side are you the Red Giants used in human form, trying to output the damage. Ra trying to slow it down already, and Kram doesn't really care. He's taking all the damage from the turret, and now you the Red Giants is knocking on See You Soon's door, and the core wide exposed. It's just Ra trying to defend, not too sure when See You Soon is trying to come back to basically defend, and Ra has nothing they can do. The recall has been spammed, and you the Red Giants, let the minions finish your job. You the Red Giants, man, taking game 1 in style.
See You Soon, it was rough, but they put up a tough fight, especially in the first half of the game. Red Giants continue their streak, or potentially continuing their streak. We still have a second game, but that was a classic example of how to recover from a bad early game, right? They gave the first blood of Julian in their purple buff, but then they just completely erased any history. Like any signs
that
of it
happening,
not
happen before.
It felt like it didn't even happen.
It's like history washing, right? That did not happen.
I mean, YRG, we've seen them do it against FCAP, right? Coming back from a 5k goal deficit. That one felt like nothing, but again, props to See You Soon for managing to get an early lead. But the impressive part is how YRG always seems to pull themselves out of a deficit. I want to get your thoughts on this because, you know, to the general audience, they might not understand why? How is YRG doing this?
I think the focal point comes back to Kram on this Barats, right? The fact that as a Barats, you are able to clear the lane faster than the Arlot allows you to rotate around the map a lot quicker, and this means that you're constantly on the back foot as the team that's fighting up against more numbers. Obviously, both marksmen down the bottom, and look at this Barats here, 3, 1, and 13. Yes, the others have damage as well, but SYS, they did not have an answer because he's just so tanky. He's pilling, and on top of it all, he's scaling as the game goes on.
He's already done a lot of damage in the early game. Now imagine you give him a Thunderbelt as well. And we talk about it, Crap doesn't feel like he's never gone back to base except for, you know, minute number 1. Because he doesn't really need to refresh or anything. He's already healing off the Brave Smites and also with the Guarded Helm.
I mean, on top of that, you also have blade armor, you know, so makes it hard for Run to do substantial damage. But I think one important part about this entire game, I want to talk about turning points, right? Especially in that bottom lane, Kram was getting ganked by the entirety of See You Soon, and most people would run, but Kram flickers Daytona's welcome to get a 3-man stun countering it for YRG. You gotta walk me through this, Jace.
Yeah, it's just basically the flying Daytona's welcome, right? The flicker ultimate, that one-ball combo being popularized in MSC is just so nutty. And I think you just saw just now, damage dealt and damage taken, Kram is all on the top of the charts.
I wouldn't be surprised there. Kram was constantly soaking damage time after time, and like I said, you know, See You Soon, they just didn't have the burst damage. If you look on their side, the only real one that could probably, you know, get Kram down to a low HP is a Moskov, but that's in the late game. But when you're playing from behind, it feels impossible. It feels like this huge mountain just right in front of your face, and all you have is just one single rope to climb to the top of it.
You kind of get drowned by the enemy's cash, right? The net worth is just astounding. I mean,
suffocated.
It is suffocating. And of course, when you look at this entire graph for YRG, obviously they are the ones who has the stock. So pardon the wording, YRG actually won this. I'm not downing hot sauce. You
Not just yet. Not
you
just
cannot
yet.
slander me like this. Not with this gold graph, but in all jokes aside, I think YRG on the back of Cram, we kind of draw a parallel between him and Sorry and Felix, right? Two mainstay XP laners on either side. This Arlet pick, we kind of saw it coming for Sorry and Felix, but YRG's response with the Barras is a perfect answer, right? Hard to displace, hard to take down.
No, not only just that, you displace this Barrage, right? You displace him, what's next? He's so tanky by then, he's also absorbing so much damage. He can also make you waste a Final Slash because if you tap the Daytona's Welcome in just the nice time, he's immune to CC. So it's really well played coming off the side of Cram.
And Stormy is immune to dying because he's the MVP of Game 1, the 509 on this Zaz. Again, a pick that he gladly showed since day number 1, and in this game, he looked unstoppable.
And it feels like at this point, Stormy's a one-trick Zaz, but we know he's not. It's just how well he plays on this Zaz, completely unkillable. And look at this. This was where See You Soon actually got the first blood. We felt like that was the entry, or rather the opening that they were looking for. But look at this. The moment Krem comes into the picture, this is where things take a turn. YRG just couldn't find the answer how to game. Yes, you get a couple of kills here and there, but Krem is the answer that See You Soon does not have the solution going for.
That so-called teamwork, right? Just pulling members from the side of See You Soon back into the snapping jaws of Stormy as well. I think that one-more combo worked so well in that small little tiny micro level, especially when you're facing up Yudu Red Giants, right? See You Soon definitely did not polish those small little micro details.
And I think this kind of ties in very well with the personalities of both teams, something that I think has been established ever since that bout in MSC group stage, where for See You Soon, we talked about them during their series against FCAP, where even if they are behind, they're always constantly looking for an opening, right? Constantly looking for that one fight that could turn it all around. YRG managed to shut it down, but for See You Soon, they still kept that character in them. We want to fight even though we're behind, because who knows, that might be the fight that turns it all around for us, Aries.
Yeah, I mean, at a lower stage of the game, I think all these replays speak for itself. It's just a sign of YRG being too far ahead. See You Soon just trying to make the plays to come back, but they just don't have the items to match into this fight. And this begs the question, right? What makes YRG so untouchable? Why are they miles ahead compared to the better teams like, you know, Fnatic Onyx, FCAP, and people might be wondering, like, okay, so what's the crack in
What's
the
the
armor?
secret sauce?
Yeah, correct. And I feel like it's the teamwork, it's the chemistry. It really brings me back to the days when, you know, the Philippines region were the first ones to kind of perfect that macro per se, and they look at it and go, wow, this is perfect. This is how you should be rotating. This is where you should be taking team fights. And I feel like YRG has not only adopted that kind of playstyle, they brought it to another level. And every single one of these players has been able to fit in to that team's style of playing, what is demanded and what is expected of them. And I think this is what makes YRG so scary to go up against.
I really totally agree with you, right? Like YRG, when I first saw them, studied them properly in MSC, you guys were not joking. I was hearing a lot of different MPL Malaysian casters that are saying, hey, look at the YRG, this is the strongest team. I'm like, okay. Press F to doubt, but that doubt is already cleared. Undoubtedly, they are the strongest team already.
122 days and counting.
122 days and counting.
Numbers don't lie, right? They basically dominated a third of the year already, right?
It's crazy.
Then they're on the golden road. They might accomplish something that Fnatic Onyx almost got to accomplish last year in M5.
Now,
What
honestly,
a crazy
it's
thought.
not even a third now. It's half.
It's half a year.
We're already past the halfway point.
half a year.
And YRG are still in dominance. But I think coming into game 2, maybe some things that SYS can look to switch things up could possibly be taking away the Boras. The Boras was definitely something that they had difficulty handling with, or they could even take it for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, it depends whether they take that blue side as well, right? We've seen yesterday's example, NIP Flash against Bigatron Beta. NIP Flash was red side all 3 games. So again, priority, I think for YRG, they're not that bothered about the priority, but looking at how SYS has been drafting so far, red side does feel a lot more comfortable for them.
Yeah, because you get the opportunity to pick up 2 massive picks, right? For example, earlier just now, they picked the Ling and the Moskov. These are 2 prize picks, which is, I think, S-tier ticks, especially picks for the side of See You Soon. They can execute them to the T. However, YRG, they're comfortably in the blue side. I feel like size doesn't matter for YRG, but sides matter for See You Soon.
Red sides, baby. Red sides represent.
Red on
sides represent. I know you're wearing slightly blue, but hey, red sides do matter.
I gotta also give some shout outs on representation to Stream A because we have some recap, right? For Stream A, so far Rebellion eSports just took game 1 off of Falcon's AP brand.
Wow,
what a
that's
turnaround.
unexpected.
We talked about how Group B feels a lot more set in stone, but this could break it wide open. And of course, we also got the Group B results as well. So I mean, Group C, according to plan. YRG game 1, no problem. Rebellion took down FCAP. I wonder what's going on in the Group B. Well, this one's still the same. For Stream B, excuse me, Fnatic Onyx taking 1-0 over Smart Omega. So the anomaly right now is on Stream A.
Yeah. We had anomalies in Stream C on day 1.
Oh yeah.
Correct. And a lot of surprise results on day 2 for Stream B. And then now coming to Stream A, so you gotta catch every stream.
Yeah, absolutely. We're still the coolest stream after all. Hottest sauce in the building. We'll go for a short break. When we come back, it's game 2 between See You Soon and Yudu Red Giants.
Hello, I'm Stormy. I'm a millionaire for Selangor Red Giants. After winning MSC in Riyadh, I felt really happy and proud because this is Malaysia's first ever highest achievement, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. During MSC quarterfinal, we fought against, I think, Fireflux. At that time, it was 3-2. We were actually chill until we won. So yeah, I think we were like, our mentality was good, so we won against Fireflux. Then goes on to semi-final. We fought against NIV Flash. We are really confident that we're going to 3-0 them because they already show their cards in when they fight Homeboys. So yeah, we beat them 3-0. And then goes on to the finals. We actually are confident that we can win Brand, but it's a tough fight. But I'm really happy and proud with my team.
But together, mortals turn giants are invincible!
When we touched down to Malaysia, it's my first time ever experience this kind of things. There's a lot of media, fans, and I feel really appreciate it. And yeah, thank you so much. To be honest, on my opinion on Group B, all the teams that we in Group B is what we fought before this. So it's quite surprising that I think Snapdragon wants us to rematch. So I hope that we can beat them again. I know people expect really high on us in international tournaments, but we cannot be complacent because it might tear us down to go at the bottom. So we need to focus ourselves and hope we go to M6. So I think let's go one at a time. Our expectation is to make Malaysia proud again and win this championship in Snapdragon Pro Series. To Selangor Red Giant fans and Malaysia fans, thank you so much for supporting us. I hope you guys support us on Snapdragon Pro Series in Kuala Lumpur. And see you guys there. Bye-bye.
Things I didn't mean to, you got me wanting things I never wanted. Is this the way you always get what you want? Alright, alright. You got me right inside of my head. You got me so, so close on the tip of your tongue. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright, alright. Let's do and say that we don't. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we don't. Say that we don't. Let's do and say that we don't. Let's do. You got me saying words I've never said. You got me powerless on the edge of your bed. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright, alright. Let's do and say that.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Mobile Challenge Final Season 5 for Mobile Legends Bang Bang. This is Stream C, last day of the group stage. Husky alongside Jace and Aries. Game 1, YRG basically dominated See You Soon in this rematch. But game 2 coming up, I want to see some adjustments from See You Soon, but before that, I want to expand on something that Aries did brought up, right? The perfected macro that YRG brought to us. He led us kind of down memory lane to the Filipino region. Specifically, it reminds me of Blacklist International at their prime. When Ube was a thing, you think that YRG kind of took inspiration from that and refined it?
I gotta say, I agree. I completely agree. It felt it's reminiscent of like what you said, right? Like when Blacklist was on top of the world, they nearly completed the entire tour, winning every tournament that they were in. YRG looks like the rebirth of that, right? Whether they can replicate what Blacklist had remains to be seen because it's still half of the year. But at this rate, at the form that they are in, it looks very, very possible.
Yeah, it feels like they're really on the way, right? I love how you mentioned perfect macro, and I love the fact that we bring back Blacklist International. A shout out, not over to the VY's Womber combo, but here YRG is just like they've got good side laners to basically also assist the whole agenda of the team, and that's what makes the team really strong, when everybody just perform according to their roles, and that's why they're almost near undefeatable. Oh well, undefeatable.
Yeah, undefeatable in series, right? We don't want to set the bar that high.
Yeah, and well, while we're on the topic, before we head into game 2, just want to remind you guys, when Blacklist International were at the top of the world, we're talking about Wise playing that tank meta. Now you insert Sakai's who can do both. He can play the assassins, he can play the tanks, he can play the fighters. He's like a more complete... I don't want to insert any controversial statement here. I'm just saying that now as we move in the assassin meta, it looks like Sakai has it all. He has what it takes to be the top jungler in this world.
You're kind of looking like a generational...
Correct.
It's like a generational thing, right?
The passing of the baton.
Yeah, and I think it looks very nice, right? Who would have thought it comes down, it came to the region of Malaysia. Speaking of that, I also want to quickly touch on See You Soon, since they are on that back foot. Again, nothing to lose, but still everything to gain from each and every single game. Their playstyle has been quite, consistent, right? We've had the personality. The early invade with Ling, that's something we've seen from See You Soon. It's also something we've seen from YRG. If Sakai gets the Fanny pick in previous tournaments that they played in, do you think that YRG has kind of found a solution to how See You Soon wants to handle that early game?
I personally feel like it's just more on YRG is just doing their things. They're just exactly doing what they're supposed to do based on their training, right? But See You Soon, on the other hand, it's up to them to basically play towards their comforts. Really like what Aris brought up when we enter into game 1 against something like this, a red giants themselves, titans of the MLBB world right now. I mean, back against the wall. If this is the place that you want to do something crazy, try to catch YRG off guard, this is this game.
Yeah, I think See You Soon can possibly get some sort of inspiration to how Onyx actually won one of the games against Yudu Red Giants, right? Remember, there was the Fanny, there was a Moskov, so it's not like the draw was too far off, but I felt like the Fanny was the playmaker there. It's super tough to deal against a Fanny. When you pick a Fanny and a Moskov, boy, that's even worse, because not only do you get the early game aggression, you get the late game, secure investment that you put into the Moskov as well.
And that was something that was lacking in game 1, thanks to See You Soon, who did take out the Fanny in that third pick. We'll see as we head into the drafting phase for game 2 if both teams will choose to switch sides, because we kind of established See You Soon don't mind being on red again. So let's see if that's the case. See You Soon actually going on to the blue side, where YRG on red. Fanny still banned out by SYS alongside the Terisla, but this time YRG goes for the Chip and Ling ban.
I feel like, Aris, you're talking about how YRG dropped a game because of that Fanny pick, right? See You Soon consistently banning the Fanny for 2 games in a row. Is it just because they're not comfortable playing the assassin, that kind of high tempo in the early game? But it seems like they do have that mentality, especially what we saw in game 1, right? They are hard invading so early.
I think it goes back to the way the teams play. If you look at, we spoke about them banning out Fanny 2 times in a row right now. I think it's the threat that you don't want to pick the Fanny first, right? And opening up for the second pick for Sakai to actually possibly pick up that Fanny is a very, very huge risk when there's so much better picks in the first phase of the drop. So I think for them, it's really about securing the way that they want to play. They're more comfortable with the links, they're more comfortable with the Hayabusas, and I think they're trying to secure it for themselves. And speaking about Hayabusas, Roger is also still on board with Zaz being banned out. So do you go for the Roger, do you go the Hayabusa, or do you go for the Julian here?
I think all three are good options, but from our sample size, Roger always feels like the more preferred first pick, right? You still have the flex potential, and that's what See You Soon is going to go for. You don't really know where Roger's going to head to. This opens up Julian. We've seen that from NIP Flash, right? You give me Julian on red side, I'm going to take it in the first 2 picks.
Yeah, run it back. It's time to run it back to the Red Giants. I think Julian is always good because you don't want to give the Julian over to See You Soon too. Imagine a Julian in the jungle and then a Roger in the goal lane or the Zaba the Hayek there. There's so much mobility in these two heroes. You don't want to be dealing with both. But we're talking about Yudu Red Giants, so maybe they are feeling comfortable with it. But I still think the Julian is a good pick. Another hero that they can also look at is also the Arlott. Is still available. But we're starting to see Arlott being a second pick here to see how they want to deal with. But it is going to be the Julian that's picked up. They will also be denying the Moskov away.
Yeah, so which means that you eliminate a potentially strong gold laner. You limit that selection besides See You Soon. Now that Roger, I think, should be going into the gold lane right now. You just start going through, you know, the process of elimination, right? See You Soon. Picking up the Edith, picking up the Vexana. Eris, what do you think about this?
Yeah, I think it's about crowd control, right? The Vexana, the amount of wave clear and the amount of crowd control the Vexana brings to the table, especially in the early game, allows her to rotate quicker as compared to other mid laners. So with the Zaz being banned out, I don't think she's gonna have too much of a problem going up against the laning phase. And the Edith is just, you know, an extra insurance. She's tanky, you know, she provides a decent amount of CC, and she also has a ton of damage when she pops that ultimate. So I think for See You Soon, this could be that game that they just want to play the comfort picks. It potentially could be our last game. You know, nothing to lose against Yudu Red Giants like Husky mentioned. So just have fun and go into the game with a clear mind.
I think there's a window for potential Grok pick somewhere down the road, or maybe the Ruby, right? Because Yums has picked Grok into Edith multiple times, even back in MPL MY. It's just a decent answer. I'm fine with the Ruby. It's a good flex. Cram can play it.
Yums can play it.
Yums can play it. So it kind of opens the box a little bit for YRG.
It's interesting though. I never knew Ruby said, yeah, it's very similar to Cho.
Cho is...
yeah, there's a different form of martial arts, I guess.
I see. Okay. But coming back to it, See You Soon now. They obviously for Yudu Red Giants, they ban out the Yuzong. For See You Soon, I think it's about banning away the tanky front lines because they don't want a repeat of game 1 where they had a tough time handling that Barats. And yes, Ruby is a potential EXP, but she can play in the roam, so Barats still is an option for Yudu Red Giants. And I think See You Soon, a little bit of a reference to PTSD there. Hopefully they do take out the Barats.
Yeah, not only just the Barats that I'm also thinking about the Arlott. Both these two teams can easily pick that up. You know, the double displacement tool, we've seen it before. You get displaced once, you get pulled back again. Double pull. It's something that both teams can potentially use, especially Yudu Red Giants right now with the Ruby.
Yeah, I had the Aurora in mind because, you know, you have an Edith, but especially the Roger that wants to get in your face, Aurora is always going to be a stable option. I like that See You Soon takes that out. But for Yudu Red Giants, we've seen them ban the Faramis in the previous game. That would not apply here thanks to the Vexana pick for SYS, which means there's an opportunity for them to start clamping down a lot more on Felix's pick, right? Maybe you force that Edith to go XP.
Harif gets banned out
as well, yeah.
I think there is a theory that at the end of the day, the Roger can go into the jungle, and then there is Harif, which does well into the Moskov. So Yudu Red Giants just protecting, you know, Innocent at this point in time, just making sure that this Moskov doesn't have to deal with these nasty mages that come online way quicker than traditional marksmen.
Yep. It's also Grok being taken away as well. See You Soon. Just don't want all these massive CCs, don't want dives and anti-dives right here, right? So taking away the Grok, pretty good coming up from See You Soon, but I'm looking at Yudu Red Giants right here. Arlott is open. We also talk about the Barats.
Yeah.
Either pick looks juicy.
There are two more heroes that haven't been seen much of the day as well as the Tigor and the Minotaur.
Yeah.
Both are traditional tanks that Yudu Red Giants have played and have shown that they can play into the draft. I think it looks really, really good for them. You have the Ruby that can go to EXP lane. But we'll see, because I think Ruby is in a very tough spot now. She feels like one of those where you really want her more in the roam rather than the EXP.
Yeah, but then again, they have played it, right?
Correct.
I think
It's an option.
I
It's
think
an
that's the
option.
option that makes it a bit hard to kind of decide. YRG, they
Okay.
play the Lilia, also a pick that we haven't seen for a long time. But in this case, you not only get the peel, you not only get the late game scaling, but at the same time, a safety net, right? Something like the Aurora.
I feel like this is setting up for Barats. You deny the
Yeah.
Lilia pick away from See You Soon. If See You Soon pick the Barats, you have the Lilia to deal with it. And then now as See You Soon, the Barats is still open. If you don't pick it up, it's going into the hands of Red Giants.
Even the Edith is going to start suffering, right? So you're killing 3 birds with 1 stone.
This is tough. This is
the brilliance
tough.
of Coach Arcadia and Veki.
Yeah, and I think for See You Soon here, like I said, the pressure's off them. They should be having fun at this point in time. So if they feel like they should lick the barrage, try to face it up against, there is still an option. Nolan gets picked up, as well as the Kufra, a fantastic hero to deal against the Julian, Ruby, and Moskov.
Definitely, Bouncing Ball is going to be very annoying for Ruby and Moskov as well, right? And you also detect the pace. If you see you soon able to catch Judo Red Giants off guard, dive all the way to the back line, pins Moskov to the wall, that's a massive chunk of damage removed from the side of Judo Red Giants. I love it. But we talk about the Barats, maybe they can potentially pull that out. And it's something that, you know, the Kufra, it's not affected by the Kufra.
Either that or the export, right? I think 2 are great choices for YRG. If you want that, it's just impenetrable frontline. Barats, like we saw in game 1 with the Thunderbell first item, just scales into the clouds. But if you want a bit more pure, the export can also bring it to you, right? You just get a second life that no one doesn't like, but they stick with the Barat. It's not broken. No need to fix it. YRG basically locking in a draft that has almost a similar archetype as game 1, but right now with a more robust formation.
Yeah, we saw it coming from mile away. Yeah. The Lilia pick, you know, forcing SYS to decide, well, if you want the Barats, I've got Lilia to deal with it. If you're not going to pick it, well, it's coming back home, and let's just run it back with the Barats front line. But I gotta say, Judo Red Giants, they look really good with this draft. A balance from a front to back. I think for See You Soon, there is still a way into it. We've seen that they can apply early game pressure onto the jungle of Judo Red Giants. So it remains to be seen whether or not they're going to be doing that in game 2.
It'll be pretty interesting though, because I think See You Soon, if they can take 1 game, I think that sets a precedent. Or repeat what they did with AppCat, right? Make YRG work for it. Game 2 is about to begin, gonna load into the Land of Dawn. Potentially the last time for the series, so I'm gonna hand the mic to you both gentlemen. Jace, Aries, take it away.
Thank you very much, Husky. Of course, going to game number 2 right here. See You Soon backs against the walls, and they're facing up a very massive Titan colored in red, and they're looking for See You Soon's blood on the battlefield.
Yeah, early game is all that matters at this point for See You Soon. You don't want to play on the back foot immediately. Look at the aggression they're trying to get, right? They tried to jump onto Stormy there, but it was actually Ra that got off worse of that engagement.
Not only just that, burns the flicker already. So that's 1 safety net from the side of See You Soon already eliminated, and that's juicy for you, the Red Giants.
Yeah, Boxy once again trying to punish Stormy here.
Sorry, I'm Felix. That's a flicker. Okay, 4-man right in the middle. Stormy gets taken out, and yeah, See You Soon's aggression still there in the early game.
You, the Red Giants, well, we've seen what happens when they have the front foot. Now, we also saw what happens when they're on the back foot. They have the means to recover, which was what happened in game 1, and See You Soon, well, are the unfortunate party that experienced that. And I think coming into the 2nd minute, as well as the turtle spawning in a couple, or rather under half a minute, I think for Judo Red Giants, the focus is about getting this Julian online. Sakai's already hitting that level 4, and it seems to also flick. So this is going to be a 50-50 fight. Now the question is, with Ra without that level 4 just yet, will they feel comfortable about going up against Judo Red Giants?
Yep, okay, Flick will be stepping forward just a little bit, takes a healthy chunk of damage away from Cram, and Stormy taking the long way around. But don't forget, you can also wave clear very quickly up top so that Stormy gets to go to level 4. But that first death, not too sure whether he'll be able to hit level 4 just yet. See You Soon already on the turtle pit, should be going over to them. You, the Red Giants, for fitting that first turtle.
Yeah, Yums wasn't, ready for the fight at that point in time. Still no level 4. But looks like we have a little bit of a pause going on. But hey, just to recap, see you soon getting the first blood in the opening stages of the game. A slightly delayed one as compared to what we saw in game 1. But Red Giants doing not too bad themselves. I think they're focusing a lot more on making sure that Innocent gets the farm. It's similar to how we saw in game 1 where Cram is expected to rotate very, very early in the game, apply pressure in team fights, have the numbers advantage in terms of bodies. And I think for See You Soon, they're aware it will happen. Now the question is, with an upgrade in terms of wave clear because of the Idif, will we see a different result?
Looking at the items, just a moment from our screens right here. Innocent going for the early steel leg plates first, because Run definitely will try to go in for the kill, especially that steel leg plates should help him survive just a little bit longer against Run, survive that early aggression. Innocent doesn't really want to fight at all in the earlier parts of the game. But I'm looking at the map state right now, right? See You Soon securing the first turtle. It seems like they have early game control as of now. But we've seen this before, how Red Giants can play from behind and See You Soon forfeiting their lead.
And I want to quite quickly pose this question, right? Because See You Soon have been doing this very consistently. Early game invades, early game catches for first blood. Usually you give it over to the jungler. That translates into a first turtle. How do they do it so efficiently, Aries?
Well, I think for See You Soon it's really about making sure that this Burst doesn't scale out of control like we saw in game 1. I think for themselves, it's about making sure that this Nolan is able to find the pickoffs. This is why you want to pick a Nolan. It's about the mobility across the map, and I think you want the target on the side of YRG that they're going for is actually the Moskov. This is where the Nolan can shine. Yes, Moskov has a dash, but if they can apply enough pressure in the goal lane and scale with this Roger, See You Soon can have a better game than what we saw.
Yep, getting an early game snowball, because See You Soon definitely need that early game kills, right? You want that Nolan to come online, you want Run to come online, even Ra to a certain extent, with the Eternal Guard as well dropping, and lots of damage in the AoEs. See You Soon, definitely this is a very heavily, damaged kind of roster with the help of the Edith as well.
Yeah, and speaking about the roster, it's a slightly different draft than what we saw in game 1, right? Now, with the Kufra, you can set up into the Tyrant's Revenge and catch out the backline. It's not like they don't have the access. Yeah, you don't have a Link anymore, but I think what they have is a burstier front line compared to game 1. Comes online a lot quicker because you don't need time on the Link to scale. This time around, it's a Nolan, something similar to like a Julian, where once you hit the level 4, you get your first huge item, you can start to roam around and find kills. And this is where I think Run and Innocent is the matchup of the goal laners. It's both teams trying to get their goal laners a decent amount of farm and go into those huge team fights.
Yeah. I think overall, when we head towards that later stage of the game, right, it's fair to say that YRG has a draft that can deal with See You Soon if they want to kind of just dive in. So where's the opening going to come from? Is See You Soon just constantly looking for pickoffs to translate that into something else? Or can See You Soon take on a 5v5 against YRG?
I think in the opening stages of the game, I'm leaning slightly towards See You Soon, just because you have a decent amount of wave clear on the Vexana, and the fact that you have a little bit of a pounce coming in from the Kufra. You got Run who can dive in and dive out. Very, very mobile in Roger. Whereas on the other side, Julian is, kind of the enabler for you to Red Giants. Once you hit that level 3, that's where Julian comes in the picture. We spoke a lot about how Sakai has a very mean Julian in him. And Innocent on the other side, the late game. But like I said, the scaling, in my view, is slightly in the favor of See You Soon, but towards the late game when he scales towards the second turtle, I think this is where Red Giants start to take over.
To add on to that point, Aries, like I'm seeing as well, Red Giants have a little bit more flexibility. Don't forget, their roster allows them to disengage and engage at the same time. See You Soon, however, once they get engaged upon, they need to go and commit, and there's not a lot of ways for them to disengage. They can only run away with Flick, they can only run away with Run. They probably have to sacrifice Boxy.
Yeah, but See You Soon, they're trying so hard. We spoke about them trying to find Innocent. They went to the bot lane, couldn't really find him. Perfect positioning.
Oh, Boxy pitting 2 members from the side of the Red Giants. Hira landing down the Eternal Guard as well. Lots of damage. Immediately bursting down. Some Suki's right there, falling to the ground.
Red Giants once again on the back foot. Seosun doing the best to keep up with the snowball. It's not huge, just under 1,000 in the head of Seosun, so I'm pretty sure they want to start targeting those objectives. But before they do that, they have to secure the second turtle. We spoke about Seosun's playstyle. They love this early aggressions to give themselves the lead and try to snowball once they get those 2 turtles. Well, and they've managed to get one. The second one is going to be super important. This is where we start to see Seosun convert back into their usual rotations of that 4-1 that we mentioned.
The Red Giants, do they contest that turtle though? I don't think they're online as of yet. They need Innocent, they need Sakis to also start to pick up that kill. Boxy just pinning them right there at the right time. But hold on a second, that's the Barats that we're talking about in the game number 1. It's already stomping towards the turtle pit.
Okay, now starting to rotate. We talked about this. The Barats now caught into action. Does Seosun have the damage to deal with this Barats? I think at this point, they do.
That's also going to be a bouncing ball as well. Yums doesn't really care. Sakis stepping forward. Boxy gets caught up in all of the damage. Flick tried to output the damage, doesn't connect. Daytona's warp already committed by Cram. Will be able to land onto Boxy. Boxy gets Boxon down by the side of the Red Giants. Innocent stepping forward as well. Run also takes down Cram. The turtle completely forgotten. Run tries to run for Innocent. The Lycan Pounce will be able to take him down. And the turtle right here. The turtle pit, Flick taking that away. Flick will be able to also take down Sakis as well. A 2-for-1 kind of thing, deal, but also not only just that, picking up another double kill as well. Flick is online right now. See you soon. That snowball is an avalanche.
Perfect execution by Seosun there. You asked, right, is it enough? Is it enough to take down the Barats? And I said yes, because at this point the Barats hasn't gotten the items in. He's just managed to complete the Thunder Belt, so it's not like he's skilled into this late game monster just yet. And I think this is the opportunity, the window opportunity for SYS the Views. They started off by taking out Cram, and then they went for the backline. And I think it's perfect. This is what you want to do when you have a draft like a Roger, like a Nolan. You want to be constantly looking for those pickups.
Yep, those pickups really hurt you, the Red Giants, in a very bad way. Gold lead swinging in the favor of the side of See You Soon. You, the Red Giants, they just need to hold. I love the fact they called down Cram, but it's still not enough.
Yeah, it's slightly different from game 1. Like we saw when Cram rotated down, it was different because there was an Arlot. The Arlot couldn't clear as quickly as Combat. But now with an Edith, the things change, right? Now Edith is kind of like the frontliner. She's way tankier as compared to the Arlot. You know, the ultimate is not something like a final slash where you have to commit and then go into a team fight. You can always hold it off. What's really important for her is that she has the onward to act as a second initiator, but it doesn't really put her in a tough spot.
Yep, not only just that, the ultimate as well. That gives her a second life to continue fighting as well. Jokes on you for the side of you, the Red Giants. And speaking about jokes, Boxy, that's not really funny. If you're cheering for you, the Red Giants right now, Boxy jumping in, but Yums should be able to get on away. Eternal Guard stepping forward, but the members of you, the Red Giants, they don't want to commit to this fight.
Yeah, wise choice coming out for you, the Red Giants. I think even more disciplined choice coming from Seosun not to, press the issue. At the end of the day, they were here for the bottom tier 1. Now, you do Red Giants, very good adjustment to realize that and say, hey, let's just try to get the middle turret as an exchange. But Nolan's there. Nolan's going to be able to clear that wave up just before the second turtle.
Yep, good trades coming up.
One,
yeah, I mean, you do Red Giants, they tried, right? But now you see you soon because they cracked open bottom. They have solid control of this turtle pit right here. You do Red Giants don't even want to get close at all. They need to find wins elsewhere on the map.
And, well, fine. I think Moskov is doing the absolute right thing, right? We spoke about Innocent trying to find farm across the map, trying to find the space to get those goals, and it's immediately going top. And Seosun, they recognize it. They know that they have catches Moskov, which they nearly do. In the nick of time, the recall comes back. Well, a little bit unfortunate for Seosun, but for you, the Red Giants, this is tough because you want to get Innocent in positions to farm, but with Seosun being so attentive across the map, they will be able to step them down. But on the other side, it's actually Sakai's that finds the bottom tier 1.
Yeah, mid lane fight already committing as well. Boxy jumping to the backside, trying to catch onto Stormy. Stormy laying down the bombs, but Cram will get sacrificed over the Eternal Guard. Also, just loads of damage from the side of Run. Will be able to scratch down Stormy as well. Run goes in for the Lycan Pounce as well. He wants 1v1 against Innocent, and Run still managed to get away with it. Mid lane crack open. Members from RRG already going down.
So the stark difference in game 1 and game 2. It's like SYS had a breath of fresh air, and I gotta say, it doesn't even seem like they changed their playstyle. It's very similar. It's just that the heroes that they picked enabled them to take this early games fight, right? Back then, in game 1, they had the Link. This time around, it's Nolan. And what stark difference does this make? He's already picked up the Hunter Strike so that he can rotate faster across the map. He's got Sky Piercer, and now he's also got Malefic Roar to deal with the Barats and the Ruby. So this is fantastic. This is the scaling the season we're looking for. On top of it all, the Vexana also picked up the Glowing Wand. So, you know, there is the reduced regeneration against this Ruby.
Not only just the Ruby, the Barats as well to a certain extent, right? You want to try to make sure that he sustains in the fight. Great Dragon Spear also being secured by Run. Goes into Lycan, the Lycan form. He's going to just run you down. You the Red Giants though, what is their answer? Just 6.4k ahead, behind. They need to find farm elsewhere, but where do they find it?
I think it's the exact position that Seosun were in game 1. You know, you're trying to look for pockets of space so that the Moskov can farm. At the same time, you have this Julian that's constantly making the most out of what he can. Because if you go into a team fight now as a Julian, when you're so behind, it's just sweet side. So he's trying to push out these side lanes and then try to hopefully join the rest of his team for a huge team fight. And I think they have an answer in the Ruby. If he can pull off one good I'm offended, this could put, you know, Yu Giants in front foot if they can burst someone down fast enough.
Yep, looking dire though. Mid, the Lord marching down mid. You look at the kill score as well. 11-1. Team Cambodia team is just rolling in kills right now. You the Red Giants though has to defend against this upcoming onslaught. The members, Sakis is not around there, however, just trusting Lilia to kind of hold on, but Boxy charging it up just slightly. So-called teamwork will be committed, but okay, ultimate from the side of the Moscow will be landed, pushing it away. You the Red Giants defend against Impeccable.
Given that this is only the first lot, I think this is fantastic coming over to you soon. They take out nearly all the outer turrets. I believe they shoot at the top. But before that...
Boxy will be pinning Yums all the way. Gets away back to safety. That's also Innocent. Daytona's Welcome activated as well. Will be able to swallow up. Boxy gets taken down by the side of Stormy. Stormy letting out the damage. Sorry, Felix going down next. Sekis as well, coming for a nice flank. You the Red Giants, just a breath of fresh air for them.
Yeah, Cram starting to become that big boy, the front line that they need in this Barats. And this is about the timer that we spoke of. See you soon, they were on a timer. Once Cram becomes tanky, they can't abuse that power spike that they had in the early stage of the game.
Run. Goes into Lycan form. Cram forced the flicker as well, but he will be finding Sekis. And also, not only just that, he has to use his own flicker as well with the threat of this Spear of Destruction by Innocent. See you soon, has to back away. You the Red Giants regaining space.
Gosh, just look at that. You look at the gold leaderboard. The Moskov is slowly starting to catch up. You know, it's turning the farm right now. Julian just slightly behind him, and understandably so, because this Julian hasn't had, you know, the power spike that he's wanted early in the game. And that's partially due to Seosun's management of the early game. They knew that they could take these fights. They had to find the Barats early in the game, but now situations have changed, right? Because Seosun has no longer has the advantage that they had in terms of being able to burst down these Barats as quickly. However, they are still up ahead in goal. So I think if they find those good pickoffs on the Moskov or the Julian, they can make things work.
You the Red Giants playing as if they don't have that 7k deficit. Just starting to just try to regain as much ground as possible. Sekis, you know, has been around the side lanes, just being a bandit against Seosun, taking away turrets, and that's working very well for you the Red Giants. Seosun, this massive death ball, they need to pay attention to the side lanes. If not, you know, you the Red Giants will steal away a win.
Yeah, Julian just managed to pick up the concentrated energy just earlier, and I think this is good. This is the sustain that you the Red Giants want to do.
Okay.
But speaking of sustain.
Sustain as well, but will not be able to sustain as well. Cram tried to just outlive all the damage, but Flick pouring the damage down, force feeding Cram, and now it's going to be you the Red Giants taking one loss, but hold on a second. Innocent is not there. He's all the way up top. See you soon. We'll focus on the Lord instead.
Yeah, you the Red Giants making the most of what they lost. They know this lot is out of contention. So Innocent just doing his best and throwing a Hail Mary, hoping to steal the lot there, but it's not meant to be. Good cover by members of See You Soon and very well aware about where the Moskov was. Now the question is, with this enhanced lot marching down Yudu Red's giant base, can See You Soon even enter it? Because you have the Ruby, you know, you have the Barats. If you overextend your welcome or if you're in a bad positioning, you get a bad team fight. So I think the key here is Boxy. His timing as a Kufa has to be impeccable. He cannot just jump in, afford to get caught up, and if there's no follow-up for the rest of the team, it could be a punish that Seosun don't want to give over to YRG.
Yep, Stormy as well. You know, don't forget, those bombs is just going to land out so much damage and provide so much wave clear as well. And the Red Giants does have the mechanism to kind of hold people there, but hold on a second, Cram getting a little bit more damage by the side of Flake. Boxy jumping in. Is this the timing though? He gets stopped down just a little bit, but he's left alone right here. Boxy is swallowing all the damage, but Stormy will get assassinated and deleted. See you soon. Now pressing on the metal and trying to push down and trying to win this game number 2 for the side of See You Soon, equalizing the series.
Boy, oh boy, did we see this coming? No, we didn't. See you soon. They managed to get a game against U2 Red Giants. Just when we thought that all hope was lost after the draft was completed, See You Soon put on a masterclass on how to recover from game 1 loss. They revamped their draft, they inserted Nolan in, no more links, let's get the high octane early game under our belt, and they completed their revenge, or at least half of the revenge so far against U2 Red Giants.
Absolutely, and it kind of ties back to what you established early on, right? A draft that has a lot more damage in that mid game, a draft that can spike a lot earlier, and at the same time still retain the personality of we can go aggressive early, we can get the pickoffs, but this time we amp up so much faster.
Yeah, I think the most important thing to note here is See You Soon. They managed to shut Cram down. In game 1, Cram looked like this unstoppable barrage, so tanky, has a ton of damage, better wave clears compared to his EXP counterpart. But coming into game 2, because now it's an infinite EXP lane, it's not as much as a mismatch in terms of wave clearance. And even with Cram rotating, that early game was so important for See You Soon. They managed to find Cram time and time and time again, just not allowing him to scale with the Thunder Belt. And I think this is the answer. When there's a barrage on the other side, you're on a bit of a timer. And I think See You Soon have managed to find the answer to that.
Well, I feel like the Edith as well, the percentage HP damage against the Barats is wonderful, right? Barats doesn't look really scary anymore. I thought YRG was able to hold down the fort at the very least with the Lilia. Stormy, all eyes are on him to basically wave clear and burst down the wave as quickly as possible, but See You Soon doesn't really care. Once Stormy gets taken down by Nolan, by Flick, that's their mission accomplished. That is basically their victory march into the base.
I think on top of that, there's also one crucial drafting decision that SYS did that really made life very easy. The ban on Aurora, right? 4th ban on that blue side, really making sure that if we want to go high octane, we need to make sure there are no tempo breakers.
Yep.
Sure, there's still the Ruby, there's still the Barrage, but it's a lot more manageable, right? There's not like a tempo breaker with a burst damage and invulnerability didn't exist for YRG. SYS amping up the metal and securing themselves, like you mentioned, another chance in this series.
Yeah, and remember what we talk about, See You Soon. There's nothing left to lose. A cornered animal is the most dangerous animal. If you guys actually listen to some of what the wise people do say, See You Soon definitely a very dangerous animal in this particular game. Man, YRG definitely got caught off guard. I thought they could, they have some form of disengage. They have that safety net, but there's no way safe in See You Soon side of the draft.
Before we review the MVP screen, I feel like Flick here is the MVP, right? Constantly being able to rotate across the map, find those pickoffs on Cram before he comes online. But an unsung hero is actually going to be Boxy. You gotta give a mention to him. His ability to land those Tyrant's Revenge into the Tyrant's Rage to find members on the side of YRG sets up these pickoffs that SYS desperately needed in the early game. Remember, we talked about SYS being on a timer. When Cram on this barrage scales out of control, this is where the problem comes. But SYS didn't have to worry about that. They managed to shut that early game down, scale out of control. They were very disciplined across the map, and look at this gold graph and EXP graph. Everything in the favor of See You Soon.
Absolutely. And like you mentioned, Aries, MVP for game number 2, none other than Flick. The kid on the block, 9-0-4 on this Nolan. Just completely decked out, right? Just got that first blood onto Stormy in under a minute in See You Soon's fashion and just got out of control from that point onwards.
Yeah, you also see that he also built a Sky Piercer as well. 904. That Sky Piercer stack was always on him. He's basically just snowballing way too much with the help of the VOD as well. Just tons of damage. I don't think Stormy even has the time to basically press ultimate because it happened so quickly.
Yeah, look at all these highlights. Time and time again, we see that it's actually Felix on this Ilif that's following up once the knockup comes in from the Kufra. And it's a stark similarity to what we saw in Yudu Red Giants in Game 1, where, you know, the Barat sets up and then the rest of the teams comes follow through. For See You Soon, they have 2 initiators now in both this Ilif. And Flick, the MVP, just constantly being able to burst someone down. Look at this. Run also contributing. It's like every single member on the side of See You Soon just being caught into action, and they delivered in Game 2.
Especially when they divide and conquer, right? Split YRG apart. Innocent could not find a way into the fight, not just because of Boxy, but also Ra on this Vexana, the Eternal Guard, 6th member of SYS. Every single team fight. Sure, there's this base push that didn't work out, but SYS just plug it. Very solid, just put some bandages on it and instantly clean up shop before YRG could even come online.
Yeah, look at the damage that Flick was just able to do, bursting not only just the members down for the side of YRG one by one. It's just uncontested at all. It's so slippery. There's not a lot of CCs from the side of Yudu Red Giants to basically catch him because the members from the side of Yudu Red Giants are constantly getting bursted down.
Yeah, I think there was a hint of worry there when the Barats managed to get a good Daytona's welcome outside the base. We felt like, oh, this is where YRG start to come back into the game because the Barats is starting to scale. But I think SYS, they stepped the mistake on the spot. They had a lot. They were just applying pressure to give space for the Nolan to push at the top lane. And then, after that, we just reset, find another pickoff, and close the game out.
It's very, very solid composure from the side of SYS. Just reminding us that they are able to put up a fight. We've seen that with FCAP. I think the storyline for SYS thus far in the entire group stage is just, can they put up a good enough fight? How far can they push the top teams? I think they've proven that statement. It's something that I feel like they should pat themselves on the shoulder, be proud of, right? You can go back with their head held high and know that they are still one of the top contenders despite not being able to make it through.
You know what's the funny part? Imagine it was See You Soon that actually broke YRG's record.
I was talking about Husky about this in the morning. It was like, it would be heartbreaking, but I think more importantly, we get to see him drink the hot sauce again.
Exactly.
That's what we all want. Don't you guys want to see Husky drink that hot sauce? This is what we live for. It's moments like this.
For spicy moments.
Please support. I know I'm going to rump up so much hatred from the Malaysian audience, but hey, for the neutral audience there, I believe you guys are with me. You want to see Husky drink that hot sauce again.
I already earned myself one extra save. I'm gonna settle that in a bit. But an update for Stream A result. FCAP struck back against Rebellion eSports, so it's tied there. We're gonna go to a game 3 on Stream A. Can't wait to see how that would turn out because I think the storyline is pretty similar, right? You draw like a parallel line to Stream C's result where Rebellion, they scored first blood. SYS, they won game 2. Dragged 2 of the best teams in the world right now to a full series in one of the most unexpected fashion. But I also want to check in on Stream B result and see how that is. Smart Omega.
Wow, what is going on?
We are going the distance in all 3 streams on the last day.
And it's so weird, right? The fact that you're expecting these teams to basically clean it up in a 2-0 fashion, but I love it when some of the regions are already stepping up against these Titans. So the gap, the margin of error couldn't be even smaller than what we've expected from MLBB.
Just to insert one last note before we go for the break, I think it's important to remember that as much as these teams, underdog teams per se, don't have anything to lose, I think for the teams that are the favorites, they don't want to review too much on strat. So that could also be a possibility because they are already kind of guaranteed that top 3 spot in their respective groups to qualify into playoffs. So maybe they feel like, hey, we don't need to review too much. Let's see if we can take it 2-0 without giving too much info.
It could be both sides of the coin could tell the same story, but for now, there's a story that has yet to be concluded. It's between See You Soon and Yudu Red Giants, and that will continue after this break.
Here we go!
What is that? A lot of teams guess this very fast.
Really?
Yes.
Hero?
Yes, hero. New hero. It's quite new.
Chip?
Okay.
Oh.
Chip! Wow! Chemistry! Can win.
Chip. Hero.
Chip.
Very good.
Is it? Is it cheap?
Yes.
Gerak.
Wow, that's so good. Wow, I think we got pretty fast ones.
Gerak.
Galing ah.
Wow.
Ya.
Cewek?
Grok.
Okay.
Mantap lah. Satu.
Grok.
Okay, very good.
Ini anjing.
Apa?
Oh, kena animal eh?
Yeah. So what hero?
Nana.
Wow.
Nana.
Very good.
Oh.
Okay, clue. Gusto nyo?
Saya aku.
It's a girl and it's cute.
Nana.
Very good.
Panda mushroom.
Ini bukan
Sky-
panda.
Hah? Bukan panda ya? Apa?
Kayak serigala gitu ya, musang. Bukan ya?
Bukan serigala, Cak.
Apa
Oh, musang ah?
Raccoon.
Raccoon. Mushroom. Is it? Can you tell us? Is it mage or
Mage.
Mage. Is it? Mana?
Yes. You don't look at me, you look at him.
Ya. I mean like.
Kok bisa jadi Nana?
It's like mushroom. Skill 2.
The ulti
The ulti.
is mushroom.
Oh ya.
Sans, mage.
Nana.
Okay, wow, you are right.
Kupan.
Why is everybody saying this is Koopa? Producer, you did something wrong.
Nana.
Yes.
Nana.
Nana.
Chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Guess what is Come, let's have it. Bad boy rhythm. Come, let's have it. Bad girl style. Okay, all eyes on you. Come, let's have it. It's time to get wild. Come, let's have it. Bad boy rhythm. Come, let's have it. Bad girl style. Okay, all eyes on you. Come, let's have it. It's time to get wild. Main attraction. Your vibes, not satisfaction. Feel the bass. Chemical reaction. You're feeling fine. Chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Guess what is chemical reaction.
You and I, we a vibe. 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 We a VIP. We a VIP. We a VIP. We a VIP.
And we are back once again. The story is not ended yet for See You Soon versus Udo Red Giants. Currently, both these two teams are at 1-1. See You Soon finding signs of life against one of the biggest threat in the MLBB right now, Udo Red Giants. Don't forget, they were undefeated for 122 days and counting. And it's going to be a little bit ironic and a little bit of a fairy tale. See You Soon actually end their streak right here. Don't forget they shed a lot of history back in MSC. Well, currently I'm Jace on the desk right here as we will be bringing you guys to game number 3 together with the rest of my crew, with my colleagues as well, Husky and Aris, which will be joining me very, very soon, right, Husky? How was it? How do you feel about this particular game so far?
Feels like a bit of flashback to MSC where we get SYS seemingly one of the few teams that is able to take games off of YRG. But I think it's a good time for us to talk about what makes SYS so good. YRG can have the best draft in the world. I mean, we did agree that the draft in Game 2 looked very solid, but SYS found a way around it. think it comes down to that first minute and a half, right? How are they always able to aggressively invade, get first blood, get first turtle, and get their draft ahead, Aries?
Yeah, I think to answer that question, we have to bring up the identity of See You Soon. They are a game that is constantly looking for first blood. They want to snowball, they want to get the advantage. And, you know, I come back to the draft. You have to pick heroes that fit that identity. And this is why we see, you know, heroes like Kufra getting picked up just to, you know, start those engagements. You see the early game burst coming off the Vixana. And more importantly, the jungles that they pick. Yes, they picked the Ling in game 1. This is what they're comfortable with. But they look so much better when they fit in a Nolan, a Julian, you know, heroes that don't really need much to come online. This is where See You Soon can shine when they're using that draft and their identity combined.
And their early game aggression is just something even YRG feared. Right now, the question is, do you want that Julian? Kind of vulnerable in the early game, but yes, once he gets going, he does have a lot of damage in his kit. And See You Soon right here, ignoring that Julian, just literally telling you, YRG, I'm not afraid of Julian, I've unlocked it already for you.
That's a complete repeat of Game 2's draft, right? Both teams just banning out heroes that they did in Game 2. And I think this is a reminiscent of how, if it's not broken, don't fix it. Well, I jinxed that line. I jinxed that line in yesterday's games for NIP Flash. But now coming back to this game, you do Red Giants, they are executing that Moskov for a second time in a row. But this time, something that's different is they pick up the Edith.
And I think it solves a lot of problems. First of all, you have a roamer that does damage, and you have someone that can be flexed for Cram. We've established that in game 1, but at the same time, solid crowd control, right? If the Nolan ever goes on to See You Soon, you have a more solid solution to it, more concrete solution, which is going to be the Edith. So I like the adjustments from YRG. Assassins are up on the table. Nolan still goes over to See You Soon. Julian left up in the air if YRG wishes to go for it.
Yep, now that, you know, See You Soon has already reviewed their winning card, alright? Right now, the Nolan, the Roger, in top of that, the Vexana is already selected. You're the Red Giants. Basically, this is what See You Soon wants to do. They know exactly what they want to do. I'm looking at more CCs coming out from you, the Red Giant. You gotta have to slow down that Nolan. You gotta have to slow down that Roger. If not, he's gonna just run you down.
Hayabusa? Is it a time to consider a Hayabusa pick for YRG?
I think it's the Hayabusa the Julian, because if we go into the second phase without these two heroes getting picked up, it's definitely going to be banned out by See You Soon. You've already got the Fanny out of the picture, and the reason for the Fanny ban is also that she's able to escape all these early aggressions coming out from SY's draft. So it's very consistent to their identity, right? Banning away heroes that can jam that strategy. And I think for Udu Red Giants, the Julian still works well. I mean, yes, maybe it wasn't the best in game 2, but I felt like it's the execution. But hey, Husky, you called it out. The Hayabusa does get picked up.
A lot more mobility, right? Backline access, something that YRG has been lacking a little bit. Works a lot better when you have this draft that can essentially get that marksman to the back if there's an opening.
Yep, the iframes definitely for the side of Hayabusa is beneficial, right? You don't allow that Nolan to just land down the damage. You assassinate the assassin. That's how you can counter the other assassins as well. By the way, you can also make a lot of good outplays, right? Especially with the shadows just jumping around, and also the iframes to basically dodge almost every single thing coming out from See You Soon.
I want to see something a little bit more aggressive from See You Soon. I know they've really been very aggressive. I want to see more passion,
see more aggression,
more energy. Yes, Hilda is one of the heroes that I wanted to mention because it brings back to what actually did really, really well against them when they're playing up against Fnatic Onyx, right? A hero that can just walk into the jungle, or rather Falcon's AP Ren, right? Ogwen was playing the Hilda and he just walked into the jungle, invaded, and just shut their Ling down. And this is what Hilda brings to the table. So hopefully, I would love to see it because it will bring full circle, right? They experienced it in their first game, and now to bring up against Udu Red Giants, the best team in the world currently, I think it would be a very nice story to tell.
And you look at the ban sequence of YRG, it's the same 4 bans from game 2. The Harry still left up on the table. That was something that you pointed out could be a big headache for the Moskov to deal with. Versus See You Soon, same bans as game 2 as well, right? We removed the Aurora, no counter, no tempo breaker shenanigans for YRG.
You just don't want to use the Aurora. They just don't want to meet the Aurora, especially when and they're all about these dives, the Roger and the Nolan, right? But now we're looking at the ban from the side of YRG. What are they going to look for to take away?
But the key difference is they don't have to ban the Harif this time around. Right? You look at the draft recap from Game 2, they banned out the Harif, but because the Nolan is picked up here, it's definitely going to be a Roger in the goal lane. So don't have to really worry about the Harif, but I think this time around it's about banning the frontliners. Heroes that can set those fights up, and Arlot being one of them, YRG decided to take it out.
A lot of respect over this, what Sorry I'm Felix can do, right? This man is basically a property agent, right? He will procure as much space for See You Soon, You Do Red Giants, nodding a little bit of respect over to him.
Yeah, I like the X-Borg ban. I was either considering either the X-Borg or the Barrage, but it feels like the X-Borg being taken out just give yourselves a lot more room.
This could be a setup for the Lapu Lapu coming in.
Yeah.
You know, against the Lapu Lapu, Xbox does really good in mitigating the wave clear that he brings to the table. On top of it all, there's also other options. For example, like the sorry, I just had a bit of brain fart, but I was talking about yes, Banana, Paquito. These are the heroes that are really good. But YRG, they actually pick up the crew first, so I think they're denying away from See You Soon.
Yeah, it reveals that okay, this is gonna be an Edith XP, right? If you want to run the barrage, we can do the repeat of game 2 where I have to wave clear. I'm going to deny your effectiveness to join fights early, but at the same time, Nolan, Roger, you like to dash. We have bouncing ball from Kufra.
Yeah, remember what I want to mention about? It was actually Barat. So one of the heroes.
Yeah,
I was actually going to mention the Barat, right? Because you ban away the Xbox. Barat is kind of that hero that you don't want to play in the Xbox. So with the Xbox being taken away, you got an Edith. That is where these two heroes shine: the Minotaur and the Barats.
So much CC's already packed for the side of See You Soon. We talk about the Barats. They turn us welcome into a Minotaur, Minuan's Fury, Vexana's Eternal Guard as well. This is a very scary lineup that YRG needs to face. With help with the Kufra, hopefully they could engage and hold down the line just a little bit.
I'm thinking Valentina for Stormy. Yve? I mean, I have Yve kind of in my mind right now.
Honestly, Lilia doesn't look bad. You come back to this game, you have a Minotaur. There's also a Barrage that you have to be worried about. I feel like Lilia brings what they need to shred these two heroes down.
You know what I'm thinking as well? Of Fovia's mid lane as
it's very possible. Loi is also open. So that is also one of the heroes that you can prevent See You Soon from grouping up together in a team fight.
What? That's a
Yve, baby! Woo! It's Yve! Haven't seen her in such a long time, but again, right, same properties as the Lilia and the Loi. You have big tanky front lines. Yve can stay, if you don't really have much of a backline diver, Yve, real manipulation, you always feel safe after you get glowing one, the Ice Queen's one.
I'm just worried, bro. Like, the Yve goes into real world manipulation and Nolan could just find her in the backline because as long as you're immobile, it's a lot of pressure on you to make sure that they push that Nolan away from Yve.
Yeah, my only concern for this Yve is you're up against a Minotaur and the Barats where, you know, if they're the first ones to start the fight and they catch the Yve out, then You Do Red Giants lose a lot of this control that they're looking at this fight. But it's You Do Red Giants, so similar to what we saw in Game 2, I think for SYS it's about hunting this Yve down, taking her out before the fight begins. Whereas for You Do Red Giants, it's about righting the wrongs, getting these Hayabusa online and scaling him into the late game.
Seems like the idea for Stormy is the same, right? I have Lilia in the previous game, I have Yve this game, get her items, get her late, get her online. We'll see if she can bend the world and ride a tide of destiny for YRG. Game 3 coming up. Jace, Aries, take it away.
Thank you very much, Husky. Land of Dawn, here we go, game number 3. Once what I just said, See You Soon, Corner Animal is the most dangerous. Same could be said over the You Do Red Giants this time, taking a little bit of a back foot, especially in game number 2.
Yeah, this time around, as See You Soon that's on the opposite end of receiving the aggression from You Do Red Giants. Very different to what we usually see when opponents have got against See You Soon, because it's actually the former that puts on the pressure. They want this early game advantage that they are always looking for. We spoke about the identity, but Stormy.
Massive damage coming out from Concussive Blast as well. Flick a little bit slow right there. Will not be able to find Stormy for now. Ra also dangling around. Sakir's coming over, jumping over the wall, but no cookie. Both these two teams try to play aggressive, but they know so much at stake on the line right here.
See You Soon. That's this they are a team that don't want to go up against, even when they're cornered. We spoke about it time and time again. They can bite back. They did in game 2. Can they do it in game 3? I think so. Right? I think both teams have their own good qualities, their own play style. YRG definitely the favorites coming in, but see you soon. I think if they can make this Nolan work in game 2, they definitely can do so in game 3.
Yums, that's going to be a pounce right here. Flick looking for the backline. Stormy right save. Shadow kill will be committed onto Rush. Shuriken will be there to do the trick, but Flick is just waiting for him right there at the Shadow, returning that kill. Revenge is sweet for See You Soon.
I would definitely want to be in See You Soon spot here. Yes, you do lose Rush, you won't have that level 4, but you pick up the Hayabusa, which means the first turtle, by all metrics, should go immediately to See You Soon.
Yep, no contest for now unless Stormy would do something. No level 4 though, both these two mid-roamers as well. Cram is the one with level 4, but the damage poured onto Yums a little bit too much. Cram goes in with the onward, and the Earth Shatter goes into human form as well. No damage, sticks onto See You Soon.
Yeah, good call by YRG to back off. Yes, they do get burrows down to half HP, but you saw the other members of See You Soon just waiting. If YRG had overcommitted there, I think Cram would have just got bursted down.
Now looking at the map state right here, Stormy not up to par in terms of the level as well. Same could be said over to Yums. They need that level 4 quickly before they could do anything else. See You Soon, on the other hand, the XP lead is definitely in their favor.
Yeah, I think the pressure is onto this If. Yes, he has a ton of crowd control with the real-world manipulation, but once again, it boils down to that wave clear. Vexana is still the hero to beat, right? It's still hard to out-rotate in terms of wave clearing. So See You Soon, they're capitalizing on this. Look at that. Raha drops 2 skills, clears the waves, immediately rotates and looks for the fight. And I think this is where YRG have not found an answer to this Vexana just yet.
Yep, we're talking about the pacing right here. Sorry, I'm Felix. Swallows to try to outlive the Saki's damage, but unfortunately will go down in the bottom lane. But hold on a second. See You Soon looking up top instead, looking for the trade. Innocent taking a lot of punishment right here. Yum charging all the way out. Innocent already going down, but will take down Boxy before going down to Flick. And it's not only just that. Stormy tries to join the fight. Real world manipulation will be committed. Run, has to run for it. Tickling down. Not enough damage to secure that kill.
And it comes back to the rotation. Imagine if Vexana was a slightly slower paced mage. That wouldn't have been possible because you do Red Giants. Whoa, that just came out of nowhere.
Yes.
They found Hayabusa at the right spot. See You Soon on a roll.
Yeah, that's basically See You Soon walking into the supermarket, grab something off the shelf, and making a run for it without checking out.
This is so uncharacteristic of Sakai's because usually, you know, they just got off a kill up top lane, they would naturally rotate into mid because turtles already spawning. But for Hayabusa to be there, right, just when you know they're rotating mid and get caught up there, this isn't looking really good for a while. Yeah, it's just a pick off, but this could mean a second turtle.
Speaking about pickoff, sorry, I'm Felix using the Daytona's welcome to try to hold it down. That's one ultimate from the side of See You Soon already committed. Yums just holding on to it. That's basically like a loaded gun that Yudu Red Giant's pointing at See You Soon, ready to fire.
Yeah, interesting pickup actually coming up from the Nolan, where he actually opted to go for the Hunter Strikes first. So he's actually looking to rotate faster, which comes back to how See You Soon wants to play this game. They want to constantly rotate to side lanes, find pickoffs, and they might just find one.
Nice Earth Shatter as well. Yums follow it up. The real one manipulation catching everybody off guard. Minoriferk also committed, but Spirit of Destruction will Innocent take it. He dazed. That's going to be Flick getting stunned up. Eternal Guard will be landed, and the jungler from See You Soon is gone.
Innocent, what a play there, on point to find Flick. And Yudu Red Giants, once again, they find something out of nowhere. Just when we were talking about how they were making these individual mistakes, you know, getting caught out by See You Soon, they come back in. And this is why they are such a tough team to go up against. Even when you're playing from behind, they can find those pockets of space.
Yeah, the mental fortitude is just solid, right? Yudu Red Giant, you thought that they already beaten down because of that game number 2. And not only just that, they don't have the best of the early games. But now it is Yudu Red Giants commandeering back into the driver's seat.
And it started with this, right? Flick just coming in the right time, and Sakai's, I think he felt a little bit too greedy there to try to go in for a full health Vexana.
Greed is good, but not for this time. Real world manipulation by Stormy trying to hold it down. Sorry, I'm Felix getting slowed down, and he's also got Malscott picking up that kill. The rest of the Shuriken from the side of Seconds picking up a triple kill, and now also the mid lane will get a little bit threatened. Ra trying to land down Eternal Guard, but to no avail. Yudu Red Giants a crack open mid.
Yeah, See You Soon, boy. That was really, really risky. And I think for Yudu Red Giants, I gotta give credit to Innocent here. He's always finding those spear of destructions to enter the fight when it mattered the most. Just when they needed that extra punch to win those team fights, the Moskov comes and cleans up, gives his space, the space needed for Udo Giants to sweep these fights up. And I think for See You Soon, I feel really bad for them because they've been doing such a good job at controlling the early game. But Udo Red Giants, like I said, they just find these comebacks and equalize that lead.
Yeah, Innocent, man. Those spears of destruction has come in really clutch, taking down, you know, the likes of Flick, the likes of Sorry I'm Felix as well. Now, Udo Red Giants definitely in driver's seat. 4.6k, 4.7k gold lead in counting. First tier turrets of See You Soon completely dismantled. Udo Red Giants definitely in a better spot.
Giants now starting to ramp up. Look at the level leaderboards. You know, Hayabusa, despite going down a couple of times in the early game, now a level higher than Flick on this Nolan, which was definitely one we expect. But hey, the knockup.
Real world manipulation. Boxy will be able to land onto the knockup, but it doesn't really care. The spear of destruction already committed. Innocent takes it, and Sorry I'm Felix getting shredded down by the shadow kill as well. Yum's charging up, will not continue on, but they take down Boxy and they take some damage. And See You Soon. And now has just to back off.
Yeah, this Kufra and Idif feels like what we saw coming up from See You Soon in Game 2, constantly in the front line, finding those pickoffs, and then now, instead of having a Vexana, they actually have an Eve that's, you know, you don't really have to worry too much about getting caught out, which was my fear for Udo Red Giants. But I think, you know, obviously, the fact that you have Yums as well as Cram right in front of you, you must feel comfortable to be Stormy at this point. You know you're well protected. They're the ones that are going to initiate for you. All you have to do is just to follow up with that real manipulation, and you have that advantage in team fights.
Yeah, the mid trio, definitely, right? It's just so good. As long as the Eve goes into real world manipulation before the knockups happen, technically speaking, it doesn't deactivate. Yes, she gets stunned up just a little bit more, but at least you know she is safe with the additional shields.
I think so far, I think there has been a recurring theme for Udo Red Giants in Game 1, actually Game 1 to 3, and I believe that man's name is called Cram. Because he has been phenomenal, regardless of whether it's on Baraz or on Edith. Feels like a highlight machine, bot lane counter engage that we saw the counter flicker Earth Shatter onto 3-man for a counter engage. I mean, so many things you can point out, but Cram is a brick wall.
Yeah, well, it's usually the Minotaur that creates the highlight clips with his Minion's Fury, but Cram is just replicating those highlights, but with an Idif, with the Earth Shatter. And this shows the precision at the point of times when he enters into those fights.
Idif is the range is really short, and it gets a little bit awkward. So for Cram to find all these small little angles, small little opportunities that allows you the Red Giants to come back into the game, that's massive right now. But hold on a second, we're seeing a little bit of charge from the side of Yums. Not gonna pull that. You the Red Giants still pushing up against See You Soon losing ground.
Look at the goal lead, right? 8 minutes in, a 6.2k goal lead for Udo Red Giants, and it could possibly get worse as the Lord starts to spawn. You're starting to see Innocent push the advantage because of the fact that he's constantly in these pickoffs, in these early fights. He's been able to be there at the right place at the right time. He's not like this Moskov that needs to be out of the picture for the first 15 minutes of the game to come in. He's already online. Look at the items that he's already gotten. He's gotten the Holy Tree, the Corrosive Scythe, the Demon Hunter Sword, and the Golden Staff. So he's already ready he's already packing a punch.
He's already packing, bro. If you not see what happened at the top side turret, where basically the Moskov is just trying to take down the turret, run is just collateral. Just piercing through is a little bit too much, and now speaking about Pierce, Sakai's going in. It's going to be Yums that will engage for his Eternal Guard being baited away. Look at them. You the Red Giants taking so much massive ultimates away from See You Soon.
Now that was cheeky. That was really cheeky by Yums there. He pulled out the Eternal Guard, but hey, no harm, no foul for both sides. Lot spawning in under a minute, or rather under half a minute.
Oh, they're doing it again. Once again, Yums at the right spot. This time round, they will be able to get it. Run now gets taken down. Boxy following suit. Cram knocking out, sorry, I'm Felix as well. Innocent leading the minions, the pack of minions down the bottom lane. The Red Giants, that massive bait turns out to be a massive mentality machine.
Yeah, this was the perfect setup for the Lord take. Now with both Boxy and Run out of the picture, I would expect no contest from See You Soon, and this allows Yudu Red Giants to get more map control in the way. With Lord spawning down on probably the top or the bottom lane, they will be able to focus on that outer turret. So this is perfect coming up from Yudu Red Giants.
I'm just surprised that Yudu Red Giants did the same thing twice. See You Soon should have seen it coming, but they still fell for that one though.
Well, I can't blame them, right? You would think that after one failed attempt, they probably would settle for Lord, but hey, you're talking about the best team in the world at this point, and it's so deceptive, right? It's so scary, and this is why you don't want to play on the back foot, because every single time you walk out of your auto turrets, there's a possible gank along the way. You could just, without running into a brush, you might just get caught out, and this is the value of the Kufra, right? You have this long-range initiation that not many tanks have, because usually, if you compare to like the Tigros, you compare to the Minotaurs, they need a flicker to initiate, but because of the Kufra, they don't need to risk it.
Sakai goes into the shadow, kill as well, will be able to tag quite a bit, a chunk of damage as well. Sorry, Felix will go down. Boxy down a little bit low, gets caught in the real world manipulation and Run also gets caught as well. Sakai throwing the shuriken at the same time. Innocent jumps to the back line. Sakai finds a little bit too much, but Innocent doesn't really care. Spear of Destruction will be able to complete that kill as well. 3 members on the side of See You Soon already down. Mid bot lane already cracked open. Yudu Red Giants take full advantage of the Lord.
And with Run out for 20 more seconds, Lord pushing up at top. Minions coming in the middle of it.
This could be it.
Yudu Red Giants might just look to end the game. Lord's still at half HP.
Yep, the Lord's cleaving right here, dealing all damage onto the core. Right now, See You Soon is scrambling for a defense right here. Cram jumping into the back line at the same time, but Sekis takes down Boxy like it's nothing, and Innocent goes in to finish the killing blow. See You Soon gets taken down, but it is YRG keeping their record on.
Whew, whew. Tough game by See You Soon. Once again, the early game aggression, trying to get that lead, but Yudu Red Giants, what a response after dropping game 2. And honestly, it felt like the Yudu Red Giants that we know, right? So coordinated. I think they did really well with the response and pick up on Eve. Husky caught it out. The fact that he could pull real manipulation and just change the entirety of the team fight. And on top of it all, what a game by Innocent, right? This is Moskov. Usually we see Moskov being very passive in the early game because they're trying to farm up those items. But because of the pacing that the Moskov has because of his ultimate, he was always there in every single team fight. And I think this is what Yudu Red Giants are good at. They're good at making sure their entire team, like we spoke about the Ube strat.
Yeah.
But instead of like moving together, they teleport there all at once.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, it also goes back to teams have taken games off of YRG, but they have not taken series. So still, thus far, on the road to get the 123rd day of being undefeated. They still got Rebellion coming up towards the end of the day, but for now they can breathe a sigh of relief, right? Still maintaining that win streak, still maintaining the series dominator. But SYS, they put up heck of the fight. I mean, you gotta give them credit for that.
Yeah, definitely, right? See You Soon in the early game, you thought the game would swing over to the side of See You Soon in the early parts of the game, but YRG always formulates a plan. They always find this mental, blockage. You saw that double engagement for the side of Yums, and Yums was just baiting all the massive ultimates away, and then when they enter a second time, See You Soon just got caught completely off guard.
I just want to put a PS out there. For those tank mains, this is how you play a tank, right? If you are a tank main, you should be starting that Kufra.
How? I'm not a tank main. I don't know.
I'm a gold laner. I just play safe behind you.
Opponent had a Moskov, you gotta buy your blade armors.
Okay.
Right? It's all about blade armors.
That's correct. That's correct. We've seen examples, a lot of blade armors, but I want to hear if YRG loves that blade armor. YRG, meta or nah?
Thank you very much to our casters. Now, initially, guys, I only wanted to interview Stormy, but guys, I don't think Yums is nervous anymore because he asked to be interviewed alongside Stormy. Now, the casters ask, wait, before I ask anything, the casters ask, does Selangor Red Giants like buying blade armor?
Who? I didn't buy.
You didn't buy, so you don't like blade armor?
No, I like Thunderbelt.
You like Thunderbelt. Why do you like Thunderbelt over blade armor?
Because Thunderbelt have 50% magic and 50% physical.
I see. Okay, Stormy, he's still trying to figure out his jacket ever since I got in here. Stormy, first of all, you guys are still on your undefeated run. And currently, if I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong, you guys have officially secured #1 in these groupings. Yes. Okay, now with this, do you guys feel extra pressure entering the playoffs, especially since there will be lots of Malaysians who will be coming down to watch you guys?
No, we are not nervous or anything. We're just like very happy that we secured number one.
Okay, I really like that. And another question, maybe we can do Yums. Are you not nervous today?
No, I'm the bodyguard of Stormy.
You're the bodyguard? Why does Stormy need a bodyguard?
Because Stormy need me. Because I'm the roamer.
Because you're the roamer, so you're also his like roamer in real life. Okay, Stormy, last question. You guys have one more game after this, and that will wrap up your entire group stage. What are you looking forward to in the playoffs?
Winning the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Wow! What about the fans? Are you excited to play in Malaysia once again? I'm pretty sure Quill City Mall will be packed to the brim if Selangor Red Giants does qualify for the grand finals.
Yeah, I expect there will be a lot of people playoffs.
Are you happy to meet them? Are you excited?
Yeah, especially Yums.
Wow, I'm pretty sure Yums will take care of you guys. You know, he will assist you all as the bodyguard that he says he is. Let me throw it back over to the casters because, as you can see, Yum said, oh, there he goes, he's being escorted out of the room. Because Yum said he does not like blade armor.
Thank you, Rose. I don't like blade armor either. Thank you, Rose. That's the answer I want to hear. That's the real tank man right there. Tank man says blade armor, no thunder belt. Yes, we've got our answer. The 3-day mystery has been solved.
Is the jacket okay?
I'm still trying to figure it out ever since.
I don't know which arm should I put in.
But hey, Yums, he spoke about being the bodyguard, right?
Yes.
And for a performance, I need a Yums in my life. I need a main tank in my life to protect me, like how Yums did for Innocent.
The dynamic between Yums and Stormy is actually very interesting because how SRG or YRG described it was Stormy is the guy that shouts direction, and Yums was like, all right, you want to go there? Let me drive you there. Let me get you to your destination, boy.
Private bodyguard. Basically, it's Yum's secret service right now for President Stormy. But of course, you know, we gotta have to talk about the stats right here. Houston not having a great game number 3, but YRG just dominated like a storm.
What changed in this game tree? I know the picks, you know, we kind of caught out some of the picks that allow YRG to have a better, better scaling into that mid-late game phase. But what about the macro sense? What did they adjust?
Well, first off, I like the Hayabusa pick. Like, it's a lot different from what we saw in Game 1, or rather Game 2. But I think on the side of SYS, the change up in the roamer, this time around not being an aggressive initiator, instead of being a Kufra, you pick up a Minotaur. That kind of set them back a little bit on the back foot. It isn't the worst pick, right? But it's very different to how we saw in Game 2 that Kufra could initiate from far away. And it was actually YRG that picked it up. And because of that, you know, it was actually the Malaysians that found those initiations.
I think we are looking at kind of a draft. SYS, Game 1 and 2, they wanted to play fast, they wanted to play hard, and then you kind of had to take a back seat, right? They can't really step on the gas as much in Game 3 anymore. I mean, the numbers say essentially everything.
Yeah, I think the numbers show that it's a really one-sided game, but SYS once again sticking to their identity. Right? They, like we said, they have nothing to lose. They have to play their best in the most comfortable way possible, and I'm really proud of them of even being able to take one game. Right? They went above our expectations. Right?
Correct.
We said the bare minimum that we're expecting is to at least put pressure, and they went beyond that. They took one game off YRG. Right?
Yeah, pop quiz for you, Jace. There are only
scared.
2 teams that has been able to take one game off of YRG. Obviously, one is SYS, but do you know the other one?
Fnac.
Ah, smart man. This is
Thank
why
you.
C for Cerdik. Cerdik means clever in Bahasa. It comes full circle, baby.
聪明, 聪明.
Very 聪明. C for 聪明.
Yeah, that's why we have the C stream, baby. We're the
we're on the
聪明
roll.
stream. Well, speaking of smart, YRG obviously switching things up in Game 3. And Stormy, boy, look at the amount of damage he took, right? Highest DPM as a mage player, as if the real-world manipulation, whenever he popped those real-world manipulations, he was just dishing damage left and right.
Yo, I'm sorry, I'm a little bit distracted right here. Look at the highest GPM, 933 on Innocent. Man is farming up like a storm.
What if I tell you it's not even the highest in MY? The highest GPM in MY is held by Chibi in the world. Currently held by Chibi. Record from MPL Malaysia. It's like 1,000 something.
That's crazy because usually your average is what? If it's 800 GPM, you're doing good.
Yeah, it was achieved on a Nolan. by the way. But look at
Crazy.
this graph, right?
Yeah, despite See You Soon losing game 3, look at the graph, right? It tells the SYS still wants to have that early aggression, and they did manage to get it for at least 1/3 of the game, right? The early game, which we expected that coming up from them. But the good reply from Yudu Red Giants, the moment Stormy has that real world manipulation, the moment Yums comes into play, I think another mention is also Innocent on this boss off. Being able to find those Spear of Destruction to join his team in this pickoffs was very, very pivotal to why SRG came back, or rather why RG came back.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, we gotta look at the MVP for this game as well. It's the new Prince of Assassins, the Kings of Assassins. Sakai is on this Hayabusa, 9-2 and 4, running the war cry, and I think when he got the triple kill on the mid side, you kind of know that this game is under YRG's control.
Yeah, definitely, right? Like, look at him. It's just smiling right there. He knows that he definitely did a lot of trouble against See You Soon as well. But this time around, at the very least, you know, yes, he have, like, especially this one, I don't know why this is going into the highlights. That's like, that's the history that I bet
It's low lights. That's a
low light. But after that, he redeemed himself over and over again, right? Apart from that, I just love how YRG is playing. They just play like a massive team. They bait out so many things out. See You Soon. I love this.
Yeah, you can't have the highs without the lows. And for Sakai overall, remember, this guy is one of the youngest players in the league, if not the youngest, 18 years old.
He's 18.
Only in MPL for 1.5 years, for 3 seasons, and here
Correct.
he is on that golden road.
A meteoric rise for this young player, hailing all the way, if I'm not mistaken, Terengganu. And because, man, this guy is just so humble. When I spoke to him during one of the interviews as well, and he wasn't expecting this kind of result as well. And I believe, you know, all the Malaysian fans should be very proud of this particular player.
Yeah, I want to quickly quote what Coach Arcadia said when they won MPL Malaysia, is that our result, especially our undefeated streak, is a byproduct of our hard work. And you know, that speaks a lot of volumes, right? Which means that for them, it's all about hard working, and they let the results speak for themselves.
Yeah. Like you said, results speak for themselves. YRG to put in a ton of hard work. I believe they put a ton of prep as well. But end of the day, SYS, that one game, I just want to highlight, I was super happy with that result.
Same.
But hey, the moment is as YRG, they keep that unbeaten record and streak still ongoing. They have one more game later on against Rebellion. Well, will that happen? I don't know.
I mean, it depends on whether Rebellion can overcome FCAP, right? Because it's actually established that Rebellion, during the pre-show, they're playing the 2 toughest opponents today. FCAP first, and then YRG second, and YRG last. Let's take a look at the updated results though from FCAP taking their reverse sweep 2-1 over Rebellion, but same as what we mentioned about SYS against YRG. Props to RBL for being able to take the game, just giving us that series that we all deserve on that last day.
I just love it, right? Like the fact that you got these underdogs starting to rise up just a little more, just to bite at the massive titans. But Iris also brought an interesting point. They could be saving strats because going to the playoffs is a very stacked competition right here on the top 3 charts. We talk about the likes of Team Liquid, talk about the likes of Knock, and also even YRG going into there. It's very tough competition. You don't want to leak as much information as possible.
Speaking about FNOC, let's take a look at Fnatic Onyx result from Group B. Stream Peep. Again, 2-1 over Smart Omega. So at the end of the day, the Titans, the top 3 in Group B, still prevail in the end, but not before shedding some blood on the battlefield. Either way, the ending, I feel like it might be bittersweet to some, but for me, like Aries said, I concur. I'm very happy with what we've seen today.
Yeah, I'm really happy as well. At least none of these teams, all of these teams can kind of lift their heads up high and say that they put in the best and at least achieved a very commendable results given the teams that they were up against. And I think more importantly, I'm also super happy that Husky will have to take another shot at the hot sauce.
Yeah, and I'm gonna do it before we close out the show today, right? Because we still have games to come. And speaking of games to come, the next one's a doozy.
Yeah, the next one's
Flash
really good.
Against Geek Fam, one of the highest stakes games today.
For both teams.
For both teams. There are a lot of permutations I want to go through, which we will have a lot of time to talk about when we actually go into that next series. But I just want to set some expectations. What do you expect out of them?
I really wish NIP Flash go the Ma, right? Like literally these basically Singaporean team. It's very rare we get to see such good gems coming off in Singapore, especially from a very long time. And their performance at MSC definitely shook the world just a little bit. Now we got a lot more eyeballs on us. Hopefully they don't disappoint.
Well, I think all things considered, they have really put on a very commendable performance given day one to bounce back in a very strong form in game two. Going up against GigFam, it's the one last true hurdle for them to see whether they will qualify. Obviously, getting it 2-0 would be my hope and ideal. But whatever the result that is, I gotta say I'm really very proud of those boys.
Well, one last ride, one last series, one last roadblock in the gauntlet for NIP Flash and Geek Fam. We're gonna head for a break, and when we come back, these two will take on the ring in one last best of 3.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
I'm the big dog, been killing it since tip-off. Come with it or stay home, the people gon' feel ripped off. It's only major leaguers in the office. If you giving half of an effort round the rest of us, you'll make it awkward. I'm about that action, not the one you talk with. You better hope I'm not the one your coach gon' have you out here really guarding. It took a lot for me to get here, but I have arrived. I really made it, and the haters be looking surprised. Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all adversity, I saw that right now at the whatever the problem, we'll solve them. Make it through together, it'll be all love, and it's all good. Yeah. Okay. They say pressure makes diamonds. That's what I align with, cause the journey I've been climbing is riddled with perfect timing. I'm in a different mode when I be trying to get it. To even get a chance to compete is a form of winning. I mean, what's the point of playing if we ain't striving for greatness? I feel a sense of pride with every play that I'm making. To the top of the world when I came from the basement. Boy, I'm the one and not the two, so don't get it mistaken.
You waited all night for me to come back. Why'd you think that it's not alright? Told you that I'm not that type. Didn't mean to get you so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited? Was hoping you would get the picture.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Mobile Finals. This is the Challenge Finals for Mobile Legends Bang Bang Season 5, last day of group stage. This is the most important series on Stream C. Geek Fam against NIP Flash. Both teams having one final best of 3 to decide whether they are going to make it to playoffs or not. I'm Husky, but right now I have the representative, the ambassadors of both regions. I got Aries from Singapore for NIP Flash, and I got Gani from Indonesia representing Geek Fam.
I can't believe they put us so close to
Fight.
SGID, I don't know. It's getting me very heated, but yeah, Geek Fam going up against NIP Flash. It's do or die.
It's do or die. We got to talk about stakes right off the bat, right? Whoever wins has a chance at playoffs. But to guarantee playoffs, it has to be a 2-0. I've asked you for your expectations just now. I want to ask you now, Gani. Expectations for the series.
You know what, Geek Fam, they've been very shaky this tournament, but I think now this is the time that they will pick up the pieces, right? Beloyski again in the helms. I feel like he's going to be that general. Be that general in this team going against NIP Flash. I don't know. Who's the roster? Is it still Adamir or is it Diablo?
I'd say after looking at how they performed in game already day 2 and day 1, it has been a stark difference in their performance. It felt like they went back, they had a little bit of a rest, discussion about how they want to take the game forward. I think Adamir looks really, really good in day 2. Maybe they have more time to fix it after yesterday's game as well. So I think they should stick with Adamir. You want consistency in the entire series.
It seems like both teams are moving side by side in a parallel line in terms of their development, right? Shaky day 1, day 2 felt like a great recovery, great resurgence for both sides, and culminating into this moment, this unfortunate moment where only one of them gets to prevail. But I have to say, the fact that we even have this conversation to begin with was because of crack in the matrix, right? With all the upsets that happened in Group A to kind of blow it wide open. A big contributor to that is NIP Flash. Let's bring that lineup onto our screens right now. Is it going to be Hades? Ooh. It is going to be Hades, but not Diablo. So Adamir Stage, Kratisi, JPL, and Owl.
Yeah, it's the same roster that we saw in both day 1 and day 2, and we spoke about the consistency that we want to see come up for both teams. But especially for NIP Flash, I think they have it. They have what it takes to beat Geek Fam. Obviously, on the flip side, Geek Fam also have what it takes, so it's really about making sure that they feel good going into this series.
You know what I think? Yeah, I think Adamir, especially from day 2, finally, right, showing some connections, showing some chemistry as well, but not on the Terizla. So if maybe, right, I expect here Terizla will and should be avoided unless Adamir has that connection on the Terizla with his initiations.
Yeah, especially we haven't really seen him get Terizla the entire day 2, right? Maybe they came to that realization. But it's also good because yesterday we talked about alternatives for NIP Flash, right? What if teams started to ban out the Zaz? And what if teams started to take out the Terizla, which RSG Philippines did? It showed us another side of NIP Flash. They look a lot more refined, but also the wider hero pool that they have kept hidden in the back of their pocket is starting to get shown. But there's one guy that's been consistent through and throughout. I gotta talk about the Lord of the Underworld, Hades.
Yeah, Hades is, you know, he was a breath of fresh air when he first entered MPL Singapore, and I think he has carried the expectations, you know, he has lived up to the expectations that we saw in both MSC and coming to SPS. Even when they lost a couple of games in day 1, just a couple in day 1, he was consistently, you know, the carry of the team. He was trying to pull the team forward. And I think coming to game day 2, even though other members of the team stepped up, he was still the highlight of the show. So I think, you know, I have full trust in him. I think the rest of NIP Flash also has that trust.
I agree. I think with the Julian especially, right, we saw how he did with the Julian. So sharp. I think that's the word. He's so sharp, and he knows when to assassinate people, when to just wreak havoc in the back lines, and I expect him to show that sort of performance here in this match.
As much as there is a star on the side of NIP Flash, the one thing we cannot get enough is their thoughts on the state of the game or just a general feeling. So let's talk to NIP Flash.
Hey guys, right now I'm over at the NIP Flash player booth right before their next match. Okay, right now I'm beside Hades because I just want to ask, Hades, you used to play for Geek Fam ID. Do you think this gives you the benefit or an edge going up against them?
I think it gives us benefit because I know how to play against Beloyski.
Ooh, so you know how to play with Beloyski and against Beloyski. So do you think you're pretty confident getting this win up against them?
Yeah, I'm pretty confident because I make Beloyski eat and drink, so he's very full right now, cannot play.
Oh, you made him full at the player lounge, so you know he's gonna be in like a food coma right now. Is that it?
Yeah.
All right, thank you so much, Hades. I guess that's how you beat your opponent. You beat them by making them full. Let us throw it over to the casters to know what they think about how this matchup will be like.
Thank you, Rose and Hades. We think it's going to be interesting, but now I want to hear what the Indonesian representatives have to say about jungle, because Geek Fam, they bring a unique style to that role.
You know what? Fun fact, SPS here with Gobs, Vincent, Aboy, Beloyski, Chidera. Again, Vincent, I think he is one of the junglers that plays utility junglers. He's 50% though. So during the whole entirety of SPS, only Rebellion, Geek Fam, and one team outside of Indonesia played that utility. So it's not really conventional, but Geek Fam, it seems like they are one of the ones who are able to find a win.
Yeah, and see if they can find a win over NIP Flash. Maybe there's some secret sauce to it. Let's hear it from Geek Fam.
The Geek Fam. And Vincent, since you are still new on this roster, right? How do you feel about your teammates?
Biasa saja. So happy.
It's so happy. But Vincent, this is your last match. What do you thinking that that Geek Fam gonna annihilate the opponent and goes to the playoff until the grand final?
Apa tuh?
Jadi ini kan match terakhir kalian. Kalian bakal nguasain gamenya, nggak ngalahin tim lawan kalian, nggak terus pergi sampai di playoff dan sampai ke grand final.
Pasti kita usahain yang terbaik buat Geek Fam.
Absolutely, he will try the best for Geek Fam. And lastly, do you have any target player from your opponent right now? Ada yang ditargetkan nggak dari lawan?
Dari apa?
Dari lawan. Kira-kira siapa nih player yang paling bertarget?
Hades.
Hades, so Hades, watch out. Casters, get back to you.
A lot have challenged the Lord of the Underworld, and Vincent is just one of them in the queue. You heard from them, they're confident about making it far, but it's back to you, Aries. How is it going to be fair? Vincent against Aries. Vincent against Hades.
Oh, I wish he was against me, and I'm pretty sure I would be beaten time and time again. But hey, when it comes to the comparisons between two junglers, I think both are very capable at contributing to the teams. Just like what Goni said, right? You talk about Vincent, it's very different style of play as compared to how Hades likes to play his jungle. On one side, Hades has that, very flashy assassins, right? You talk about the Fannies, you talk about the Nolans, you talk about Julians. On the other hand, Vincent, the unconventional tanks, which most of teams have already moved on.
I mean, it's a possibility in this match. It will resurface, right? The Baksha mostly, not as much as the Fredrins, but the Baksha seems like it's still somehow in the, I don't want to say meta, but it's still a viable option here for some of the teams.
Seems like if you want to go utility jungler, Baksha feels like the only viable option, right, in this state of the game. And even in the predictions, me and you, Aries, were on that NIP Flash hype train, 2-1 over Geek Fam, and you are the opposite, right, Goni? 2-1 for Geek Fam, which does not align with the conditions they need to meet, which is a 2-0. But I'm fine with it because permutations is what makes Group A so volatile. Let's head into the drafting phase for Game 1 to see if it's going to be utility for the side of Geek Fam. They're going to be on that blue side, NIP Flash on the red.
Yeah, I love these bands coming out for NIP Flash. They're respecting Beloyski. And Beloyski is that man that will dare to pick up a Hellcat roam, and immediately off the board, they take it out. On the side of Geek Fam, well, we heard the interview. They're targeting Hades here. Fanny, Hayabusa, and Julian. Assassins, ban out across the board.
Very straightforward, very honest. Geek Fam, yeah, let's just take out the Assassins and IP Flash more towards Beloyski's heroes, which opens up, you know what, Geek Fam, what are they going for? They can center around themselves around a boy, as we all know, a very strong mid laner, very young as well. A Valentina, my Papa Paluoi even. So let's see here. What will their approach be? Again, committing on towards Beloyski.
There could be a Link first pick, right? It's always open for Geek Fam. Of course, they're going to pick it up for Vincent. No questions there. Juicin, Zaz now left in the open. We know that NIP Flash loves the Zaz. They have a chance to go for it. The Roger as well being picked up.
Yeah, Roger is a good opponent for NIP Flash because, you can flex that pick, right? He can go into the jungle, he can go into the goal lane. I think it's going to be a jungle Roger because Harith gets picked up as well.
Opening up their cards early, they're confident, but then again, there is still that Moskov, right? As we all know, Moskov is very popular. Okay, against the Harith, it might struggle in the early game, but when he has that 3 items, right, it's going to be crazy. And yeah, they're going to lock it in. I expect a Beloy hero here, just to complete their first draft, and there you go, a potential Beloy hero.
Yeah, potential Beloy hero. We also saw Gobs play the Arlet yesterday to great degree of success. JPL's Minotaur, one of his staples, now picked up.
Yeah, I know we haven't seen NIP Flash put it out here, but Goni, what do you think about a 4-years ban coming out from Geek Fam? Because you look at this, rather, 4-years ban on the side of NIP Flash, because you look at the heroes that they have, a Harith, a Roger, heroes with very high mobility that when they cast their skills, and I feel like 4-years is one of those heroes that can shut down this mobility.
I like that, alright. I really like that 4-years, and there you go. On point, Aries. And yeah, again, a Harith, a Minotaur, a hero that can sidestep, a hero that can jump. Of course, you don't want to deal with the 4-years.
And again, respect ban this time directed towards Curtizi. You ban out the Martis, no Martis mid, which means that the Loi is still on the cards for Geek Fam, right? We've seen that interaction yesterday, complete blowout in the Martis' favor.
Yeah, Zaz is still also available for the picking. NIP Flash, they've played Zaz almost every single game now. Obviously, better performances on Curtizi as compared to being played out in the goal lane. We spoke about reasons why, rotations coming out from mid lane makes it a lot easier to bring the Zaz in the picture. But at the meantime, NIP Flash, they take over Valentina. Obviously, you don't want to be giving away the Mignon's Fury coming off from the Minotaur.
A very good ban as well. And again, a boy is so proficient in this hero. So let's hear, Geek Fam, what are they going for here? Of course, maybe they're going to target another mid lane ban, but it can backfire since they have yet to secure their mid laner themselves.
Yeah, and speaking of the mid laner, there's also the EXP lane that's up for grabs. So Zaz being banned out and they're targeting ban on NIP Flash. The question is, are they willing to lick the Barats or will they pick up for themselves? Because we know Geek Fam, they do love an EXP Barats when they can do so, where Vincent playing it in the jungle. But this time round, with Ling getting picked up, will they put it into the EXP lane?
The Edim's get picked up first. It's going to go into Adamir. He's played that a lot yesterday. I'm thinking a potential Fire Mist for Curtizi. It really feels like with the Valentina ban now, with no 4-years, those AoEs are not really present yet. So up on the cross for NIP Flash, but for Geek Fam right now, I'm liking a potential Barats for their side.
Yeah, maybe they can stick away the Fire Mist for Geek Fam,
what
right?
about Export?
Ooh, Exborg, yeah, a very good option here, because considering that, yeah, Edith, Minotaur will be in the front lines, and Exborg can be a nuisance with the slows, with the damage, and the true damage.
Yeah, like we said, now with the 4-years out of the picture, this Harith and Roger is a threat, so they do need someone that can take up the front line, and Exborg is one of them. But it's going to be the Juicing and the Ruby. Well, Goni, I gotta get your thoughts on this. I've never seen Geek play the Juicing just yet. Alright, I need to go back and watch the VODs, but what are your thoughts on this?
It's new. A boy, yeah, it's a new hero. A boy, maybe he is still feeling, still warming it up with the Juicing, but I believe. But Ruby, man, Ruby Beloy, big brain Beloy. Will we see that sort of performance on our opening game for their series?
I feel like Geek Fam are already setting up the precedent of what they want to bring, right? During the pre-show today, we talked about Juicing's abysmal win rate, not even a passing rate, 38%.
Ooh. Yeah, I think Aurora will look good for NIP Flash. Yes, we talked about the Fire Mist, but another hero that can jam those huge team fights is actually none other than the Aurora. And yes, it does get picked up by NIP Flash. We've seen Curtizi play the Aurora to a very high degree of proficiency in day 2, and this is what they want to bring out. They want to jam these big team fights that the Ruby and Arlor are looking to set up.
On the money today, we are on fire with this draft. NIP Flash feeling really comfortable in their skin, considering that they went for Harith, Roger first 2 picks, but Geek Fam, we got the big brain Beloy, the BBB final words before we head into the game, Gani.
You know what? I think with this balanced lineup, man, it's anybody's game, I gotta say. Very balanced firepower early, mid, towards the late. So, man, Husky and Aries, good luck casting this game. I'ma sign out.
Right, so thank you very much, Gani. This is gonna be a very interesting series, just as the stakes have been kind of shown to us, right? 2-0 is the way to go, but 2-1 is probably the one that's more reachable as we head onto the Land of Dawn for Game 1 between NIP Flash and Geek Fam.
Yeah, and now we've gone off the desk. NIP. Okay, but by business aside, I think like Goni mentioned earlier, both teams look really balanced, right? They have an identity of how they want to play. Geek Fam looking for these huge team fights, looking to set up the Outlaws final slash, as well as the Armor Fender from the Ruby. But more importantly, Juicing in the mid. Will we see the aggression that we hope that these teams can show? And on the flip side, NIP Flash, they want to look for control with the Minotaur and Aurora in the mid lane.
Absolutely. I think on top of that also, and something that is established about Jushin is that she needs time, right? She doesn't have burst damage, she needs time. So if you're immobile, life is tough, get used to it. But you do have certain ways of NIP Flash that they dealt with Jushin yesterday. Just be mobile.
Yeah, I think one of the key items that we should highlight is also the dominance eyes. You need the dominance eyes on both JPL and the EDIF just because there is an Arlot and Ruby. We spoke about the sustain that they always look for. And I think what's really good of dominance eyes is not only does it reduce, the lifesteal effects that these two heroes can bring.
And Beloy found out by Hades, but again, so far, NIP Flash, very, very disciplined. JPL has been being fine and dandy with his mirroring since yesterday, and he's doing it, right? Keeping up with Beloy despite being on a Minotaur.
And IP Flash taking it slow. Yes, they've seen some aggression come up from GigFam, but that's also because of Zhuxin. But look at how tanky this Minotaur is in the early game. I think what Zhuxin really brings to the table is that vision. There's not really many heroes out there in Mobile Legends Bang Bang at this point in time that can give vision, right? Selena being one of them. Obviously, there's also the Lawyer when she casts a second skill. But more importantly, with Zhuxin coming up, you can get the vision without putting yourself in too much of a risk.
Yeah. And Adam is going to try and zone a boy and Gobs out of experience. You have Courtesy there as well. Another thing we observed yesterday was if you get the Purify onto the Jushin, it does take away her escape capabilities and make her more vulnerable. But this time, boy, he's forced to go on that Purify. And Adam is going to hit 4 first alongside Courtesy, but Geek Fam, they're going to hit that timing as well. Turtle is up.
Yeah, most of the key heroes now all hitting that level 4 except for Beloyski and JPL. But look at that, NIP, they want to take the fight. Adamir!
Again, the Purify popped by a boy, got to the back, playing distraction, and Hades, it's gonna be fine for now. Courtesy even using that out, but the link shows up. It's Vincent's time to shine. Tempest of Blaze into a first blood, and it's Geek Fam off to a great start.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate of Courtesy. They're just casting the Frigid Glacier, but Geek Fam, none of the members were caught. Well, one member was caught, but it wasn't the key heroes, and I think for NIP Flash, they must be feeling a bit sour about that, considering that, you want to get Hades on this snowball on the Roger that he's playing.
And that's where the Purify comes into play, right? A boy saving himself and getting assists in the process. Geek Fam getting turtle number 1. At the same time, Chadera taking out most of Owl's HP pool, forcing JPL to show up, but with Beloyski around, Geek Fam having a lot more solid control topside.
Yeah, Beloyski just protecting Kadera at this point. You want this Moskov to come online as quickly as possible. And on the side of NIP Flash, well, you do have a Harif. So both heroes are pretty evenly matched, although they provide different styles in team fights. With the Harif, it's a lot more AoE controlled. With Moskov, it's about just shredding the entirety of that single target in the front line.
While we have a bit of time, I think is good for us to point out that for the second series of Stream A and Stream B, it's all Group A games. And this is where the matrix will be warped, right? Depending on the results on the other streams, it might affect their chances here as well. Adamir getting ganked, a dive coming through. Adamir dashes away with the onwards. Doesn't have the Primal Wrath form, so will be lifted up and assassinated by Vincent.
Now, a little unfortunate there for Adamir, but Geek Fam doing a good job at applying pressure. They are slightly in the lead, so, it's only right that they try to make the advantage scale even more. And yes, it is only slightly under 1,000, but when you have a Link as well as a Moskov, this is what you're looking for, right? A peaceful early game, you have a lead, good. But at the end of the day, it's the late game. It's where the Link can look to push out the side lanes, come in and go for the back line when there's a pick off, and then for the Moskov to join the fight using that Spear of Misery.
And we have
destruction.
And we are seeing something from Geek Fam. A boy on this Jushin. We talk about, okay, Hades and Owl, they're a bit more mobile, but everyone else on NIP Flash, the core pillars of the team, they don't have that luxury, right? So Jushin has been the facilitator for all these rotations. Shows up, JPL can go forward. Same with Adamir. NIP Flash gonna put in the back foot a little bit. JPL spotted out, lifted up, pulled back, tries to run. Minoan Fury committed, but it's a flicker to get up boy and Beloy out of there. JPL though will be safe for now. Gob shows up, final slash, avoid a Spear of Destruction. Does miss, but JPL still getting chased down. Vincent finds the kill, but at least Hades finds Beloyski. Gob's in a rouse pace, but Adamir, good patience with that armors into a freeze hour with the collection.
This is really interesting. Both frontliners, or rather both Romans going down really, really early. But Adamir still looking for more.
There's the flip. Courtesy kind of baited a little bit by Adamir. Goes into the passive. Vincent comes out of it. Adamir still has the Primal Wrath form. Tempest of Blades as a response. The freeze does not connect, but Vincent dashes away, and Geek Fam will not get the second turtle.
And in the middle of it all, NIP Flash, perfect rotation coming out to get the Harif to bot lane. I think Kadera's doing really well of pushing out those waves, but Harif has to be careful. Beloyski and Gobs.
Well, Owl actually tries to fight this once the turret first. Cannot get it in time. They protect check the structure. Aldo still gets out, but Gobs will not let that happen. A flicker into a kill. NIP Flash kind of fumbling the ball.
Yeah, well, I tried to give ours a heads up there, right? You're up against an Ourlot and a Ruby. They can displace you from where they are, and I think, you know, Owl found that out really, really quickly. But NIP Flash here, I think they're doing a good, decent job, but GigFam, on the other hand, doing an even better job at getting this aggression. And I think for a boy on this Zhu what you want is the early game, because we spoke about Zhu, right? Mana or not, is she good? You know, is she not? A lot of teams have been experimenting with her. I think Zhu is one of those heroes where you want to be ahead. This is where her potential shines. When you're playing from behind, even if you have the lantern, you know, there's not really much you can do.
They pull on the JPL, Beloy leading the charge. JPL forced to commit the ultimate, and now to back him up, but JPL just could not catch a break.
Yeah, they're harassing this Minotaur, and this is great coming up from Beloyski and Gobs.
A boy, ultimate, in the Frigid Glacier getting used, but doesn't really matter though. Gobs finding a double kill. Final slash does not connect, but not that it matters. Geek Fam with the first big fight in the mid lane.
Yeah, I think NIP Flash didn't expect this level of aggression coming up from both Beloyski and Gobs. They're constantly hunting anyone they can find. Doesn't really matter if it's the Harif, doesn't matter if it's the Minotaur. As long as they have a clear target they can burst down, they will go for it. And because of that, Geek Fam now find the space they need for both the Ling and Moskov to farm. Look at this, right? 7 minutes in, they're already 3.3k goal lead up.
And Gobs just got the War Axe, right? More damage, more fighting capabilities. And I think it's a good time to start talking about NIP Flash. What is the contingency plan? Especially when you have a draft that needs so much farm.
Yeah, this is rough. This is rough for NIP Flash because, like you said, they need a lot of farm to get the items out of both the Idif, the Roger, and on top of it, and Harif. I think there's really only one way to do about it, right? You need JPL to play a little bit more conservative. He's been standing a little bit too far in front. He's been getting caught up by both the Ruby and the Ourlot. Obviously, you know, credit to both Beloyski and Gobs to make that happen. But I think on NIP Flash, you have to take the back foot here. You have to play a little more safe in terms of your positioning, ensure that these pickoffs don't happen.
And Geek Fam starting to walk into the jungle of NIP Flash as well. Orange buff will have to be surrendered, and Hades is going to feel the heat. I mean, the lead that Geek Fam have is starting to spill into the NIP Flash's side. Orange buff taken away. Hades gets nothing.
Oh, I don't think Hades wants to be in this position, but we have seen time and time again when all hope is lost, Hades can pull something out of his bag. We'll see whether that happens, but coming back to this replay, look, once again, a very, very early Frigid Glacier being pulled out of the bag from the side of Cortesia, and once that's done, you don't really have much. Yeah, there's the Minion Fairy to follow up, but Geek Fam is so far ahead, they don't really care. There's no damage dealer by their side to finish the fight off.
Even JPL has been using the Minoan Fury as a means to defend himself, right?
That's not a good sign.
Doesn't want to get lifted up, doesn't want to get pulled, doesn't want to get swiped to the side. Clock of Destiny and Glowing Wand for a boy, so you're constantly getting burned by the magic damage. Purple buff on the side of NIP Flash on the threat as well. Peloyski missing that ultimate, but it's all to secure the resource for his jungler.
That was greedy, that was greedy. He tried to catch both by Adamir.
It's going to be jumped on. Primal Rav gets used, flicker to safety, but final slash followed up from Gobs is just immaculate.
I feel so tired looking at this game. It's like Geek Fam is all over the map and just constantly trying to find pickups just when NIP Flash were ready to give up that tier 2 the bot lane. Well, because of the link, because of the fact that they have heroes that can just pounce on you just like that, or, you know, catch you from behind, it's so tough.
And Big Boy Boy does it again. Monster kill for Vincent. Gobs also finds Hades. Absolutely gobsmacked NIP Flash. 4 down, and Adamir just came back. Nothing much he could do. Geek Fam going straight for inhibitor number 1, and Adamir is not even safe, needs to dash away. Geek Fam looking for potential end angle. Adamir gets swiped to the side, and Geek Fam, just like that, will take NIP Flash down in 10 minutes.
Officially the fastest game we have seen on Stream C so far. I can't say for sure if it's in the entirety of this tournament in Season 5 because the other games are going on, but definitely for sure up to this point in the tournament, it's been the fastest game.
The fastest game, and we've seen a lot of dominant games, but this one, the most dominant one, I suppose. Not even leading a Lord.
It never felt like Geek Fam were in trouble. They were constantly in front foot, and obviously we spoke tons and tons of praise for Gobs and Beloyski. I think this is where the NIP Flash, they were not ready. They were not ready for this aggression. None of the teams that faced so far were constantly pressing that gas pedal to find those ganks.
I mean, we've been talking about the last picks here, right? We've been talking about the value of that last pick, but yeah, Ling first pick, that is also the value you can get with that first pick value. Vincent just showing up very, very aggressive, very, very calculative as well on that Ling. So invasive.
Yeah, so invasive, and the tempo, right, which has been the highlight for game one. Gobs and Baloyski both were just doing a lot of the heavy lifting, right? And again, facilitated by a boy on this Jushin. Life is just too tough for NIP Flash. They had to take a bullet and eventually the L. But what I want to kind of understand a bit more is this a drafting, or is it just Geek Fam being able to figure out the early rotations?
I think it's a little bit of both, and I think the focal point here is if you look on the side of NIP Flash draft, they don't really have someone that can pressure the Ling in the early game.
No.
And this is what you want as a Ling. You want the space to farm, to hit your power spikes, to be able to rotate across the map and create trouble for the side of the opponent. And because NIP Flash become a Minotaur who's slightly more defensive, same goes for Idif as well, you know, a little bit more tanky of a front line, but not ready to take early team fights before everyone hits that level 4. This is where Geek Fam had all the time in the world to bring that Link to their power spike.
Yeah, it's more of a reactive aroma, right? Minotaur, you want to react instead of initiating it. And we can see here, NIP Flash kind of lost control on that. They were trying to give pressure, but they don't have the tools to do so. And you can see here, Geek Fam, they won the gold lane, they won the jungle as well. And that is just what you need to win a game very, very fast. 11 minutes, was it?
10-ish? 10 minutes.
Under 11, just slightly above 10.
Oh my
It's like 10
God.
minutes, 3 seconds.
Yes.
14-2, and that shows, yeah, that's the dominance. 834 GPM, that's Vincent just finding up a crazy stat as well.
Yeah, I mean, the whole game, it's fair to say that for Chadera, he didn't even need to be there, right? He's just,
True.
He's been farming the whole game, the rest of his team just being able to lay enough groundwork for Geek Fam to win.
The towers still fall on their own. You have to put some respect on that split push.
Of course. He doesn't need to join the team fight necessarily, but I get what you mean. Everyone for Geek Fam doing their job properly. NIP Flash, one game away from being in danger of not making playoffs. Again, all the games happening right now on the other streams are going to affect Group A directly, but Geek Fam coming in so strong. It really feels like maybe it's time for NIP Flash to look back at Game 1 and be like, we have to be a bit more proactive.
Yeah, I mean, look at the goal and the EXP graph. It seemed like NIP Flash had some sort of advantage in the early game because of the fights that Geek Fam were taking to them. But the moment the Link came online, it was a complete flip on the story. It was just Geek Fam. It was all about the Ruby and Arlot catching out JPL. JPL had no rest as a Minotaur. He was constantly using those Minoan Fairies to save himself. And even still, he went down.
I think also Geek Fam, they were able to free Gobs from his lane against the Edith very early on, right? I mean, Gobs and Baloyski, they could have called them double roamers and I would not have doubted it for even a second.
Man, again, it just shows how Minotaur and Aura sure huge AoEs, but not enough isolation, and that is where Ruby and as well as Arlet come into play. But Vincent, man, what a guy.
Yeah, what a guy. Just great performances. I wonder who the MVP for this game is going to be, because overall, I think for Geek Fam, they have done fantastic. And why do you ask that question? It's Vincent. Of course it's Vincent. He got half the kills, or almost half the kills of his team. 86% KP, Thunderbelt as one of his core items in the game for that late game scaling. Not that they even needed it.
Yeah, it's really one-sided and it's hard to make concessions for NIP Flash. But look at this, the Vincent show just being very flashy with those links, pick up those swords. And over here, Adamir, despite behind his tier 1, just didn't have any sort of means of escape. And this fight is a repeat of what we saw earlier, right? Yeah, Moskov misses the ultimate, Frigid Glacier comes in, but there's just not enough damage to win the fight. Vincent, he still can jump from lane to lane to pick up members who are low on the side of NIP Flash.
And then there's just a boy, right, just holding up the lantern. You're just walking around. And
Here he is!
You want this?
We
you want
found him!
Oh,
This
man.
is rough. Look at Vincent. He's just... It felt like a tutorial for Vincent here, just to practice his link. And I feel really bad.
Every highlight, we will see Vincent doing the Tempest of Blade as well. That is show impact. Yeah, 9:58, 10. Oh yeah, 10:03. Yeah, you're right. I think is the timer. But man, again, I did not expect this a result that quickly. But boy, I'm all for it. I'm all for it.
Yeah, of course you are. Of course. I mean, for Geek Fam, they're even happy about that, right? Because again, if they get a 2-0, playoffs guaranteed.
Yeah,
And
the job is not done.
The job is not done just yet, but they're one step closer.
Yeah, it would be nice to share the points. Just putting on board. But hey, really well played by Geek Fam. I think they knew exactly what they needed to do, especially with the draft that they came. We know that Beloyski is one of the most, if not the most aggressive roamers. So we talked about him picking up Hellkurt. He popularized the value roam, roamers that put a lot of damage. And this time round, he did the same with the Ruby. So I shouldn't even be surprised at this point.
I know we slightly touched on, at least I touched on, like maybe NIP Flash needs to be a bit more proactive in game number 2 instead of being reactive to what Geek Fam is doing. Is that going to be the case, or do you feel like there's a workaround for NIP Flash?
I think it's all apart from the draft, right? If the draft allowed them to be proactive, sure, but because with the Minotaur, with Aurora, it's kind of hard for them to be proactive. Sure, they have the Assassin, but hey, there's only much you can do. If you have a Minotaur, you want them to come to you, and then you put them in Fury.
I suppose maybe the focus would be shifted. We'll leave the teams to think about that. We're going to go for a short break. When we return, it's Game 2 between Geek Fam and NIP Flash.
Here we go!
Kenalin, gue Aboy, gue mid lane dari Geek Fam. Kita kan nih rosternya masih baru kan, jadi kayak masih kebentuk. Mungkin buat turnamen ini kita lebih nyatuin chemistry sih. Di tim gue ada roamernya Baloiski, dia pemain lama lah. Soalnya dia kapten kan di tim, jadi kayak dia bisa mimpin kita sih. Buat laner ada Cadera sama Masako. Mungkin kalau Cadera dia bisa fleksibel lah, bisa nggak manja lah. Itu buat Masako mungkin dia dari MDL ya, baru naik MPL. Sekarang kita masih nyoba dia sih di turnamen ini. Mungkin kita mau lihat potensinya dulu sih nanti. Buat Vincent, dia sebelumnya dia di RBL. Kita ngelihatnya potensinya gede sih, soalnya di RBL dia kayak paling konsisten di RBL. XP kita Gops mungkin sama kayak Masako, dia dari MDL. Di challenge final ini lebih merata sih jagonya, soalnya kan ada yang dari qualifier yang lolos sama ada yang di invite. Yang di invite itu kan juga yang top 1 top 2 nya dari regionnya kan. Mungkin kalau orangnya tetap coach sih sama analis, mungkin sama Baloy sih, dia saling bantu. Jadi kita kayak ya semua juga bantu satu sama lain, tukar pikiran sih. Kalau aku dari orang tua ya, mungkin make dalaman terbalik sih. Iya. Mungkin Sun sih. Soalnya kan dia nomor 1 kan mid lane di Indonesia, mungkin pengen nyoba nyetarain lah. Mungkin harapan kita bisa juara sih. Soalnya kita kan bisa menyaingi lah sama tim-tim yang lain lah di Filipina kayak Malaysia gitu. Mungkin itu sih. Kalau buat sekarang dia udah nggak bisa dipandang sebelah mata sih. Soalnya kayak di MSC kemarin dia kayak kuat banget kan. Itu kita juga pengen ngalahin tim-tim Malaysia. Soalnya kan sekarang lagi pada naik kan tim Malaysia. Mungkin buat pendukung kita, dukung kita terus. Semoga kita bisa juara, soalnya kita masih progres lah sama tim baru ini. Ya.
How many strip clubs that you work for? You a beast type of hoe, you get murked for. I can tell a lot about a
We're back for game number 2 between Geek Fam and NIP Flash. The stakes are now even higher because Geek Fam, one game away from securing playoffs, and NIP Flash, this could be where the dream ends, gentlemen.
Ooh, it's tight. It's tight. I'm not feeling as comfortable as I want to be. NIP Flash, like you said, and we just had a little bit of a break, right? So we went out to look at the other results. Well, guess what?
The worst case scenario is happening.
Yeah, I don't want to be the deliverer of bad news, so I'll let you have this one, Husky.
Well, I mean, RC Philippines just won game 1 against Team TLPH. That affects this series directly.
Right.
Homeboys and Bigoton Beta, they are now neck and neck, but if Homeboys win, it also affects the series.
I mean, I still haven't moved on the first game, right? The Lord wasn't there.
No Lord.
No Lord was there just yet. Sure, the first one, but the enhanced one, he's just getting ready. He was just getting ready, and the base already demolished. But yeah, let's see though. Hopefully, all the best for, of course, your team. NIP Flash here.
They weren't ready. He wasn't ready. I think for NIP Flash, well, they definitely weren't ready, right? Gobs and Beloyski, such an aggressive pair in game 1. And well, as we start into game 2's draft, once again, NIP Flash, what we're looking at on our screens now, is still going to be the Hellcat band.
Yeah, you actually did brought up NIP Flash. They give a lot of respect to Beloyski, just like how Geek Fam gives respect to Hades. But I feel like impact-wise, in the first 3 bands, those assassin takeouts definitely affected NIP Flash a lot more.
Definitely, and you can see here the adjustment though, right? NIP Flash says, hey, your Arlet is a little bit too much to handle, so let's ban that out. And Geek Fam, they realize, you know, we're not first pick, let's not get greedy, let's ban out the Ling.
Setting up a little bit for that Roger or that, you know, Terizla first pick coming for NIP Flash, but Julian is also in the picture. But for Geek Fam, they will be taking away the Ling because now they are on the second pick, so they don't want to give it over to NIP Flash. A lot of options about. There is also the Zast that we talk about. Zhuxing's also open, but we haven't seen NIP Flash play the Zhuxing just yet, so I don't think it will get picked up. So question begs, do they go for the Zast, Julian, or do they actually pick up the Roger?
I feel like Roger is probably the direct, either Roger or Zas, right? We've seen NIP Flash make some adjustments. They're ready to let the Zas go. But in this case,
Moskov.
Moskov, right? Yeah, there's Moskov as well
in the picture. So a lot of options for NIP Flash. Obviously, Geek Fam is going to snap the other 2. So I think for NIP Flash, I would love to see the Julian just because of how good Hades is on this Julian pick.
After day 2 especially, right? And let's see here. Seems like they will lock it in. That Julian will be prioritized. And let's see here. Will Hades be able to force a game 3 in the series?
I mean, if there's anyone that could do it, it's Hades. Roger goes over to Geek Fam. This one, we already saw this coming, right? It's a trade that you have to take. But the Moskov also gets selected by Geek Fam. Kind of doing what NIP Flash did in game 1. We are very honest with what we want. Roger jungle.
Very good, very good. Two marksmen though, a snowballing one as well with the Roger. So NIP Flash, they need to balance it out. Will they? Should they pick up another Minotaur? It's good here going up against this composition right now. So I expect a Minotaur and potentially a Terizla.
Yeah, both heroes controlling the fight. We spoke about Terizla being JPL's very own, not JPL, but Adam's very own kryptonite.
Yeah.
Yep.
But I think for NIP Flash, well, yes, the Terizla is available. But another hero that they can also look at is the Zask. The Zask is also still open, and we know that Cortese can make that hero work. So I'm interested to see whether we do see that hero come up.
That's JPL Cho.
JPL's Cho.
We kind of deliberated a bit, right? Like, JPL, he's very comfortable on the Minotaur, but you want to get active, there is the Cho right there. You can get a bit more initiative in that early stage, but the carry onto Owl, right? A different switch up for that gold lane.
Yeah, I think they're ready for the aggressiveness coming from Beloyski. So if this time around they still choose to go for a Ruby, you know, they still choose to go for maybe even a Barat, that's where the carry comes into the picture. She can strat that Ruby fast enough before Geek Fam can get this sort of momentum going on. But as a deny pick, or rather a good pickup from Geek Fam, would be Disask.
A very good balance as well, right? But yeah, a different approach from NIP Flash. They picked up the Minotaur earlier, they pick up the Cho. So isolation is the name of the game here from side of NIP Flash with that Cho and the Julian.
They even banned out the Aurora, denying it from Cortese. It seems like Geek Fam is teasing a comp that can potentially just run at your face once more. Now the Yuzhong feels a lot more juicy with the absence of this Arlet as well. And that there's the Edith if they want to play it more of a back foot for Geek Fam.
Yeah, like we said, Barat's still in the picture for both sides, but NIP Flash giving the respect band once more towards Beloyski. The Ruby's been taken out, and why not? Because Beloyski has been that playmaker in game 1. The Ruby and the Arlok combination was giving a lot of problems that NIP Flash couldn't cope in terms of the pacing.
And again, against a Cho, Ruby does well, right? If you already locked in a Cho, you have committed that Cho. Yeah, let's just ban out the Ruby. But then again, there's the Kufra, and I've seen Beloyski on that Kufra again. So it's a good pick, forcing carry on towards the Purifier as well. And I believe that's going to be another option for Beloyski for Geek Fam.
And a pick that we've kind of touched on every now and then is the Kaja, right? The Kaja could be a potential option as well. You want to be on the Cho, but you cannot ever avoid the Kaja Divine Judgment.
I'm going to throw a little bit of a food for thought there. What if Geek Fam picks up the Matilda? We haven't seen too many Matildas come up, but we know that Beloyski plays a really, really sick Matilda. And now that you have both the Roger and Moskov, I think the Matilda just adds so much layers to gameplay that Geek Fam can look to exploit.
I like that. I like that. So fast-paced, extra flicker with the Matilda as well. You can jump in, jump out, but yeah, they will commit to a Beloy hero here for NIP Flash, and it's going to be the Minotaur.
Yeah, and on top of it all, Geek Fam actually banned out both the Loi and Aurora, so they're looking for heroes that can shut down these big initiators, right? Big initiation that can dive your backline or even onto the Cho. So I think, yeah, Geek Fam here, like you said, not much options left for the traditional tanks, but it is going to be the Terizla.
Yeah, take it away from NIP Flash, but at the same time sets you up for a very, very kind of well-rounded composition, right? Big team fight, great front line, but at the same time, you are literally the brick wall that NIP Flash's draft will have a lot of problems trying to get through before that late game.
I think Edith. I think Edith here for Adamir just makes sense as well, and perhaps to
export.
Export is a possibility. But let's talk about the mid lanes here. What are the options left here apart from...
Yeah, there's a couple of options. I think I'll bring the conversation back to EXP lane. I think Barat here still looks good, right? He does pretty decently well into Terizla, can scale into the late game. You need a front line because now as a Cho, you're not that tanky.
Yeah.
You're more of the playmaker to isolate someone out.
Right.
I think that Barat will be a very reliable pick as a frontliner. And they also pick up the Trusin that we saw Geek Fam play. So I think this is a little bit more of a balanced pick of NIP Flash, a mix between aggression and also a protection because of the Barats.
And you also have, again, the facilitator in this Jushin, right? Some ways to peel behind against very immobile heroes. I guess suppose against Zaz is not that bad.
Yeah.
He kind of gets stuck when he uses that ultimate. But Matilda comes out, Geek Fam, the big brain Beloy Matilda, called out by big brain Ares. They're calling out Geek Fans draft more than NIP Flash. What is this?
What can I say, right? Beloyski, super aggressive here. They ban out both the Aurora and Luoyi. This is what Matilda is afraid of, right? Because you want to bring someone in with the guiding wind. So with those two heroes being out, you know, there's more mobility coming up from Geek Fam. And also, because you have a Zaz that has lack of mobility, this is where the Matilda can bring, you know, that Zaz into the team fights.
Acting as enabler, acting as facilitator as always. So let's hear with a different approach, not just from NIP Flash, but also from Geek Fam, what will happen in Game 2? Will we see a Game 3, or will this be the end of NIP Flash? I'm throwing to you, Husky, and Aries. Talk me through it.
I mean, it feels like not just the stakes are high, but the odds are stacked against NIP Flash in this game number 2. We talked about Jushin liking immobile heroes. Well, Matilda solves that problem, so good luck to you, Curtisi, in that mid lane. This could be the final game for NIP Flash. Playoffs hangs in the balance, Aries.
Yeah, this is going to be a repeat of what we saw for Game 1. I think Geek Fam, it's all about setting the tone of the fights, right? Aggression, aggression, aggression. You have the Matilda, you have the Roger. On top of it all, you have a Zaz that can come online pretty decently well. So I think this is where NIP Flash have to be very cautious about. However, this time down with the Cho, it's not like they have to sit back. They can set up those fights. You have the juicing that gives you a bit of the crowd control that is lacking because of the Cho. So I think it's a balance. It's a really balanced gameplay, but the focal point would still be on this Julian. Can Hades hit those power spikes that you want on this bursty assassin?
On the flip side of having the Cho being able to move around the map, you have Matilda, right? It feels like Beloyski's Matilda is the answer to a majority of the things that Geek Fam has. Hades shows up and instantly realizes that there's nothing that they could do, so a quick reset for NIP Flash.
Geek Fam here, taking it slow, applying a little bit of pressure on the top lane just to make sure that Kadera is fine farming. End of the day, Moskov is still that backup plan if things go south. If there is still a farmed up Moskov, this way can carry Spear of Misery.
Yeah, JPL gotta be really careful with that. Chidera and Beloyski working together, and this lane pretty much skewed in the favor of Geek Fam. Forced an early recall for Owl, he lost out at least 2 minutes in the process. The minion wave is going to crash underneath the turret at the same time. Geek Fam freeing up Beloyski.
Yeah, and the fact that, you know, you have the guiding wind, you don't have to be too worried about rotation because you can immediately get to the bot lane when the turtle spawns.
Yeah. Another recall for Owl. Gotta force to be reset. Maybe NIP Flash can get something done on the bot side. Bring Vincent back, but that's just not enough. Hades too far away to have an impact. And even for mid side, JPL, despite finding Beloyski, cannot follow up. Forced away by a boy.
And then the Merit spawn coming out from the Zaz is so annoying to deal with, right? One moment you think, it's just a little bit of damage, but the damage over time starts to add up, and this is where Zaz is so deceiving. Just when you think you're fine, you know, once he hits the level 4, then it's just so painful to deal with.
You just don't want to deal with it, right? It's such a headache.
Yeah.
Very minimal solutions.
Yeah, and when he has the dominant descent, it just gets worse.
It just gets worse. And he gets going 1, it gets even worse. So the pain only ramps up. Turtle has spawned. This is where Adamir has a very important job. You can say the same for JPL, right? Can they catch a target that is not under the effects of Guiding Wind? Gobs, with the penalty zone flicker, finds Hades in the back, so Hades needs to be escorted out. Geek Fam taking control of the turtle pit, and Adamir being the front line takes away the Nightmare spawn, but here comes the demonic descent. Curtisi in danger, he's burning down, and it's gonna be a flicker. Daytona's welcome to the back. Hades takes the turtle away. Vincent gets kicked away by JPL, but Big Brain Beloy has the Beloyski Express. Adamir in danger, Hades with the save, and NIP Flash gets out with the objective.
Well, we said it, if anyone can, it's Hades, right? Despite having a bit of a slightly sticky situation at the start, we saw the penalty zone coming in. A really good guiding wind to pull the Terisla out of a sticky situation. Under it all, Hades with that retribution to secure the turtle there. This is the break that NIP Flash need.
Yeah, not only is getting the objective under that pressure, but also saving his teammate at the same time. All things considered, this is a start that NIP Flash will definitely appreciate, but we are already seeing some of the problems, some of the tests that Geek Fam kind of issues, right? How do you get past this Zaz? How do you deal with the mobility that the Matilda provides?
Curtisi now is looking to roam. Like we said, when you have a choosing, you want to be on the front foot, right? Not necessarily in terms of aggression, but at least in the lead, so that when you spot someone out, you can start to initiate. Because when you're on the back foot, even if you do pull someone back, you know, it's just a green light for the opponents to jump right in front of you. So I think NIP Flash definitely do not want that.
Ao holding himself pretty well, despite kind of being put behind just slightly on the top side. JPL looking for kick angle, doesn't find it. Circling eagle for Beloy to get away. And with Vincent around, NIP Flash couldn't take this.
And we also see the rotations coming off the mid lanes now. Caught into action. A boy waiting in the brush. I was expecting a fight there, right? Because Aboy, you never know what he's gonna do. He does have the damage because he had the Dominus Descent, but just Cho, he can just chicken do and shimpo out of that.
Definitely a way slower game compared to game number 1, right? NIP Flash finding certain solutions to not only stop GeekFam from snowballing out of control, but also to protect themselves, right? You build this wall to give Hades and especially Owl space on this carry. Second turtle up on the bot side. This could be where it starts to break the game open.
And this is very uncharacteristic of both teams. Usually we would have a first blood or two by now, but because of the gravitas of this match, right, the importance on this results, you can feel like there is a hinge, a little bit of uncertainty on both sides.
Velocity getting pulled back, circling Ego to the back. JPL also does the same, but has to flicker to safety. Vincent on the chase. The chains come up, penalty zone from Gobs, locking down JPL and Hades, but they both will get away for now. The stun, not enough from the side of the boy, but it might be sufficient to catch Hades in the bad spot. Vincent on the chase, Curtizi on the run, and his first blood going over to a boy.
Well played by GameFan there. It felt a little bit too close for my liking. Beloyski as well, nearly going down, and JPL looking for a pickoff, but I don't think he should do it. Gob's coming in the nick of time just to give a little bit of a warning. JPL, if you come in, I will smack you down with my hammer.
Sort of an MVP for that fight, boy. How do you do with his alien offsprings, right? The demonic descent is just constantly dealing damage over time to NIP Flash. They juggled it the best they could, but it's so unfortunate that Curtizi got caught with the crowd control.
This is how close the game is, right? Turtle on both sides, and look at the goal. Not even 3-digit lead for either side. It's jumping back and forth, back and forth. Wow, we are in for a ride, but NIP Flash at this point still trying to manage a little bit of a goal lead there, making sure that this carry farms up. Same thing goes for GigFam, the Moscow farming up right now. I think for JPL and Beloyski, it's all about these two.
Yeah.
Who can make the better play for their teams to enter these team fights?
Toughest challenge for NIP Flash yet. I mean, JPL really wants to help clear the wave and will be successful in doing so at the cost of some of his HP. The turret's still very low, and I think GeekFam, they want this structure with the next wave. Bottom side, Golf drops the penalty zone to delay time, but Hades finds the kill.
This is good. This is good for NIP Flash. We're starting to see the barrage roam around a lot more now. This is very characteristic from what we saw from the entirety of the tournament. Whenever the barrage comes online, you want him to be that front line.
And Ao instantly uses the ultimate, pushes GeekFam back, defends the structure for a second time in a row. NIP Flash finally getting Adamir to the top side. And that does set them up for Ao to have more space, but Turtle is on bot side though.
Yeah, it's so tough. It's so tough when you're up against a Matilda, and this is what she brings to the bot, right? Not only does she have a great sense of mobility, she also can pull her teammates out of trouble, like we saw at the top lane.
Not sure if JPL wants to fight this. Beloyski will commit onto it with the help of Chadera. JPL forces a flicker, and Ao also needs to back off. A constant headache. What do you do, right? JPL just does not want to get the kick. Or rather, he can't.
Yeah, but at the same time, well, this is good for NIP Flash. You are giving more time for this carry to come in the game. And like we said, when you have a Barats on your side, and he does pick up that Thunder Belt, this is where he will skill. But interestingly enough, Adamir actually decided to go for the Gunden's help. So I think he's just looking for more HP to tank up rather than, that late game skilling.
Yeah, not even a Thunder Belt first. And then knockout from Beloy. Turtle goes over to Hades. A good engage, but Gobs comes in with the counter. NIP Flash wanting to take this out. Curtizi stacking up the damage with the Lantern as Adamir gets away, but not far enough to find safety. A boy with a double kill as Curtizi takes Vincent down. Gob still healing up, and Brain Beloy pulls him to safety for another time. Now it's our turn to join the fight, but it's just not enough. Beloyski pulled back out, picks up the kill. Even trace, but NIP Flash gets the objective.
Really prolonged fight, and he even had enough time to call both the gold laners from the top lane into the middle. But now look at this choosing. Curtizi just being a pain in Gobsnack. That burning. Is it enough? No, it isn't. Hades nearly wanted to follow up there as well. But boy, this game is close. But NIP Flash now starting to have a little bit of a lead in their favor. Just slightly under 1.5k goal. However, on the other side, Kadera just finding this pocket of spaces to push down that tier 1 tower at the top lane.
This is where I want to talk about something that Geek Fam has brought to the table so far. How do you solve a boy? Oh, well, this king maybe is one of the stars. Veloy getting adjusted. Actually, no! Wow, the light wheels taking him down mid-air. NIP Flash finding signs of life. Top tier 1 goes down. But yes, how do you solve a boy right now?
Well, I think first and foremost is about rotating quickly enough that the Zaz doesn't get put in the picture. This is where NIP Flash have been finding pickouts, right? Beloyski finds himself in no man's land, Way of Dragon kick, sends him backwards. The carry is there to follow up. And Geek Fam, if they're not too careful, JPL can find even more of these engagements. And I think NIP Flash have to constantly do it. They cannot allow Geek Fam the rest that they did not have in Game 1.
Absolutely. Actually, they caught Beloy before his Purify came off cooldown. It was like a 3-second difference. While NIP Flash, they now maybe can look to set up for the Lord, spawning top side right now. Seems like most of them are positioned in that spot, but again, a boy is going to be a bit of a headache. JPL finds it, that's the kick. Purify baited out. A boy will go into his ultimate as Kurtisi pops his to bait distance. Beloyski also in the fight. Adamir on a separate angle, dealing with Vincent and Gobs. Both teams looking to just play this tug of war.
Yeah, this is good. This is good for NIP Flash. Dominance Descent already used, so our boy would not be effective in team fight. But NIP Flash, they're playing it very safe. You can't afford to make a mistake. We worked so hard for the goal, but I feel like they're giving Geek Fam too much respect, right? I think at the end of the day, they still don't want to take a bad team fight because of the potency that Gobs can bring as a Terizla.
Yeah, Lord dances are hard, man. Lord just hits harder and harder with every second, and Hades had to retreat because he was the only one on that objective. And Geek Fam successfully pushing NIP Flash off the Lord, but NIP Flash, they don't want to let go of space, and they're trading their health as a result of that.
Geek Fam doing a very good job at managing the pace, right? They're pulling the ball in NIP Flash court, but it's a hot potato instead of a basketball because Geek Fam, they have everything resetted. Dominant Descent once again available for a boy, and if Geek Fam really want to, they can take this fight to NIP Flash.
And Adamir just used the Daytona's welcome. He was trying to fish for something, but Geek Fam were just not in range, so key spells are gone. Maybe JPL will be the difference maker. He's going to be spotted out by Gobs. That's not the target you want. And this nightmare spawn from a boy is just a nuisance. That's a walking turret.
But this is also not too bad for Adamir, right? As a Barrage, remember the first item he picked up was the Guardian's Helm. So as long as he goes out of fight, not for too long, he can regen those HP back. So really good balance coming up for both teams. But for Geek Fam, look at that. They're confident that NIP Flash will not take the Lord. They even sent the Roger into the jungle to get extra farm.
Yeah. And the majority of NIP Flash's net worth comes from Hades, right? 1,000 ahead of this Roger. But like you said, Vincent, he gets the space that he wants. And on the same time, Chadera, he's also been given some of the jungle camps. This tangle, very, very extended.
It's
both
nerve-wracking.
teams, they don't want to give up space.
Yeah.
And
we're already starting to see Vincent hit that level 15, so that sort of the level gap that Hades had over the Roger is completely gone. And this is good for Geek Fam. They've delayed, or at least they've sent a bit of a shiver down NIP Flash's spine long enough for Vincent to catch up to Hades' level.
Yeah, whatever happens in the background right now, Hades, his 15 first, so still a level ahead of Vincent. NIP Flash looking to rush down the Lord. The Blitz might prove to be fruitful. Hades gets the objective. Gobs isolated as JPL and Adamir do their best to keep Geek Fam away. A sacrifice that is worth it. But Geek Fam might just want more. Vincent can't find the space. JPL in the front, shun post to safety. NIP Flash makes the move.
Yeah, Adamir the scapegoat of it all. NIP Flash, they were looking for the Lord. They got it. They tried to look for the re-entry by Geek Fam. They're not going to push their luck so far.
Hades is going to try Chadera. That was close.
Close. That was close. If the enhanced chain had land, I think that would have been a dead Moskov.
Yeah. Or at least a Purify.
Yeah, that's right. And JPL now just going to go back. I think they're going to reset things. That was how long it took to take the Lord. It became an enhanced Lord.
Yeah.
And, well, with it pushing down the bot lane now, I think for Geek Fam, it's about clearing up the waves. And they have the resources to do so, right? A boy on the Zaz. You got Moskov. Those are really good wave clears. But Vincent dropping very low.
They want Vincent. Vincent rolls away. The transform. Gobs. Sacrificial Lamb. Good kick by JPL. NIP Flash still has the capacity to continuing this blitzkrieg. Geek Fam wanting to hold this siege back. JPL again fishing for an opportunity. Beloyski will buy time with the circling ego as the Lord gets whittled down, but this should be an inhibitor for NIP Flash. What a push.
Yeah, fantastic macro lane management coming up for NIP Flash to get not only tier 3 at the bot lane, but also tier 2. And look at how tanky Adamir is as a barrage, but JPL finding a little barrage.
Chidera lands the all. JPL is the target, pinned to the wall. Chidera finds the kill. They could not finish him all, but there's a trade there. Chidera going off. Winter Crown for Hades. Vincent as a trade, but Chidera, he has free reign out, trying to man fight Gauss. Should be able to find him with the light wheel. Chidera gets brought back by Curtizi, but Adamir works with Curtizi to find a kill. 4 for NIP Flash.
This is tough for a boy and NIP Flash. The ball in the court, they shot the 3-point, they landed it. Can they close this game out? A boy desperately trying to defend here, but I think NIP Flash, they have it in them, and they will bring us to a game 3. Husky, what a game.
Adjustments from NIP Flash. We talked about proactivity. We talked about getting Hades an hour ahead. Hades as the focal point, facilitated by Curtizi on the Jushin. It all came together, right? This came down to the most minuscule of micro decision, and NIP Flash with that Lord Dance came out on top. Gani, we're going to game 3, man.
Man, oh man, this is the first time actually in SPS I've witnessed a game 3. So yeah, this is new.
You can't escape forever.
This is new for me. I did not expect that, but what a game from NIP Flash. More direct, more sharp as well on their execution. Yeah, more proactive in a sense. And they have the right tools. In game 1, remember, it was Minotaur and Aurora. So yeah, they can't really do much being proactive, but now with the Cho and also with the Zuxin building, gathering info and whatnot and whatnot. Chidera made a slight mistake. He was being a little too ambitious in that fight, I feel like, which might cost him the game.
Yeah, I suppose both teams needed a hero, right? Chidera was probably one spear of misery away from becoming that. But again, Adamir and Curtizi, the teamwork to not only take him down, but also out on the side, right? You cannot forget about his performance to not only win a 1v2, but also finding space away from the enemy carry. Overall, just NIP Flash.
Yeah, I felt like they underestimated the burst damage that carry could have had. And I think our, just send a jot of memory to, hey, I'm still around, I'm still impactful. And you saw even with the Nightmaric spawn going into the Dominator's Descent, the Owl just could burst it down. The carry's damage output was so much that the Zaz felt like there was no impact. And boy, well, I know Goni said he was recovering from game 1. Now I'm still recovering from game 2. My heart, like they had a... correct me if I'm wrong, they had near 5 minutes of standstill Mexican standoff at that lot.
It could be 5 minutes. I lost count.
Yeah.
Oh boy, but also JPL Cho. We gotta talk about this man's impact. Sure, he only had 2 assists, but you think about the kicks he's found, right? The first one was on Veloy, the second one onto Gobs of all people, and it was when Ao was in his vicinity, JPL finding the 2 crucial kicks that set off this chain reaction for NIP Flash to take the lead.
Totally different approach, right? Isolate. With Cho, you want to isolate members, and with JPL presence, not just the kicks, right? He screens a lot, he gathers infos a lot for your team, and of course, Owl is just there for the vibes in the backside and just, throwing out shurikens. Of course, he will deal the most damage in this game. And let's not forget Hades on that Julian. Wow, couple of steals, solid retributions as well in this game, providing a lot of EXPs generally.
Yeah, I think one of the key highlights in the items that we didn't really talk about as well was the Barats picking up the Guardian's Helm as a first item. That gave so much sustain to Barat, or rather for Adamir, because he could just afford to soak the damage. And when it came to the Mexican standoff, because of the Guardian Helm, he was actively healing up when they were not fighting. So I think I don't know if it's by design, but hey, it worked out. I think that is a genius play coming from Adamir.
Him and JPL, right? Like JPL getting info on the side, and when the rest of NIP Flash needed to reset thanks to a boy's harassment, Adamir just stepped up to the plate, right? I'll take the damage, you go for the reset, let's do it all over again.
Yeah, it's like a mirror to what we saw in Game 1. In Game 1, it was Gobs as well as Beloyski. In Game 2, it came down to Adamir and JPL. So, is it? It's the EXP and Rome show.
I mean, we highlighted the junglers, but the ESP and Romers, they want their moment as well.
I mean, technically, right, in this series particular, the first pick has been the winner. So, yeah, that first pick potential as well. NIP Flash picked up Julian. Sure, the value is so much higher, and you can see here from the gold graph as well that there was a couple of
Rocky
even stand-up,
situations.
rocky situations, but for the most part, it has been for the side of NIP Flash.
I think for the longest of time, NIP Flash were hovering around a 2 to 2.5k goal advantage.
Yeah.
A lot of that was thanks to Hades having a massive lead over Vincent, but you can clearly see the spike, right? It really blew the game open right after that Lord take. So MVP coming up on your screens right now for game number 2. Of course, it's going to be Owl on this carry, untouched the entire game.
And credit to JPL once again, right? He did a good job of making sure that Owl was not harassed by that Moskov Ember to the top lane. Remember, for the majority of the fights that happened early game, it was JPL, soaking up all this damage. Look here, and then for Beloyski just diving on the back line. Kratisi goes down, but at the end of the day, it was all about making sure this carry has space to farm.
It's just, again, we are seeing what a well-coordinated team, I feel like. NIP Flash more coordinated, more refined, especially if you compare it to the first game. And you can see here, Zhu Shin again. Wow, just being such a nuisance, gathering info, gathering DPS as well. Geek Fam, they're dismantled.
Yeah, and especially, I mean, this long sequence, Kratisi actually ran down 2 members of Geek Fam. Like, Vincent was running away, Gobs was doing the same as well, but again, JPL, right? Final moments, you get the kick onto Gobs, who had the penalty zone before he could even do anything.
Yeah, and then Owl just does what he does best. Strike, look at that! Look at that! The numeric spawn just disappears the moment Owl pops his ultimate, and I think this is insane. Gobs here, I think he's just clutching at straws. You always knew that the carry was going to come up on top. There was no way that our boy could reach him. And that's the thing about Zas, right? When the opponent doesn't play into you, what can you do?
Or when the opponent just kills your Nightmare respawn fast enough.
Yeah.
Either or.
My goodness, it's 1-1 again, ladies and gentlemen, and yeah, well-deserved win, NIP Flash, but that is just decreasing the odds for Geek Fam to enter the next phase.
But this makes it very interesting. Okay, NIP Flash, they found a lifeline, right? They keep that hope of playoffs runs alive, but this sets us up for a very unique circumstance. Because 2-0 is no longer possible, the winner of this series is still not guaranteed playoffs.
Yeah, it's very dependent on whether or not, how the other games go.
Yeah. I think it's tough, right? Like, your fate now has completely
Can't you see me crossing my leg? Usually I'm like comfortable. I'm like, yeah, Goni, Husky. This time around I'm like, the job's not done. Job's not done.
I'm loving this side. I'm loving this side, right? 2 of you guys just feeling nervous. I'm just here chilling.
Hopefully Geek Fam makes it, man.
Right, quick words before game 3 starts. Like, what are we looking for?
I want Geek Fam to win. Okay, maybe we'll see him from the second game. Don't underestimate your opponent's hero, man. I mean, JPL, we know he likes to Cho. If possible, if there's a space, ban that Cho out, man. You can see the impact immediately from game 2.
Yeah, I'm glad to see the Matilda come out from Beloyski. I know he's known for that back in the past when Matilda was a meta thing. But for JPL, like Goni said, boy, that Cho, he put on the performance. This is why you don't underestimate your opponent's signature picks.
Yeah, both teams has displayed great signature picks in the Rome role, but I want to look at some updates from the other streams because this is where it gets really, really dicey. Stream A results is a draw so far.
This is good. This is good.
This is good for both teams, but even better for NIP Flash.
Yes,
just due to the points they have. TLP is striking back in game 2, getting a 1-1 so far against RSG Philippines. But also Stream B, right? We talk about Homeboys against Bigatron Beta. That is also very, very important. Because if Homeboys somehow gets a 2-0, this could completely shake things up due to the fact that NIP Flash actually lost to Homeboys, so head-to-head doesn't look good for them either way.
Well, at the end of the day, I think you play the game in front of you, right? You deal with whatever is in front of you. So instead of worrying about the other streams' games, I think for NIP Flash, it's all about trying to get the job done against Geek Fam. Obviously for Goni, he's rooting for Geek Fam or rooting for NIP Flash, but may the best team win.
May the best team win. Let's shake on that.
Yes, let's shake on that.
What a heartwarming sight. I wish the players could shake on that. Well, at least before game 3, right?
I'm pretty sure they will do it. They will do it after the game.
Yeah, one last game. So we talk about signature picks, right? We talk about Matilda, Helker, the Cho. Game 3, since JPL, Beloy, the Romans have been the highlight. What about the junglers? Where do they stand right now?
I think for both Hades and the side of Vincent, they did what they could, right? For Hades, it was really more about buying time for the rest of the team, trying to be a nuisance, trying to find those pickoffs that are valuable to the side of NIP Flash, and we saw that coming in with the Cho picks as well. So it's a very, very bursty style of gameplay. I feel like that's what NIP Flash need to do. In game 1, they gave too much respect to GeekFam, and GeekFam abused that with the Outlaw and Ruby. In game 2, complete switch up.
Yeah, isolate, right? They want to isolate, they want to be more proactive. So let's see here, the adjustments draft. I think if Rebellion has the first pick, they are going to eye on that Ling. Let's talk about options if they don't get the Ling, right? I think they need to take away. If there's a possibility, take Julian away, maybe, from the hands of Hades.
It could be a possibility because Game 2's bans were completely different from Game 1, but the next one is going to be one final game between these two teams, and even then they don't have full control of their fate, but they'll make do for now. We'll head for a break and return for the final game of this best of 3 between GeekFam and NIP Flash.
Here we go!
First emoji.
Sword.
Huh?
Sword.
What sword? This is a sword.
Tempest of Blade.
Huh?
That's what.
Huh? This one hard.
Gusan.
Wow, very good. Okay.
Yishun Sin. Saber.
Oh, Ling?
No.
Lancelot?
No.
Gusion?
Finally.
Gusion.
One more clue. Fast hand.
Kyrie.
Gusion?
Very good. Wow, Carl.
Nolan.
Oh, Gusion?
Yeah.
Emang 5 ya? Oh, skill 2. Oh.
Gusion?
Pandai mal. This kid I tell you. Next one.
Cloud.
Very good.
Beya.
Wow.
Beya.
Beatrice.
Beya. Beri tukar.
Boleh tukar. Wow, smart this kid. Very smart. Very good. Okay.
Patrick?
Okay.
Marksman hero.
Correct. Wrong.
Beatrix.
Damn, Sanji's good. Hey, Echo Philippine very fast, you know.
Echo Philippines?
Very fast. They complete.
Oh, yeah, we are on Indo.
Oh,
Harit.
Harit? Bukan ya? Oh, bukan MM.
Harit. Lang, MM lang. Aduh,
Ada
makin
skin series.
makin to pressure nih.
Prime.
Oh, Beatrix. Ini kanannya apa, Cok?
Tukar. Change. You can change gun.
Oh,
Kenapa enggak?
harusnya yang itu ya.
Harusnya tulis 4 gak sih? Weaponnya ada 4, Cok. Astaga.
What hero has both of this?
Luno.
Pandai.
Lunox.
Okay, very good.
Julin.
No.
Girl. 4 skill.
Hasan.
Pass. Lunox. Gelap. Terang.
Gelap terang hero lu.
Gelap enggak ada gelap terang, Cok. Mungkin.
Lunox. Astagfirullah.
Oh ya.
Red Buff. Red Buff. Dia ada nih.
What's that?
Ada Red Buff.
Red Buff.
Okay.
Red Buff.
Very good. I think you're the fastest.
Oh, lu bunuh terus naikin otot lu. Buff merah lah.
Yes. Dewi kelas. Thank you very much, and that's it for Guess the Emoji.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Since Demon Kite left our roster, it's hard for us in terms of macro because it really help in shot calling and objectives in a critical moment. So that's our challenge for this season. It's hard because we're just adjusting right now, making most of my teammates, and also the chemistry, the connections, and we're still building it. So we're just gonna do our best here in Snapdragon Series. Para sa akin, compare sa last year na tournament sa Snapdragon Series, mas nag-mature ako kung paano kaya handle yung mga bagay, and also nag-change kami ng roster. I just have to itatak sa isip ko na sa mental ko na trust lang yung process, since ayun nga, we're starting off fresh again. Siguro yung natutunan ko na magagamit ko siguro this tournament is yun, sa mental lang, na patatagin ko lang yung mental ko, and until the end, ayun, I'm just gonna do my best para wala akong regrets. Paano magiging iba is siguro yun nga, sobrang daming team, sobrang daming malakas sa kalaban, from other regions. Nandiyan yung Indonesia, Malaysia, also Philippines, sobrang dami na-qualify na team, and yun, excited lang ako sa experience na magiging dito sa tournament na to siguro. Siguro malaki and sobrang unpredictable nangyayari, kasi lahat ng regions nag-evolve talaga sa meta, lalo na nakakasabay lahat. And yun, interesting lang para sa Mobile Legends, kasi parang walang eto malakas na matic ganun. May talaga, lagi may makakatapat ganun na malakas. Sobrang yung mga fans sobrang grabe, yung sobrang passionate nila, like sobrang ingay yung mga nila, chants nila, sobrang parang grabe na sarap mag-ML. Sa ngayon, my expectation is siguro, ayun, since bago kami, parang realistic lang ako na we're gonna make most out of this tournament talaga, and mag-gain ng experience para madala namin sa future tournaments na sasalihan namin. Thank you for always supporting us sa mga tournaments na sinasalihan namin, and always believing us na kaya naming manalo and mag-champion. Maraming salamat, and I hope you continue to support us.
Hey guys, this is Rose and welcome to the round table. Now, for this round table, I have with me Few and Kyle TZ from Falcons AP brand. First of all, boys, how are you guys doing?
Yeah, we're good.
You're good?
Fine.
How's Malaysia?
I like the food.
You like the food? I saw last night you guys were eating outside. Yeah, you guys were doing a mukbang.
Yeah, mukbang.
I think you were eating nasi goreng.
Nasi goreng, yes.
What were you eating?
No, I go to sleep.
Oh, you went to sleep. Okay, so how's the food in Malaysia? Good?
Yeah.
What food do you like so far? To you? Because you weren't around last night.
We just got there yesterday.
Yeah.
We just got to eat chicken rice.
Chicken rice.
My favorite food here, I like the drink, the smoothie.
Oh.
Strawberry smoothie yogurt.
Oh, okay. Pretty sweet tooth. It's good. Okay, so MSC just finished. Lots of talks about and around MSC. Now, as the favorite team and our world champs, what happened in MSC really? Maybe we can start with Kyle.
Ang mangyari po kasi dun, I think we have miscom and we have a lack of chemistry that finals. I think it's probably the effect that I think is sleep.
Oh, you guys didn't sleep well the night before grand finals?
I don't know, but we have a problem that comes. I think we have a problem that comes in the finals.
Okay, what about you, in your opinion? Since you're a veteran player, you've been in the scene for a long time, in your opinion, what actually happened in the grand finals?
For me, we already know that SOG is a really strong team based on scrims with them, and what happens in finals, it's just that we have more mistakes than them. I think we're just on par with each other, but we did more mistakes than them. So that's why we just, and they're the better team.
Okay, so I want to ask actually, what happened in Game 7? I think it was pretty 50-50, diba? The entire series is like, you guys would dominate, they would dominate. But then that Game 7 was the make it or break it game for both teams. So, did you guys were you guys pressured, or what was happening? Tunnel vision, pressured, or do you think you guys got outdrafted? If you don't mind sharing, that is.
It's the draft also. Instead of picking him, we should have picked Loyi for me.
Oh, I see.
They have a really good early game in Game 7. Since they're using Alpha and Venutor, they get the turtle, they always get the objective, and we can't do anything.
For me, what happened in Game 7, I think we have patience. We we always fight that we can.
Oh, so you guys always take on fights that you guys can't win, in a sense. I see. Okay, now that we've talked about MSC, you guys already met a lot of the teams there that are playing here. Almost pretty much same teams, right? Except for RSDPH and, you know, a few of the Indonesian teams. So I have a question. Who do you guys want to meet if ever you guys, let's say, qualify for playoffs? Who do you guys want to meet in the, let's say, grand finals?
I want to meet Onyx because
Fnatic?
Yeah, Fnatic Onyx. That's because Kyrie. I don't see Kyrie potential in MSC because.
Do you like Kyrie?
Yeah. I want to meet Kyrie in the international stage always.
Oh, always. Okay, that's cute. What about Few?
For me, Fnatic Onyx codes.
Ooh.
Because we didn't meet them in the MSC, and right now it's Assassin meta, so it's a really good fight against Kyrie.
Yeah, it's technically Kyrie's era. You know, you're gonna see battle it out against the Assassins. Group stages starts tomorrow, and then after that, playoffs is about to begin. Who do you think will give you guys a big threat in the group stage?
For me, in the group stage, of course, SRG. They're the MSC champion, and I think they're still going strong. And the other two will be Fnatic, Onyx, and Smart Omega.
Fnatic, Onyx, Smart Omega, and SRG. What about you?
Yeah, same.
Same, exactly the same?
Yeah, same.
What are your plans for MPL Philippines Season 14? Is there any like rumors, roster changes that we can know? No pressure.
Now we don't have any new member.
Oh, so you guys are just maintaining your champion lineup.
There's the Prime era.
Oh, ooh, okay. It's still the Prime era. I'd like to think you guys are still in Prime. How have you guys been adapting to the meta? Because there's always a patch changes, and this current patch is one of the biggest. We've shifted from jungler to assassin back, right? So how are you guys adjusting and working your way around it?
I think we adjust really easily in the meta. Especially Kyle TC really likes playing assassin more than utility jungle. He's just forced to use utility jungle, and he's also good in using that top jungle. But right now our team is better because of the meta.
What's your favorite jungler?
Right now?
Yes, assassin jungler.
Ling.
His Ling was a beast in MSC. I think we can all agree with that. His Ling and Hayabusa was scary. Okay, so if you have anything to say to the teams that you guys might be facing this SPS, what do you have to say? What do you want to say to them?
For me, I just want to say good luck to all of us, and we would like to try our best to have revenge on SRG.
Oh, scary. I have like a few added questions. Now, do you guys think that the Malaysian teams, because you guys just went up against SRG, right? So do you guys think that the Malaysian teams are actually stepping up?
For me, I think the Malaysians are catching up, but you can't deny that the Philippines is still the strongest region. Maybe in M6 we can see if Malaysia can really surpass Philippines.
Oh.
The Malaysian players have so many good jungler like assassin like Sekai, GB, yeah. So for me, they good.
Who do you think is the better jungler assassin? Sekai or Kyle?
Kyle TC.
That's honest? Not because you're beside him? If I ask you outside, it's gonna be the same answer. If I ask you in front of Sekai, it's the same answer.
You see, Grand Final, Sekai is using Alpha, and TC only uses Assassin and one.
But Sekai's also use Fanny.
Yeah. Kyle TC better.
Oh, Kyle TC better. You're not saying that because he's your teammate. No, that's an honest thing. Okay, so I think that should be it for this roundtable. Thank you so much to Few and Kyle TZ.
Hello, I am Flap TZ, explainer of Falcons AP brand. The memorable time of that year is that we lost and we take it to heart and move on. I think the changes we had last year is that we are more matured about the game and we have more chemistry than last time. We had lessons that we learned from last year, like focusing on the draft and adjusting our playstyle towards our enemies. I think our changes this year is that we will be more focused on the game and we will not do more mistakes than last year's SPS. We have many fans in last year's Jakarta and we appreciate the fans going to the venue and supporting Falcons AP brand that time, and I hope they will continue to support us here in Malaysia. If I were to go back in the last year's event in Jakarta, I would like to focus on myself more because we're strong but we still lost, so I want to change that mindset of me. To all of our fans who supported us in last year's SPS in Jakarta, thank you so much for your support, and we all hope that you will continue to support us here in Malaysia.
Hey guys, this is Rose, and right now I am with Beloyski and Vincent from Geek Fam ID. Okay, so today we will be playing a tier list game, and you guys will have to put it on the board. Team 1. See you soon.
Oh, but because no more MP the King.
Oh, no more MP the King. So you think MP the King is like the hard carry?
Yeah.
See you soon. Homeboys. Oh, deal. Oh.
Just now have GBN sword light.
Okay, so what about Odile?
Yeah, Odile is strong, but changing 3 players from the lineup is quite hard to adapt quickly.
Rebellion Esports. A fellow.
We gotta give it to
we
Vincent.
gotta give it to Vincent. Come on, your ex-team. Oh, by the way, before you rank, I'm gonna tell you what they said. They said Paxia 1, Vincent 0.
Let's prove it. See.
Oh, okay, see, he's still being nice. Oh wait, what do you want to say to Rebellion?
Good luck, semoga juara.
Kita yang mau juara.
Ya, dia juga harus juara di grup sebelah.
NIP Flash, the only team from Singapore.
Hades, you need to be careful.
Why Team Liquid PH and S?
Because I think they will be mad because losing in MSC. They want to revenge in here.
They want blood.
Yeah, they want that. Oh,
Fanatic on it.
Same market. Yeah.
Ooh.
For me, they kinda underperform on MSC. They should have chance to win the title, but they didn't qualify for the playoffs, right? Maybe this one is the tournament that they want to revenge. Udah capek ketemu mereka, semoga bisa menang.
Falcons AP brand.
Sama pasti.
SRG.
Oh iya, belum ada SRG. Oh iya, belum ada.
Oh.
We need to put an.
Now this is very different.
Because gotta give the credit to SRG because they just won the championship. Even though for me they are S tier also.
What do you have to say to them before your matchup? Because you know they're really good.
Club TC.
The team you guys have been waiting for, Udura Giants. S.
Yeah, we gotta give credit for June.
Okay, what do you want to say to the MSC champion?
Mereka udah juara 1 juta USD kasih aja nih. Hey.
Okay, I like this. So you guys happy with your tier list?
No.
Satisfied? No?
I'm scared Bran will be mad.
That's it from me. Thank you so much to Beloyski and Vincent. I shall see you guys around.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Club TC.
Hi guys, I'm Diablo from Team NIP Flash and I'm currently playing as the ESP leader for the team. Last year's SPS was good for me. I would say the whole journey was quite smooth. Last year we weren't really trying for the SPS. We were just there to have fun and just play the game and stuff. I would see joining Flash, I would say I have improved myself quite a lot compared to last year. And also being SPS this year with Team Flash, we might produce a much better result compared to last year. I feel definitely I've grown as a player, I would say, because last year I was more of a leading side of things, but here I can switch between leading and taking a back seat because almost every player here is experienced, so I don't really have to have much input in the team yet. It will be much harder than last year because this time the teams looks like they are trying harder this year around. Yeah. This year's SPS, I would say it's the same thing. We'll just do our best and see where it takes us because it's only been a short while after MSC, so we didn't really have much of a break. Personal goal, just clear our group stage. Yeah. I would say the most important lesson is the loss that I suffered from Team Flash, which is not to celebrate early. So I always keep my focus on until the very last moment. To the fans supporting this event and also supporting Flash, I hope you guys will continue supporting us. We will do our best in this tournament to give you guys a good result if we can.
One last game in this best of 3, the highest stake game in the entire group stage right now. Geek Fam against NIP Flash. Winners guarantees a chance in the playoffs, and loser will definitely not make it, guys.
Ooh. This is tough, and well, Gani, well, it's between you and me.
Pressure's on who though? Both of us.
Both of us. We'll share the pie of that. But yes, dire times for both teams. A must win, and even still, not 100% guaranteed just yet.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen the results from Stream A. Homeboys were going up against Bigotron Beta, and Homeboys got a 2-0 win, which puts them currently in second place on the charts, just behind TLPH. They have 8 points. That's the bar to beat, and that's not even considering head-to-head. We don't want to go down that rabbit hole, too many permutations, but again, it's only a chance to qualify with this win, but still, you would take that chance, right?
One game at a time, and yeah, this is the game, a do or die for not just one, both of the teams. Vincent popped off game 1 with the link, but in the second game, seems like he's very shaky. Why? Because of that Chow. Isolation play, screening play from JPL seems like was a little bit to handle, but of course the boy, being the boy of that team still, very, very reliable in that mid lane.
I'm looking at this right now, and I want to quickly ask you, Aries, where is the Valentina? Has she lost a spot in the meta, or it's just the nature of things?
I feel like a Valentina has to be picked and only picked under very specific conditions, right? When the opponent has a really huge amount of spells they can steal, for example, like a Minotaur or like a Terisla. But still then, it depends on the rest of the lineup, right? Because as a Valentina, once you steal those skills, does your team have the rest of the utility in the package to back you up? So I think it's a very risky first pick nowadays. It just depends on what's the opponent draft as well as yours, and whether you're able to complement the skills that you have stolen.
100%.
Yeah. I mean, we're going to head into the draft, and I'm going to give it to you for the next one, Gani, because I want to see which side both teams would take. The batting phase was different when in Game 2. Right now, back on the same spot in Game 1, Geek Fam blue side, triple assassin bans. Whereas for NIP Flash, they add the link to the equation, which brings out that Arlet first pick for Geek Fam.
Very flexible already. Can give it to Gobs. We saw him on the Arlet on the first game, but Beloyski can rock this hero as well. They want to add that flexibility card, and let's just see what NIP Flash will bring to the next cards. Again, seeing NIP Flash, perhaps a early Moscow here is expected, but no, they will pick up the choke early. Wow. The tool that JPL really likes in the second game.
I think now that this is the last game for both of them, you want to pick up your comfort picks.
Yeah.
And JPL has shown great success on this Cho, so why not go for it, right? Given that you need the win. And so I don't blame them for picking it up. I think this is good. For the side of Geek Fam though, they pick up the Ruby and the Moskov.
Yeah, that was sort of the solution we discussed in Game 1, right? You have two massive flex picks that can go on either Beloyski and Gobs, and they both work together very well. They free each other from the lane. And now you have a Cho that needs to play into them, and on top of having to catch a Moskov which has mobility and runs Purify potentially. Does this make the job infinitely harder for JPL?
Definitely. Different story from Game 2, right? They got the Cho, but they have a chance to ban the Ruby. Now, different story. They picked up the Cho, and take a look at the response, right? They showed up their cards instantly. Most likely, this Ruby will be played by Beloy, just like the first game. So, yeah, you should pick up the Cho, pick up the Ruby, and yeah, to close it out, Adamir Charizla.
Yeah, I would love to see an alpha pick actually coming from NIP Flash. Heroes that do really well into the Arlot and Ruby. You know, you don't really have to prolong those fights and just go in. But Turisla, it's kind of a safe pick at this point before we hit into the second phase of draft, right? He provides what you need, an EXP laner, sort of initiation and the penalty zone. He's pretty tanky. He does well in 1v1 situations in the laning phase. So I can blame NIP Flash for picking up Turisla.
If anything, this is Adamir's chance to overcome his demons,
Redemption.
right? To overcome his nightmares. Finally beating the Turisla curse. Jushin banned out by NIP Flash. It has had a 100% win rate so far in this series, once on each team. But for the side of Geek Fam, they're gonna ban out the Zask.
Okay, so very direct as well. They want to limit the mid laners. Should it backfire? Maybe, because they haven't picked up the mid lane just yet. Maybe Luoi can resurface here in this game, especially for a boy. And of course, we talked about Valentina. Potentially, it might come up.
Yeah, one of the other heroes that hasn't made his mark for both NIP Flash and Geek Fam is actually the Xavier, who does really well for against the Ruby and the Xavier with the Mystic Field. You kind of just lock up that area where Geek Fam are looking to take those fights, and it's also a very reliable, amount of burst damage on the magic side. So I would assume that that should be one of the considerations that NIP Flash is looking at. And as a response, they also banned the Novaria, which gives that sort of the same utility on that Xavier.
Yeah, on top of that is also you give vision, which when you magnify the hitboxes, it allows, the Arlet, the Ruby to get easy catches, and in response, Geek Fam bans out the Harith. Something that NIP Flash showed before, right? Harith Roger.
It's going to be very interesting as well. They realize that, Valentina finally makes its mark here in the NIP Flash's composition.
Wow.
But yeah, Novaria adds more range, right? I feel like both teams lacks in that department. They don't have that range. So, yeah, with Valentina, it's okay clear-wise. And let's see here, with the IMU, I feel like he can pick up the final slash. He can pick up also the I'm Offended.
Yeah, it's kind of like a mini buffet at this point. It might get even better as Geek Fam closes out the second pick.
Yeah, I'm thinking of a pick that NIP Flash showed before. The Lunox on Owl. It's still a possibility to have Hades on this Roger. And what are the odds, right? Aside from that, perhaps the carry still could be an option. The Joy comes out for Geek Fam as Vincent shows one of his cards, Aurora, being the final pick.
I did not expect the Joy.
Yeah, this is a lot of control for Geek Fam, right? On one hand, yes, we spoke a lot about the Owlot and the Ruby, but now on top of it, you add a Joy. This is a aggressive draft coming up from Geek Fam. But on the other side, they also pick up the Aurora, so it's a very good balance. If NIP Flash chooses to initiate with either the Cho or the Turisla, there is always the Frigid Glacier to deal with that.
And you call the Alpha. It is out. So this is a Hades Alpha and a Owl Roger. While the stage is set as unique as it could have gotten, right? All hands on deck. Goni, last words before I head into game 3.
Geek Fam really needs their first turtle just to hit that level 4 mark and be more extra aggressive. They don't, it's going to hurt them. So yeah, Geek Fam, they need that first turtle. Husky, Ares, throwing it to you.
NIP Flash, Alpha pick. We set it up from the very beginning, and this is where it matters the most. I mean, even Geek Fam, right? This Joy completely slipped our minds. We don't really think about the Joy often, even though she is an assassin. But in this category, it seems like Blue Side has been winning the whole time. Let's see if this changes.
Well, it's a game of both sides playing their favorite heroes, signature picks all across the board. We've got Arlots, we've got Ruby, we've got the Rogers, we've got Alphas. Let's pop the champagnes, baby, and let's go into game 3.
One last ride between these two teams. This is a true display of riding the ties of Destiny Game 3 between Geek Fam and NIP Flash. Geek Fam, blue side, NIP Flash on the red. Seems like early game control is what Geek Fam is looking for.
Yeah, one thing that we haven't covered now is that the Valentina can actually steal the Aurora's ultimate. So this could also be a really good sign for NIP Flash, especially when the Valentina has a second skill to move closer in the fight. So she's definitely going to be more mobile than this Aurora.
Yeah, also, the courtesy, when the Valentina was picked, I actually noticed the stat. Valentina picked, I think, 14 times with a 20% win rate. Also, one of the
best.
The most, not that bad,
not the best.
Not the best. One of the most abysmal ones, in fact. Right? I thought Justin was bad enough, but you know, Valentina not having a good time so far.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, when you pick up Valentina in the first phase, you're always up for gamble. What if the opponents, don't really pick up heroes with huge CCs? But on the side, you also prevent, you make that fear in those hearts. And immediately, you can see the aggression coming up from both Cortese and JPL. They want to be on the front foot. That's why you pick up Cho and the Valentina. You want to have that lead. And Hades, well, he's already hit that level 4.
This is going to allow them, at least in these team fights, talk about Beloitsky and Golf being the tanky front lines. Now Hades has solved the solution, right? True damage, great sustain, and it's constantly being able to apply pressure. Not the guy that you want to pull into your team. Adamir also doing a fantastic job in keeping Gops at bay, allowing Cortese to show up as the host of wave. This is going to be level 4 moment.
They're just balancing the waves right now. Cortese still hasn't hit that spike. Hades!
Wow.
Just pops the ultimate there, doesn't catch anyone. Quite questionable play there.
Wanted to commit, right? Sometimes a shot in the dark to get something done, but most importantly is for them to hit that level 4. It seems like Gops is going to try and clear the wave as fast as possible with the help of a boy, but Cortese hits 4 first, steals the Frigid Glacier.
Yeah, this is going to be huge for the upcoming team fight. JPL also hitting a level 4 through the minute waves. Does have Weird Dragon, a boy. Just making sure that brush is clear, and JPL's like, alright, fine, I'll keep that up.
Yeah, better Beloitsky. It's not hit for yet. JPL finds the kick. This is a chance. Cortese lays down the carpet of ice. Engage comes in. Penalty zone. Beloitsky gets away. Vincent though will show up. Electrifying Beast is available. Adamir too far forward, and he will be punished. First blood for Geek Fam.
NIP Flash, they were a little bit too aggressive there. And a great response by Beloitsky just to get his level 4 in the nick of time. Uses the I'm Offended and the Flicker combo to actually bring Adamir underneath his turret.
Hades gonna try and fight this though, but he's frozen. Not really the spot you want to be in. Gops with the takedown. Geek Fam should get this turtle.
Once again, Geek Fam, just capitalizing on those mistakes that NIP Flash had. A little bit of an awkward fight in the middle there when both the Valentina and the Aurora casted the Frigid Glacier. But hey, at the end of the day, that's what you get when you use a Valentina. And aside NIP Flash now, that lead that they wanted to have is gone. But Geek Fam not too far ahead, but still a lead.
Even Goni mentioned just now, Geek Fam, they want that first turtle and they got it, right? So this goal lead might not be much, but you see the spillover into the side lanes, right? Owl under pressure, JPL struggling to keep up with Beloitsky. Topside Adamir again, the engage with the penalty zone looked good, but didn't work out. He ended up dying, so Gops takes priority.
Now, the only key difference in Game 3 as compared to what we saw in Game 1 is that now Geek Fam, right? You don't see the Outlaw rotating as much as the Ruby at this point just yet. I think, a bulk of that reason why is because Adamir on this Terisla does have a little bit of an advantage over in Outlaw in lane. You have slightly decent, or rather better wave clear. You're a little bit tankier. So I think for NIP Flash, at least there's a sort of countermeasure to this Outlaw Ruby combo that we saw Geek Fam pull to great success.
I think on top of that also is Hades, great hero to power farm on, right? He is a level behind Vincent. Beloitsky finds the pull. JPL can't even move. Cortese wants to save him, but that's not possible. Turtle up in 30 seconds on the bot side.
Yeah, very aggressive once again. JPL, the scapegoat, he's constantly being hunted down by Beloitsky, and this got to suck. But NIP Flash, right? I think there is still a way back into the game. For Geek Fam, it's very obvious. It's about keeping the pressure up, trying to catch out stray members on the side of NIP Flash. On the flip side, it's about how they can get Adamir into the picture. We saw what happened when Adamir went in the middle. A little bit of a one-off mistake, or rather a good setup by Beloitsky to get the first blood. But they need Adamir in this fight. They need the Terisla.
He's not allowed to leave the lane thanks to Vincent showing up and clearing the wave. So Geek Fam gets priority over the turtle. 4 members there, and they can hold it until Vincent arrives if they want to. As a conceal, JPL and Ao in the same vicinity. Geek Fam won't find the angle to pounce.
Oh,
that was close.
Beloitsky, I'm offended, doesn't hit his mark, so they now know that the Ruby doesn't have the ultimate, but it's a really short cooldown, right?
Yeah.
It's compared to other CCs or other big ultimates that we see from the other heroes.
I want to talk about Adamir's first item, Queen's Wings, immediately.
Correct.
It's all about surviving in this team fight. It's all about getting that passive damage reduction when you drop to low health and just not letting Geek Fam burst you down, right? He realizes the importance that he holds in these team fights. But Beloyski, a two-man pull into a frigid glacier. Adamir frozen the penalty zone to find a boy. JPL kicks Gobs away. A boy loses his passive spell destruction, misses, but Turtle secured by Hades. Vincent tries to fight, but Hades sweeps them onto the side. And NIP Flash just coming out on top. Adamir doesn't even die. NIP Flash finds 4 kills.
Yeah, that was a great play coming from NIP Flash. They dive onto the back line, and what a play by Adamir. He was holding off both the Aurora as well as the Joy. I think that was fantastic play coming out for NIP Flash. Given all things considered, we expected the Joy to be a problem, but NIP Flash is just so tanky on this Terizla pick.
And even Hades on this alpha, right? Really hitting that spike.
Shredding the front line.
Absolute menace. Just with the War Axe, he's doing work. And looking at the items right now, we might see that that Sky Piercer.
Yeah, it was actually the Ruby that was held back by Adamir, but like you said, the Sky Piercer impact starting to come true. But other than that, look at this Vincent. There's just so many members on top of him, like he can't even regen back those HP. And then from then on, it's all about Owl finding his pickoffs. And this is the snowball that NIP Flash can count on, right? They're currently at 1.7k goal lead, a far cry from what happened earlier when they actually lost that first blood. And I think the game is now back in NIP's Flash control.
Yeah, both teams taking down the side lane, the gold lane side tier 1, but the only difference is NIP Flash got the mid tier 1, and that's great for them, right? You can put pressure on Vincent if they wish to, but quick correction, actually I think Hades is going for the Winter Crown second item, which could prove to be the extra layer of protection that NIP Flash needs.
It's all about sustaining and allowing Owl to do a bulk of that damage. You can definitely tell that, you know, in this draft, it's the Roger that's the main cleanup. I think Alpha is just there to shred the Ruby and the Arnold if they get a little bit too close because of the true damage that he has. And I think NIP Flash has been seeing that to a little bit of success in that team fight. So now for GigFam, they have to be very careful about choosing their battles, right? If Beloyski doesn't engage, I don't think they should go for a fight.
Anime just eat everything up. He's fine with that. So that's 2 ultimates expended from GeekFam and NIP Flash. We'll just look for the reset.
And Katisi this time around steals the I'm Offended instead of the Frigid Glacier. So he could just look for a fight. And Owl also lingering nearby. Cho on the other end, I think he's looking to spot members of GeekFam if they're looking to split push.
Even JPL noticing the bulk of the damage in this early game are majority magic, right? So Athena Shield is the goal. JPL from the back. There is the kick. Knock up. Beloyski the target, but counter engage from Goss. Final slash not enough. Beloyski still goes down. Vincent shows up with the electrifying beast, but it does nothing as Gobbs drops. Vincent wants Hades, but the Lord of the Underworld has backup. Hades gets traded, but Lord should go to NIP Flash unless a boy can make Miracle happen, but Miracle does not exist when you're up against NIP Flash. A boy will only encase himself with ice, but instantly melted. 4 more for NIP Flash.
Husky, I had to hold my breath there. That Frigid Glacier was so close to stealing. But in the end, in the Battle of Majors, it was Kurtizi that actually secured that lot. And, well, for GameFam, I think that was a very, very decent fight. Obviously, Beloyski didn't expect for himself to get caught out. And this is the threat of the Cho. We spoke about JPL's Cho. When he can find a target, he will make it work. And NIP Flash, they've been doing very decently well. Now, the question is, what can they do with this lot? Because GameFam, they have a decent amount of wave clear with this Moskov.
I think also Chidera was able to take the bot tier 2, right? While everything was happening. JPL, another kick. Beloyski out of position again, taken down by Owl. Vincent shows up with the ultimate, tries to go for the electrocution, but the voltage is just not enough. Vincent punished JPL again with the flicker Jit Kundo. This man is online.
It feels like JPL is giving GeekFam what they gave to him in Game 1, but multiplied by a couple of times. Remember, it was actually JPL and the Minotaur that was constantly getting targeted. This time around, it's Beloyski, and it's just a battle of these roamers in Game 3. Now, on the flip side, right, instead of talking about the roamers, look at the goal lane. Owl, 6-0 and 3 as compared to Kadira's 0-0-1. This Roger is having the time of his life.
Yeah. Came online just like that. All outer tier turrets going down, went down. And NIP Flash, maybe figure out the solution, right? Double Queen's Wings, Adamir and Hades both have one. And GeekFam just could not burst them down. Vincent tried so many times, but the damage reduction kicking in when they needed it most. Look at the items on the screens.
Yeah. Interesting choice coming off the Roger. We spoke about how he's able to power farm as compared to Moskov because of the rotations of the map. He even skipped the Sky Piercer, which is such a popular item on the Roger now, just going for more armor penetration on the Malefic Rod. Because of the Arlot and Ruby, you need that armor penetration.
It has a magic blade just in case, right? Don't want to get 100 to 0 by the amount of magic burst that they have. And now the purple buff being threatened by NIP Flash, and GeekFam can do nothing to contest it. NIP Flash basically keeping GeekFam in their base. Beloyski, he needs to open up the map, but JPL is making it hard.
NIP Flash now taking things a little bit slow. It's all about control, and they do have it. Beloyski once again trying to get that I'm offended on JPL, but he has the Shunpo, which is always good as a Cho.
Just CC immunity, right?
Yeah.
Looks really cool when you pull it off. NIP Flash
It doesn't look as cool when I do it. No.
No, because
maybe I'm not a tank main.
I'm not a tank
maybe
main
I'm
either.
not a tank main either. Yeah.
I know Cho XP though. Cho damage XP, that's what I do, but Cho roam, that I'll leave it to JPL. That's his thing.
But NIP Flash, like I said, it's all about control, making sure that GeekFam stays within their own half the jungle. And then, when the Lord comes up, if they can find one pick-off through JPL, that could be the fight that ends the game.
Yeah. I mean, the pressure is on, right? GeekFam actually used the conceal but wasn't able to get anything. And they know NIP Flash is going to be on the Lord, but look at what JPL is. There could be a flank angle. They just need to buy time. Anime gets pulled in, but he's zoning out the entirety of GeekFam. It's going to be I'm Offended used by both sides. And it's going to be the pullback Hades in a rough spot, but still is out with the godlike. Hades doesn't even go down. In fact, replies it with double kill. Kurtizi chases down a boy. NIP Flash finding an absolute cleanup, and Ao just nips the butt. GeekFam gets wiped out, and there's a potential end angle on the bottom side. NIP Flash full steam ahead. The inhibitor is just a roadblock, a stepping stone, as NIP Flash will tear it down, stand on top of the rubble. The debris of GeekFam's base is NIP Flash's proof of victory. They will take GeekFam down 2-1.
What a game! What a masterclass by NIP Flash. They pick up fast rotating heroes and they were rewarded. We spoke about it, Husky and Goni. Signature heroes across the board. We brought out the Valentina, the Chos came off the back, the Alphas, and it was what NIP Flash needed. Now, will it be enough? I don't know, but I'm a happy man, especially for NIP Flash.
Man, you're tearing up, man. You're tearing up. But yeah, well-deserved win. NIP Flash again in Game 2. The Julian showed up first for Hades, but the third game, man, last pick value on that alpha.
Yeah, I think what makes this even more tight is the, like you mentioned, right? We don't know if it's enough for NIP Flash to make it into playoffs, since the second slot was already secured by Homeboys, and by head-to-head, NIP Flash didn't beat them. But for GeekFam, it's a literal heartbreak, right? I think this is where the journey ends for them. And I don't know. I mean, it's what a series to end the game. But JPL, we have to talk about this man, the hero for NIP Flash in Game 3.
Yeah, and also the redemption match for both JPL and Adamir.
Yeah.
In Game 2, we saw they were under a lot of fire and they lived up to expectations. But in Game 1, that was a completely different story from what we saw. It was all about Gubaloyski and Gobs, but in Game 3, like you said, JPL, the hero, constantly finding the pickoffs, making life miserable for that Ruby. Boy, oh boy, I'm proud of my man.
Comes full circle, right? We started the series talking about the junglers. Both junglers stepped up. Hades still consistent as ever. But the highlight since Game 1 has been the XP and Roam combination, right? Gobs and Beloyski and JPL and Adamir. But JPL and Adamir pulled it through to the end. Adamir finally finding a win on the Terizla, overcoming his demons.
There were a couple of shakeups, but yeah, they're more connected. And JPL double digits assists, I believe, on this show up against the Ruby. And that is what that impresses me, because yeah, you can't really move much against Ruby on that show, but he shows that he can open up a lot of angles.
Well, for now, NIP Flash, they're still savoring that moment of victory, but we actually secured an interview with their gold laner. Let's hear what Ao has to say.
All right, thank you, Tower Casters. Right now, we don't only have Owl, but we also have Hades. Because if you guys remember during the pre-show, he did say he knows how to beat GeekFam as he knows how Beloyski plays. So, Hades, did you just prove to everybody that you actually really know how Beloyski plays?
Yeah, I think I'm the kryptonite of GeekFam.
Wow, that is a statement from Hades. Why would you say you're the kryptonite of GeekFam?
Because I really know Beloyski, so I know how to defeat him 100%.
Oh, and we did see you guys come out victorious in this matchup. Now, I've not interviewed NIP Flash, and I have, but I have not interviewed Owl yet. So, Owl, can you maybe tell me, why are you playing in NIP Flash for the Snapdragon Pro Series?
Ano po, biglaan lang yung paglaro ko sa Flash kasi yung gold lane nila, nag-aaral po ata. Tas parang, actually yung practice namin lang, nung pagpunta dito, tas 8 games lang. Kaya di ko rin na-expect na makapasa kami ng playoffs.
I see. So apparently his decision into coming into NIP Flash was just a very last minute thing as their gold laner is busy with his studies. And apparently when they got here, we only played 8 matches together. So he wasn't really sure where it was going. Now, speaking about you guys just playing 8 matches, I want to ask, kasi I know that NIP Flash likes to pick out weird heroes. And yesterday, I really wanted to ask, why gold lane Zask? Was that Cortese's idea? Hades? Whose idea is it?
Ayun nga po, 8. Wala kasing kulang kami sa preparation kaya balak lang namin talagang manglason lang kaya ayun yung mga hero ko.
Due to the lack of preparation, the only thing they want to do is poison people in-game, alright? Not literally, figuratively, and that was the poison they came up with, Zas Gold Lane. So I'm pretty sure with the playoffs incoming, we will see more weirder picks because you guys have played more than 8 matches together, and I'm pretty sure you guys have more stuff up your sleeves.
Yung funny mid po.
Fanny Mid is still gonna come. I'm really scared to see this because once I play solo in rank, this will come out and I do not want it to come out. Thank you so much to Owl and Hades. Congratulations on your win. Let us throw it back to the casters.
Thank you, Rose and Owl and Hades. But Owl is the man of the hour, off the back of the setup from the rest of his team. MVP on this Roger, 8-0-5. And for this final game, this was the strongest statement that he could have put out.
Considering that he just joined the team and he just shown the synergy, his impact as well, very well deserved. And yeah, I mean, wow, what a deserved MVP.
Yeah, I think this was where GeekFam had the earliest stages of the game, but NIP Flash, what a roster they have built for this tournament. Look at JPL, as well as Owl just cleaning up the fight at the back. Cortese just managing to survive with a slicker of health, but then from then on, it was all about Owl's show. The Lycan Pulse to complete the double kill onto Beloyski. Pretty much as good as a team wipe, right?
Yeah, and even in these tight moments, I think this was kind of the most heart-stopping moments of the entire game. Just this Lord dance where both junglers go down, even Hades getting whacked by the Lord. At the end of the day, NIP Flash just kept their nerves and not only secure the Lord, but also securing basically the ticket to the victory. And all they need was just one final push, and JPL found it for them.
This is fantastic, and I think for our well play he has been. It feels like the NIP Flash that we saw in MSC, but two very big changes. Yeah, granted, Adamir was the coach, but suddenly when you are pulled back into the position where you have to be a player, it's definitely not the easiest of tasks. But it feels like this lineup hasn't dropped a bit since day 2. Yeah, a little bit of chemistry issues, a little bit of a slow start in day 1, but now coming to day 3, I think this victory over GeekFam, there are still some questions to be asked, but they're on their way to finding a solid roster.
Very special victory, especially for Hades. Why? Because he was a part of GeekFam's ID in MPL ID. So yeah, this is kind of like, again, he said like he knows Baloy, and this is also why he showed that, hey, we can win against you, Baloy and friends.
I think it's important though, right? When a player comes from a previous team, yeah, you might know his playstyle, but he knows the entire team's playstyle. Yeah. So it's even more impactful that Hades has inside information. So is it really true that it's only just Beloyski, or is it the entire team?
I mean, he knows Beloy so well that Beloy has no items by the end of the game. Beloy does not want to take any chances. But this game, a landslide, 16-5, not even close. I mean, GeekFam had some pick-offs, but this Joy ended up getting shut down. And I want you guys to tell me a bit more. What is the reason of this Joy not being able to come online?
You know what? The way I see it, right? I think Joy, again, sure, they got the first turtle, which I think with that, they can snowball, they can roll over. But they were the ones who were playing a little bit more reactive I expected for them to be more proactive, and that's why I think Joy wasn't quote unquote online in this game.
I think you add on to the fact as well. Remember, JPL on that show was a nuisance in the back line. It was either JPL or Adamir that was in the back line. It's because of that, whenever the Joy enters, there isn't much of a backup. They throw everything, the huge burst damage coming out from the both the Joy as well as the Aurora, and that's it. NIP Flash, as long as they recover from that, they have the means to clean up the rest of the fight.
I suppose you also start to see the effect of Joy not having crowd control immunity anymore with the ult, right? Hades man fighting him towards the end. And I think the number speaks for itself. JPL with 12 total assists this entire game. He is a one-man machine. Can we see him smile again? Was he smiling just now?
Hopefully. We'll have to wait for the rest of brackets finish, but if they do make it to playoffs, maybe one of the interviews we'll see him smile again. Well, so far only Mara has made him smile, so...
Yeah, Mara, and also mistakes from RC Philippines.
Yes, correct. The Lois diversion,
right?
Yes. But what a game. Look at that. The
finally.
story was on both sides. It was back and forth. NIP Flash taking on the earlier lead, and then after that, Geek Fam finding a little bit of a success with good hooks coming out for Beloyski as well as Dobbs coming in the final slash. But once NIP Flash found their ground, once JPL got those kicks in, that was where they started to snowball out of control.
Yeah, they were a little bit too much to handle there. With overwhelmed the composition of Geek Fam with the tools that JPL has. It's just so amazing to watch, even from a guy who roots for Geek Fam. But yeah, I think Geek Fam, the team that was deserving for that win was, of course, NIP Flash.
No, NIP Flash. Don't worry, it's a bit hard to... Well, we'll give you time to get over it, right?
Don't worry, you still have Fnatic on.
You still have Fnatic, yeah, exactly. You still got the Sky Kings, it's good to got the Sky Kings in Group B. But for now, this moment belongs to NIP Flash. Congratulations to them again. 2-1 over Geek Fam. Okay, we'll check in on the stats towards the end of the show to see if NIP Flash makes it. So for the fans, you can remain hopeful, clutch your hearts a little bit, but just know that the Group A shakeup has not concluded just yet.
Yep.
With that being said, this actually signals the last best of 3 for Group A, because our upcoming one is actually a Group B match. That's going to be between Rebellion eSports and YRG, the last hurdle for RBL.
Like I say, things are not looking for Rebellion because, on one hand, yes, they have something to try to prove themselves to go up against the favorites, but YRG, the streak continues, and they definitely don't want it being broken by Rebellion.
Rebellion Esports, they lost their first game today. So it was a 2-1 to be fair, but let's see here. After that loss, what will they do to adjust going up against one of the, if not the team to look out for, SRG or YRG?
Especially they just came off a series against FCAP, right? Again, today is the toughest day for Rebellion Esports, but again, we won't put them aside until we see the games. We're going to head for a break. When we come back, the last series of the Stream C group stage, Yudu Red Giants against Rebellion Esports.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Your coach gon' have you out here really guarded. It took a lot for me to get here, but I have arrived. I really made it, and the haters be looking surprised. Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all adversity, I saw them right now at the whatever the problem, we'll solve them. Make it through together, it'll be all love, and it's all good. Yeah. Okay. They say pressure makes diamonds. That's what I align with, cause the journey I be climbing is riddled with perfect timing. I'm in a different mode when I be trying to get it. To even get a chance to compete is a form of winning. I mean, what's the point of playing if we ain't striving for greatness? I feel a sense of pride with every play that I'm making. To the top of the world when I came from the basement. Boy, I'm the one and not the two, so don't get it mistaken.
You waited all night for me to come back. Why'd you think that it's not alright? Told you that I'm not that type. Didn't mean to get you so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited? Just hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. Thought you knew what this was. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. I'm good, babe. I'm on my own. This ain't a phase. Just let me go. Told you that I'm not that type. Don't wanna waste and ride. Begging for one more chance. Yeah, know you got carried away. Ooh, you made me to say. You've been messing with greatness, faces, stay in your place. I was looking to play, then you got in the way. All the love that we made got me stuck in the rain. Got no time to stay here and say goodbye. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one.
Final series of Stream C of the Snapdragon Mobile Challenge Finals Season 5 for MLBB. This is going to be Yudu Red Giants going up against Rebellion eSports, one of the final matches and one of the toughest matches for RBL, to see if they can finally end the unendable streak of YRG. I got Gani with me still, and I got Jace for the last one.
It's classic David versus Goliath indeed. But let's see here. Again, Rebellion Esports, their first match today, they ended up a loss 2-1. Let's see here what adjustments going up against YRG, who is still unbeatable.
Yeah, currently the unbeatable streak is going really strong. I'm looking at that Tabasco sauce that has been on the table for the whole time. You already have one shot. Maybe another shot coming from this one.
Hey man, I have faith in YRG to take down the opponents, which is going to be a Rebellion Esports. Let's bring the boys up on the screen. This could be the last time we take a gander at their lineup, right? Especially the jungler, because yesterday we were expecting Aether to be fielded, but they fielded Rio instead, which is kind of like the jungler sub. So I wonder how it is going to be for today. We talked about Matt being the latest addition into the gold lane, and right now he's going up against Innocent. Oh boy, Gani. You gotta get over the Geek Fan one. You gotta represent RBL right now.
Right, Matt really likes the Lunox in the gold, right? So I think that is one of the highlights for YRG, how to deal with the Lunox gold lane here. Of course, Car's Aether now.
Okay.
So, and it's not going to be Rio. He popped off earlier with the Hayabusa though.
Yeah, exactly. So that's, I mean, even yesterday we asked the same question, right? Like, what is the thought behind it, right? Rio, Aether, swap around the switcheroo. Perhaps they feel like Aether is going to be the man to take out the mantle to take on YRG. But I personally want to hear what Rebellion themselves have to say.
Player booth, and I don't think I've ever done this team during this group stage, so I'm gonna go around and ask them their favorite heroes and of course the line that their favorite heroes used to say. Let's start here. Okay, can I have your favorite hero?
Paquito.
Paquito. The person here has said Paquito to me thrice today. Okay, what does Paquito say?
A punch for a punch.
Same line. I like that. Okay, next. Hello, hello. What's your favorite hero?
Musa.
Hayabusa. What does Hayabusa say?
Shadow kill.
Okay, Shadow Kill. Hello. Favorite hero?
I think Hellcurt.
Hellcurt. What does Hellcurt say?
Trumbo.
That's very good. I hope we had a Hellcurt running around here. Okay, favorite hero?
Gatot Kaca.
Gatot Kaca. What does Gatot Kaca say?
Otot kawat tulang besi.
All right. Last we have Matt. Okay, Matt, favorite hero?
Angela.
Angela, but it says 1-1 there. Why Angela? Okay, Matt, why Angela? And what does Angela say?
Papi papi pum.
There you have it, guys. Now, do let me know, casters, what do you think about Matt's Papi Papi Poom? And maybe we shall see some Angela Goldlane today?
Thank you, Rose. Papi Papi Boom. That's 10 out of 10 for Rebellion Esports.
That Husky must be by far the manliest Papi Papi Boom I've ever heard.
Oh, I love that. The most masculine. And they even localized the Gato Kacha voice.
I
That's
love
my
it,
favorite.
Man, Rebellion Esports, man. I love Matt. He popped it for Angela. Okay.
Yeah, he was looking at 1-1, but he did Angela voice.
You know what?
Right, that's
I gotta do the Papi Papi Boom, man.
gotta do the Papi Papi Boom every time you see Matt. But right now, the opponents is not gonna be the easy one. Is YRG, you the Red Giants. No changes to the lineup. Still same as ever has been from the start. We've covered basically everyone, but I think the most important guy that has been the unsung hero is Yums in the room row.
Yep, literally protecting Stormy, keeping his head down when the guns are fired at him, of course. And, you know, his protection allowed him basically to just go around unstoppable, especially that game with that Eve. I love that particular game so far because seeing Eve coming back into the meta just brings some joy into my face.
It's gonna be very interesting to see Yums going up against Audi TZ, who has a flare as well. So let's hear.
Well, Rebellion Esports showed us some flair just now with Rose. I wonder if YRG can match up to that. Let's hear it from them.
All right, guys, right now I'm with Selangor Red Giants once again today. We've talked about how well they know each other. We've talked about their favorite heroes, but how good is their in-game knowledge? Let's start with Cram. Cram, can you name me 3 items that help with cooldown reduction?
Oracle, Wings, Dominance.
Okay. Sakais, can you name me 3 female mages?
Zushin, Odette, Vezana.
Ooh, pretty fast. Stormy, can you name me 3 male marksmen?
Bruno, Clean, Roger.
Ooh, very fast. Okay, Yums, can you give me all the 6 emblems we have in ML?
6? Why so a lot?
Why so a lot? Because that's the emblem. Come on, Captain.
Basic Command, Massman, Magic, Physical, Magic, Mage.
Okay, Innocent. Last human. Innocent, can you name me 5 assassin heroes?
Ciao, Bruno, Moscow, 1-1.
Chang'e. Why? Chang'e is assassin.
If Innocent plays, it is assassin. Continue.
Chang'e, Zask, Harit. Harit because Harit has dash. And Lunox, Selena.
I love that. We love that for them. And I think we can tell that Innocent's in-game knowledge is tip-top. Higher than everyone else. So, casters, what do you think?
You know what I think? I think Yums is not a tank main. He didn't say tank emblem.
He's that selfless. You know, he's that selfless. As a tank, you would think of other roles first, then yourself.
Yeah, maybe that's why he say he's the personal bodyguard for Stormy, right? Stormy gives directives, he drives the car and makes sure that they don't go off cliff. But Muhammad Ehsan, that's 1 out of 5 that you got correct. Only the Selena, but
I mean, everybody can be an assassin. Have you seen Benny Cutie coming from the backline using a carry?
Oh, I've seen Atomic Tigro. You like that?
Are you doubting Innocent then now?
No, I'm not. I'm sorry. 122
Press
days
F to doubt.
undefeated. Press F to doubt. But you know what I like to doubt? I like to doubt the audience, especially when they drop their predictions.
Okay.
Especially our armchair experts, right? So, I mean, the audience down there, if they can guess the winners of this series right, I'm gonna be very, very impressed.
Oh, I was hoping that you'll have another swig and that Tabasco sauce, man.
No, man. That one is, I save it for a special occasion. But of course, we're gonna head into the draft in just a little bit. Any expectations going into this?
I expect Rebellion to have that mindset, right? Nothing to lose. Let's just play Mobile Legends, have fun, do our best, and well, pressure is technically on YRG.
I mean, Goni, I think that's where we're separate. We're slightly different. I will disagree.
Rebellion, you know?
Goni, I will disagree with you. I'm sorry for shutting you down right here because I'm a competitive guy, right? I want Rebellion Esports to given them all to basically at least take one more game away from YRG. Not just because I want to watch Husky taking Tabasco sauce, but I just want to see, I want to see signs of life because Rebellion Esports actually did quite well in another series as well, taking one game of one of the top teams.
I mean, they took one game of FCAP for sure, but it's about closing things out. Right?
Correct.
Look at that. Faramis, Edith, Angela banned by Yudo Red Giants for Rebellion. They're going to take out the Chip, the Fanny, and could be a Ling ban coming up as well, Goni.
And let's see here, Yudo Red Giants, they're really eyeing for that Ling, right? Giving it to Sakai's should be almost a guarantee win. So Rebellion Esports here kind of forced to ban that Ling, but no. Instead, they banned the Jushin out.
Yep, what's hoping right here, the Roger, the Ling, and you also got the Harif that's also wide open. So many options for the side of Yudo Red Giants. Don't forget the Zask as well to throw that into the pool. So many choices, but so limited picks.
Man, I can't see, but no, they're not going for the Ling, it seems like. They're going for the Zask.
Yeah, prioritize that Zask. Zask has been a big problem. A consistent theme, a very strong and solid pick as long as you can anchor him down.
Let's see Rebellion Esports with the response. Ling Roger,
wow.
Kind of a no-brainer, right? Moskov now left open for Innocent if he wishes to go for it. I mean, the Harif could be an option, but Moskov feels like a more direct approach.
And you've been playing a lot of Kufra this tournament, so maybe going up against Ling, going up against Roger Rosell, Kufra, and as well as Moskov might come up here in the first phase.
I like the Moskov idea, guys. Moskov is really good, can peel for himself, can split push to match the tempo of that Ling. Again, after that, takes the Spear of Destruction, join the team fight anywhere else. Liking that idea, but I'm looking also at the potential assassin picks coming out from Yudo Red Giants. A kiss right here. How is he going to fare up against this Ling?
There's still the Hayabusa left in the pool. Hayabusa, Julian, if we really want to go down his route back to go down his roots, there's the Nolan as a choice.
Oh, yes.
We got the Krem Rizzler and the Moskov for Innocent.
Yep, showing so much aura as well. This Terizla. I think that penalty zone is going to be very vital in order to lock down that Link. You can lock down that Roger as well. He's tanky, and it's so obnoxious to try to kill him.
It's going to be very important to fight the earlier turtles as well with the Terizla after that penalty zone. So let's see here, Rebellion Esports to complete the first phase. What approach should they go for? The mid for Sway Low, because he popped off as well with the Valentina. Here's a go. Right, with the Terizla on the board, you can use the IMU to take the penalty zone away as well.
Even the demonic descent from the Zaz, right?
Yeah.
We've seen great examples of that. I mean, Rebellion, if they want to go for a Roman, this could be, Ruby, you throw it up in the air. There is a flex pick right there for them.
Massive though. There's so many things out in the air. You can bring this Ruby into the EXP, you can bring it to the Roam. And it gives a lot of question marks over to the side of Yudo Red Giants right now. How do you play? Do you expect to play against this Roam, or do you do something on your own? Ignore whatever Rebellion Esports wants to go for. Just pick something that you're very comfortable. Now the Kufra looks really juicy for the side of Yudo Red Giants.
Let's see the Rebellion Esports. They might actually commit to another ban towards Sakai's, right? They might ban the Julian out, considering that they have banned the Hayabusa, really limiting, restricting the options for Sakai's.
We've seen certain examples of this. I think the same can be said when Geek Fam tried to go for a full-on Hades targeted ban, but you are opening up other options for YRG. So again, like you said, Gani, could be a Julian, but that leaves Nolan on the table. I like the potential Phoveus pick for Red Giants as well. Phoveus, Kufra, they are both great choices, but YRG will start off by taking out the Arlet to eliminate the Arlet-Ruby combination.
Yeah, and really, like right now, Rebellion Esports, if you're going to go down that dark road of trying to limit Sikis, you're going to enable the other players, because don't forget, Red Giants, the main character isn't Sikis. The main characters are Red Giants themselves, the strong side lanes and a strong trio mid. Just in case if Sikis takes the fall, I'm rest assured Innocent or even Cram can actually just rise up to the occasion.
Let's see here, what will be the approach for the side of Rebellion Esports? Yeah, I think it might vary, right? It doesn't necessarily mean you can have to commit on towards Sakai's, but let's see, Rebellion Esports, will they go for it or not? Considering that they have okay crowd control of the Ruby, but yeah, they're going for a Sakai's hero, but it's going to be the Null instead, not the Julian.
So they're willing to let the Julian through. Is it a Suelo thing to go for Julian mid? I'm not sure if there's a possibility for RBL, but it is left wide open, right?
It's possible, I want to say it's possible, but I think he would be better off on the conventional quote-unquote mages.
That sounds too greedy. It does sound way too greedy. Link,
it is.
Julian, alright.
That's too ambitious.
It's too ambitious.
I like ambitious. I like people who are ambitious. That's kind of my type. Rebellion Esports, however, I think really they need to start going for more solid tanks. I'm looking at maybe a Minotaur from their side to kind of counteract against what Red Giants are going for. Knock everybody sky high. Then you go in with the Temples of Blades as well. Red Giants opted to ban away that Vexana, a nod over to Suelo.
Okay, so no Vexana. Rebellion. They have an option to keep that mid lane pick for last, and kind of leave Ruby up in the well, not leave Ruby up in the air, but reveal where the Ruby is going to go. I mean, the Edith Edith was banned out. No Edith, no Arlet. Want to go up into XP lane? There is a Barats, I suppose.
There's also the potential Lapu Lapu as well if you want to take it down that road. I love the Barat's idea, but you're going to get just shredded by the Moskov if you don't play him right.
I mean, there's the Onyx way. CC is still an option as well if they really want to copy Onyx, but now it's not going to be that CC. They're going for the conventional roamer, Ruby EXP, Minotaur, roam.
Yeah, they're gonna literally forgo what I said about keeping that Ruby. What we were talking about, keeping that Ruby open, flexible. They're just gonna reveal that. Yep, that Ruby is going to go to the XP lane.
Yeah, and I think this is kind of like a expected path that RBL is going to take, right? We give Suelo the benefit of looking at YRG's entire draft, but you call the Minotaur as well, Jace. You want a more conventional team fighting comp that can deal with YRG if they decide to kind of full-on blast at RBL. Minotaur is your man. I think YRG this time, we still are looking for Sakai as hero. The Julian looks like a juicy option. I mean, we've seen Lancelot from Irad as well. The Joy was picked up by Vincent. So there are a couple of alternatives. YRG will go for the Yums Kulfra, you called it, Gani, and of course the Julian for Sakai's.
It's very scary, right? From day 2, we saw Yums just popping off the Kulfra, providing cover, provide initiation as well, so expect that sort of play style in this game. And Rebellion Esports, Suelo, seeing this composition, you want a mid laner that is independent.
Yeah.
Aurora?
Something like a Valentina or even Aurora also makes sense. There's an anti-dive or even a Lilia, right? Because right now you may face a lot of potential problems. You can get jumped upon by the Moskov, you can get jumped upon by the Thursla and the Julian. Maybe a Lilia, you need that secondary life, and don't forget, you can land all those bombs so easily, those orbs, and it kind of combos really well with the Ruby and the Minotaur.
I suppose that is definitely an option that they could head towards. See, RBL, you want someone that's able to move out of the lane fast, right? Can counteract the Zaz. So Lilia, y'all called it. Lilia is the response for RBL. Good against the Terizla and the Kulfra as well. You have a get out of jail free card with the black shoes. I want to hear your final thoughts before the game, starting with you, Gani.
I think it's going to be an all-action game here for the first game. Very aggressive line, especially after hitting that level 4. A lot of big ults coming in. So yeah, expect an aggressive early game.
I feel like a very high-octane game, Husky, because so many things have to go right. Both these two teams are seeking to snowball, especially during the early game.
Yeah. RBL have nothing to lose and YRG have the streak to maintain. We're going to head into the Land of Dawn in just a little bit. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I'm going to hand the stage to you guys. Gani, Jace, take it away.
Well, thank you so much, Husky. And let's see here for our opening game of the series. Will it be Yudu Red Giants taking the game? Or will it be Rebellion Esports? Again, a classic David versus Goliath situation-wise. But let's see here. Rebellion Esports, they're fighting for, you know what, just to cause damage into Yudu's reputations.
Yeah, definitely. Rebellion Esports, nothing left to lose. A lot of things to lose if you are Yudu Red Giants. You definitely want to keep that streak going, and imagine it's a David victory. I think it's gonna hurt a little bit if you're Yudu Red Giants.
Definitely. And well, let's see here. We will hit a early tech pause here while we can talk about the compositions. I mean, let's see here, right? Aether on that link. I really like Rio though, so let's see here. Aether, please prove me wrong on the link. But yeah, his story has been quite a story because he was a part of RRQ in the previous seasons.
Definitely, right? Like, there's a lot of pressure on top of Aether. Don't forget, he wasn't fielded yesterday as well.
Right.
Rebellion Esports, right now, they're just doing EXP share, right? Making sure that everybody gain... Yeah, I know it's a Pokemon reference. Rebellion Esports is looking to basically get all these people the chance to basically play on a world stage like this, so that when they go back to their respective regions, you know, they're going to be a little bit more prepared, a little bit more comfortable.
Definitely, and I really like the development coming from Matt as well. I low-key doubted him in the gold lane, stepping into the international competition as well, but I really like his development in a sense where he's more confident, he's showing that he has deep hero pools, and that is what you need, building a solid lineup in your org or competition.
Welcome back to the Land of Dawn, ladies and gents. This is going to be Yudu Red Giants spawning in the blue. It's going to be red. It's Rebellion. And a bit of a mid-lane kerfuffle already happening. Suelo outputting the damage, abusing, but Stormy is only level 1. Now Suelo's down a little bit low, and Stormy doesn't really have the damage to seal the deal as of yet. Rebellion Esports gets to walk away for now.
I mean, mind you, here Suelo has rocked the Purify. So, yeah, escaping-wise, he needs level 4. And very good pressure applied by Yudu Red Giants. They're already forcing Suelo for an early recall.
Yeah, he has to sway away, right? Like, luckily, he has a Purify in hand instead of a Flicker, so that's really wise positioning right there. But Aether taking a little bit of damage already from that, securing with Litho Wanderer, if I presume. Because don't forget, Yumes on the Concussive Blast does a lot of damage in the early game.
And you can see here already, somehow, they're looking for an angle to invade the link. Aether here is a little bit of a pickle, but surely here Rebellion Esports are taking it very, very cautiously, very, very slowly. They do not want to make a mistake before the first roll.
It's kind of opposite of what I'm expecting, right? I'm expecting early game. Just gonna lock horns together in the early game. But Rebellion Esports is really taking a very slow step. I'm not too sure whether this is actually the play right here, because Rebellion Esports do rely on that snowball, but then they realize, oh, I'm going up against Goliath.
Yeah, I think they need to really play it cautiously after the first hurdle. Then maybe they can be more proactive and whatnot. Let's see here. Both gold laners comfortably sharing gold in the bottom side of the map. Perhaps after that first hurdle, then both teams will look to clump up on towards the bottom side of the map.
Good wave clear up top. Stormy doesn't hit level 4 as of yet. That could be a slight little issue. Suelo, on the other hand, does have level 4. That Dominators descent is definitely going to be very important going into this fight. Okay, finally, at least he has it. But Yumes, on the other hand, doesn't hit level 4. Or DTZ solidly at level 4, hitting Power Spike.
Yeah, has a Minion Fury, has the Black Shoes as well, surely from side of Suelo, so they are up here. But Stormy now has the double Ds, right? The Dominus Descent is already in play, and Aether will prioritize his orange first.
There you go,
and then the turtle.
Bouncing just a bit. Opening up the map, cars will find Cram. They're gonna scuffle just a little bit. Nice Nightmare spawn just to try to zone it. Dominate the descent. Landed as well. Cram away in the back line at the same time. Suelo, the members of Rebellion Esports, don't dare to pull the trigger. They give the turtle over to you, the Red Giants.
Very disciplined, right? SRG, they're playing it very carefully. Oh,
Nice
Black
damage.
Shoes.
Black Shoes gets him out over there.
Yeah, very good pressure there applied by SRG. Nothing too crazy. They know they just want the turtle. If push comes to shove, then we fight.
You talk about a push come to shove, and here we go. Aether knocks Sakai sky high. Matt trying to join the fight at the same time. Sakai's trying to slow it down, but Aether will be able to secure that kill as well. Yooms bouncing away. The Rebellion Esports got what they wanted.
Rebellion Esports, I'll take it, right? We'll take it. You got Audi, we'll take your jungler. And yeah, Rebellion Esports, fine compensation after losing that turtle. It's a-okay now. They're going for the bottom side pressure here with the Innocent and as well as Matt in the vicinity. Yooms, though, very cheeky, right? He's waiting for that ult, and he has a flicker, so Matt needs to be aware of this.
Innocent doesn't really have boots. Making sure that he uses his steel leg plates to its full advantage, but Yooms bouncing around. Matt down a little bit low, using the Lycan Pounds to dodge that concussive blast damage. Matt gets on the way for now.
All right, 4 minutes in, it's just a very low kill count here. It's 1 for 1, but not it doesn't mean that the action isn't there. You can see Rebellion Esports here is just trying to stabilize. They know they have the Minotaur, so they are more reacting instead of commanding, right? On the other side, Red Giants, they have that Kufra who can dictate more fights and apply pressure.
Well, hello there. Yeah, Cram just tries to poke a little bit onto Aether for now. But Gani, where is that high octane that I told the audience is? This is very slow. This is too slow.
Hey, let's see, right? I mean, we have still the second turtle here, but take a look at the top side. Action here.
A bit of action, not only just that, Aether would lose his orange buff at the same time. Penalty zone will be committed. Sekai's goes down by Suelo's bombs. Cram, the only one left, and Yooms has to charge it up, try to bounce, will be able to land the ultimate onto Car for now, but the damage, the I'm offended, try to slow it down. Yooms picking up that kill, not exactly where you want to go, but you do Red Giants right now, pure damage control.
Man, Sky's punished twice, man. It's not looking good for the side of Red Giants, but technically they have a Moskov. Innocent's fine. So yeah, late game, they have insurance.
Innocent, that's exactly not where you want to be. Nice second skill right there to try to push Matt away, but one more shot should do the trick. Oh, the TZ picks up that kill.
Rebellion Esports, they just know how to do problems out. They have secured Sakai twice, and they know who's on their list, right? It's going to be Innocent, and they've done it. They've done it. Matt is slightly ahead, and let's see, its last turtle is going to be crucial, not for Rebellion. It's more towards Red Giant, so let's see here. They definitely want to contest Rebellion Esports. How will they approach this one?
Both these two teams does have a balanced storyline in terms of this particular game, right, Gani? Both these two teams does have heroes that could scale mid, the heroes that could scale late as well. So both these two teams definitely vying for that turtle pit. But look at Rebellion Esports. There's a little bit of fear in how they're moving. They're not really contesting the Lord at all. The Red Giants will be getting away with one turtle. So I'm looking forward to this particular fight. Maybe Rebellion Esports could put up a fight.
Well, as expected, Red Giants, they want this turtle more because they're in a deficit, right? They want, Rebellion Esports. They're not standing idly by Aether, man. This assassin just playing cross-map.
Okay, that's a trade for the turtle for a top-side turret. But if you're looking to go late, Rebellion Esports is the only main damage dealer around the late parts of the game. I'm looking at Sui Lo on this Lilia, but apart from that, Ling probably also could do quite a decent amount of damage in towards the late. But the Red Giants, though, Innocent can scale.
Definitely. And I think for that, they need to protect Innocent more. They just need to have the Corrosion at DHS and Golden Staff and Rebellion Esports. They need to take care of that. They know that's going to be a future issue, but they need to do it for now. They need to invest on pressuring Innocent here because, Moskov late game is definitely a problem.
It's a scary problem, not something yet you want to face head on. But don't forget, the Lilia can also wave clear very quickly, so Rebellion Esports, if they really want to make it hard for the Red Giants, they have the tools for it. Cram right now, spreading damage all across the board. Matt goes into wolf form, looking for an entry point right there. The purple buff is getting contested as if it's a turtle as well. And also, Sakis has to get out of there. Cars pulling back in, penalty zone, catches two. Massive ultimate from the side of Rebellion Esports. And not only just that, Dominant Descent pressing forward just a little bit, try to push as much juice out of the ultimate. Great play coming out from Red Giants.
This team yet again just knows how and when to pull the trigger. Take a look at that. battle. Yums?
That's Matt on the wall, and Innocent will pick up that kill as of now. Innocent is scaling bottom lane. Clean up by the Red Giants.
Effortless setup, man. Red Giants, they just know. You know what? We got the last hurdle. Oh, again.
Here we go again. This is just highlights after highlights. Yums, the actual carry from the side of the Red Giants already 3-0-2 to his name. Concussive Blast does a lot of damage.
They are just confident, man. Mid-game power spike is real. And take a look at this position right now. It was a Rebellion Esports taking the 2 turtles, but man, mid-game 5,000 gold lead. First Lord is up. Rebellion Esports, they have less space to work around with.
Yep, the Goliath trumps once again Rebellion Esports right here. Looking at for scraps, any form of gold, any form of map space, but they've got denied by the rotations of the Red Giants. Yums was bottom lane, picked up a kill, goes back to the mid lane, helps, secure for himself. But now the Lord dance ensues. Rebellion Esports, do they want to take this fight or not?
Let's see, Aether is hovering around without purple buff, mind you. And Rebellion Esports, they are trying to find an angle. Oh, Yums charging.
Charging up. It's going to be Cars. The damage right here. Innocent, there's no way for him to run. Innocent will be able to secure the kill as well on the TC, knocking members on the side of Red Giant sky high. But that's not enough damage coming out from Rebellion Esports. Aether trying to make a play all the way to the back line. Will be able to find Stormy as well. Aether down low. Dama has to fly away. Now the members from the side of Red Giants hold on to him. Crab pick up that kill as well. Sway low, letting down damage. Innocent in a lot of trouble. Matt jumping all the way, but he runs the wrong way instead. Yums, the actual carry from the Red Giant, and they will secure the Lord for themselves.
Oh, it's a wipe out as well, and Red Giants, man. You can't count them out, of course. It's just Rebellion Esports. They were just punching air, and Red Giants are just all over the map. Innocent, great on just taking their time and cram in the mid bush, saying hello to Aether, just poink,
yoink,
and Aether's down.
Literally, Rebellion Esports, this is so uncharacteristic, especially when you're back against the wall. You're dilly-dallying right there. The Red Giants just getting everything, and Rebellion Esports doesn't want a handshake, anything at all. Yums jump to the back line, Suelo down a little bit low, penalty zone will be coming there at the same time. Cars just trying to wave clear, Dominator descent by Stormy, pushing the members from the side. Rebellion Esports, such an annoying ultimate, and Aether will have to run away. Sickis does have too much damage. Not even Link can battle him out.
Man, structures are off the board here for set of a Rebellion Esports. Only 3 bases left standing. And now, Red Giants, they want to apply more pressure.
Yep.
Yums charging.
Dominant seed as well, but Yums get dragged right underneath the turret's noses as well. Desperately trying to walk all the way. Immortality already popped. Matt looking for an angle. Like and Pound's already committed, dragging him all the way out, but that's a shutdown over the side of Rebellion Esports. That's probably what they need in order to slow down the tempo of the Red Giants.
Let's take a look at the items here, right? Yeah, Moskov 8,000 gold. If you compare it to Roger Matt, who's sitting at almost 6k gold. Yeah, 3 items already, 4 even, right? The Corrosion, the HL's Golden Step, and he has the Wind of Nature. So he has that extra security. If, let's say, Roger jumps in, Ling jumps in with the Tempest Blade, he has survivability. And on the other side, you can see your Ling, yeah, has claws, yes, Berserker, yes, Endless Battle, just completed. So technically, he has damage.
Gani, I'm looking at Innocent. He has pants, but doesn't have boots. He's just stomping around in the mud, but hold on a second, Cram getting a lot of punishment right here, but Terizla, that innate defense kicking in, the damage reduction, obnoxious for Rebellion Esports to deal with.
And we have seen, right, a lot of Lings here opted for that Thunder Bell. Is this where, at this thing, Aether needs perhaps slight true damage with that Thunder Bell and also extra security, because he has equipments just full damage. Maybe that is why Aether is just so vulnerable right now.
That hit and run down bot, Aether snags a turret for himself, while the Red Giants is focusing onto that mid turret. Looking at the XP graph, skew in the favor. Advantages over the side of the Red Giants, but Aether, down low a little bit. Tempest of Blades already committed. Members of the Red Giants gives a little bit of chase. Dominator's Descent also committed by the side of the Red Giants, but Rebellion Esports walks away.
Yeah, 12 minutes in. Rebellion Esports here still very, very much behind, right? Structure-wise, gold-wise as well, it's almost a 10k gold cap, and the Red Giants there know. They know, you know what, let's pick our battles, let's not force a fight just yet, because now the Lord is up. That is their main priority. And yeah, let's see, Rebellion Esports, is it really wise? Almost at a 10k deficit, contesting this second Lord. I don't know.
There's only one chance for Rebellion Esports to kind of slow it down, right? That is to steal that Lord away. Cram being the punching bag right here. It's also going to be the Innocent joining the fight anytime soon right here. Suelo, oh, that's not where you want to be, my boy. And Yum jumps to the front line, just taking for the team. Aita will be picking up Cram, goes into Tempest of Blades, but the members of Udo Red Giants give chase. And one member go down for 2. That's a fair trade for Udo Red Giants. They will take it.
Yeah, I mean, Rebellion Esports, sure, they took down Cram, but yeah, the space still heavily controlled by Udo Red Giants. It's going to be a no-brainer Lord for the Udo Red Giants, and Rebellion Esports, they need to pick their battles. They have to know in the back of their minds, they have that Moskov that can't just join in fights out of nowhere. So Rebellion Esports, they need to just take a step back and let's just full defense mode.
But that's the thing, Goni. Rebellion Esports has been taking 2 steps back away from the fight. It's mostly Udo Red Giants that pull the trigger, and Rebellion Esports, I think the passive nerves got punished. Maybe they have to try something else. If I were them, let's just go gun blazing. You've got nothing to lose.
Okay, let's see, right? Let's see. I mean, this is now the Lord is up. The 6th man is up.
I just love them fighting.
Yeah, Rebellion Esports here. They have a chance to defend this one. They have good high ground with Ruby, with Lilia as well.
1v1 me, both these two team players said it. It's going to be Sakai's that picks that up. 1v1 me, literally, down in the bottom lane, and now it's going to be Rebellion Esports losing their mid, and now the floodgates have been cracked open. Where is Cars with I'm offended, he missed! Oh my goodness, that could be the biggest whiff than Rebellion Esports, but look at Yums just jumping in. He is 4-1-7, he doesn't really care, and Immortality already prompt, and now not only just that, it's gonna be death inside their own base. Udo Red Giants pick up game number 1.
Oh my goodness, in this best of 3, Udo Red Giants still showing they are
dominance.
Just dominance. They are the team to beat. And Rebellion Esports, they have failed to find a gap. Sure, they have some sort of a good foundation in the early game, but in the mid game where the mid spike hits, it's just Udo Red Giants taking over control.
Yeah, what a game 1 from Udo Red Giants. I mean, as expected from one of the best teams right now, Rebellion tried to put up a fight, but the Ling not able to pay off dividends. YRG just putting all the stops in this game 1.
I just felt like, you know, it was Rebellion was just being too passive, and I felt like that passive got a little bit punished, right? Like they do have decent power spikes, and they know where they've got it, but they don't dare to handshake a lot of these team fight. They gave like 2 to 3 turtles away over the side of Udo Red Giants, and Rebellion just got nothing.
I mean, earlier on, right, it was more of a 50-50. Rebellion Esports has some chances, but I think it's more of a Udo Red Giants, they understand it's not their time, right? They have Moskov. Let's just wait it out, maybe the mid game. And after Zask also collected 2 items, 3 items, that is where they are more aggressive, slowly, slightly more invasive. And let's take a look at the items, right? We talked about Aether Ling usually building the Thunder Belt, but no, he wants full damage as well now this time.
Innocent's not going to step into my room because he has no boots. He's been walking around in the mud. I don't know. He probably got pants on. That's still a-okay, but he's gonna dirty my carpet.
I mean, we also didn't really mention the fact that YRG got all of their comfort picks.
That's right.
Julian, Terizla, Moskov, Zaz, Kufra. Really felt like RBL kind of gave it to them. Test the waters a little bit, right? Since YRG they were on that blue side, but you guys already basically know it on the head. It's not able to find a power spike, and unfortunately for all the TC, this Minotaur was not able to do too much to YRG. Sure, it's a sort of anti-dive roamer, but at the same time, you don't really have anyone to help support this Ling to kind of go aggressive even if they want to.
Well, I have nothing to say. Udo Red Giants, they just know when to really push their buttons, right? They know when to attack. They know when to defend. They know when
to press F to doubt. I'm ruining that joke. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. I mean, Gold Miner goes to the jungler though. Sakai is showing crazy farm, especially knowing that he got caught twice in the early game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even when you look at the numbers overall, right, the damage dealt to damage taken ratio, it's clear that YRG, they catch you, they take you out instantly, and Rebellion, they were just taking the beating overall. But all things considered, Suelo, Suelo on this Lilia still highest damage per minute, over 4,000. And then you look at Kram on the other hand, highest damage taken per minute, right? On this Terizla, just body of a smith, essentially.
He's the building. Have you tried punching a building before?
No.
Ouch.
But I would like to. Look at this graph. I mean, it's a landslide.
It's a mountain. It's Mount Everest that Rebellion Esports could not climb. There's not a lot of octane in the early game. If you notice how it took. It's like basically for 5 minutes, that's where you start to see a little bit of ramp up, and around 10 minutes-ish, that's where the peak starts to climb, 90 degrees incline.
Yeah, it just feels really tough for RBL, but again, even though they have nothing to lose, you gotta take it one game at a time, right? Play it like it's your best. Adjustments for game 2. What is Rebellion, or what should they be looking at?
Man, this is very tough. This is a tough question, Atsuki, you're asking me, but I think, they need to just fill the holes here in-game, right? Learn to problem solve, what to do next step. Decision making is going to be very important, key to winning a game, and Rebellion Esports show glimpses in this tournament. Maybe they need to show it in the second game as well.
I personally feel Rebellion just needs to fight. There's a lot of hesitation going up against the Red Giants, right? There's a couple of times where they could have contested us for the turtle, but they didn't take that.
Yeah, even Kram is going to be the MVP for this game. We kind of talked about him since the start of the day when he was up against when YRG played against CU Soon. And Kram is the building. He is the wall for his team, and in this game as well on the Terizla, felt like there was nothing that can get through to him. And surprisingly enough, Terizla has a pretty good win rate today. Adamir won on Terizla, Kram won on Terizla.
I think it's 100% ban pick right now. The Terizla is really strong. This particular patch, and if you look, it's like Witherden's Blessing and even movement speed. You can rotate to the mid lane quickly as possible. So it's really up to how Rebellion Esports just navigates around this particular pick.
I mean, if even go for the War Axe, right, which is an item that you don't see too often. I mean, it's interchangeable, but again, for Kram, I think him getting his comfort pick is kind of a big deal. And I wonder if we go to the next game, will RBL take on that blue side? And will the Ling become a less important hero to prioritize, at least for RBL? Because YRG clearly found a solution to that.
Yeah, I gotta say, against the Moskov as well, someone that can just lock you down. And yeah, we can see an early game. It's more of a Rebellion game, but after minute 6, it was just Red Giants taking over.
I mean, when you have the Kufra and Moskov diving a Roger past tier 2, you're gonna have a bit of a problem. Right? YRG at 9 minutes in already has amassed a 6,000 gold lead before the Lord take.
It's tough. It's an uphill battle, like what I mentioned. Rebellion Esports, they're looking to scale to Mount Everest, and Mount Everest is not a very friendly place. Red Giants make sure of that. If you notice, it's just mostly Rebellion Esports just singing to the tune of Red Giants most of the time in terms of these team fights.
Yeah, and even overall, Innocent able to get this cross maps play with the Moscow just makes life even harder, and you have this amazing 1v1 from Sakai. It's just not fast enough, even on that Link, right? Sakai's just good on the money. I mean, he's a Link player after all.
And yeah, this was the finisher from the side of Red Giants. And you know what a convincing win, of course. It's Red Giants. Yeah. They are the former champion, recently champion MSC, and still undefeated.
They're still on that golden road, right? They might accomplish what Fnatic Onyx almost did last year.
Yesterday.
But Jay, so you've been saying a lot, RBL just needs to fight more, right?
Correct.
What can enable that for them?
I feel like they just have to get over the nerves. It feels like they're hesitating a little bit too much, right? Do I stay or do I go? But I think you just have to go. Because there are certain times where Rebellion, you have to take that 50-50. Yes, I know you're going up against one of the strongest teams in the world right now, but we've seen Red Giants bleed a little bit, but they haven't lost as of yet. Still keeping that kill tournament streak.
What about draft-wise? Just quick thoughts, right? Draft-wise in the game 2, any adjustment that need to be made?
I feel like the draft is okay. I feel like they can probably execute that. They've got these anti-dives. They also got engaged in the Ruby as well. I think it's just nice. It's just they just need to fight. I think they have what it takes to at least take one game from Red Giants.
And if we're talking about draft,
you get to drink.
If we're talking about draft, I think it's okay, right? They can definitely work that out. But yeah, execution, a lot to work with.
So you just do the SYS, right? Just fight.
Just fight.
Hope it happens.
Yeah.
We got some updates from Stream A as well. Stream A results on your screen. You can see FCAP just took one game off of Fnatic Onyx. And actually, I managed to catch it. It was a very fast and dominant game. I think Fnatic only got like 3 kills that game. So game 2 is probably underway right now. But yeah, maybe we'll get a game 3. Who knows, right? Looking forward for Fnatic Onyx to strike back and tie it up in that gobstopping rematch. But for us, we still have a score to settle, at least for YRG and Rebellion. We're gonna go for a break and come back later for game 2 between these two teams.
I'm powerless to you. I'm powerless to you. I know that I want you, and I know that you want me back, and I know that you want me back. Let's do and say that we don't. Let's do. I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we don't. Say that we don't. Powerless to you.
potentially the last game on Stream C, and it's going to be between Rebellion Esports and Yudu Red Giants. Game 2 coming right up. In Game 1, guys, YRG basically got all their comfort picks.
Right.
And we talk about some adjustments for Rebellion. You guys felt like the draft was fine. They just needed to fight a bit more. Does it change if the size was swapped? If they're on blue side, still the same thing.
Nope, still the same
Link
thing.
is still what they want to go for.
I gotta see the draft first, man. Gotta be honest with you.
I mean,
that's what I've been waiting for.
I mean, just watching it. I mean, if Yudu Red Giants were to ask anything from Rebellion Esports, even a credit card, also probably also get the pin number as well, because Yudu Red Giants just literally taking everything from Rebellion Esports. It looks unfair.
I mean, for once, I have nothing against it, right? I mean, that was the state of the game for sure. But again, we are problem solvers, right? I mean, Rebellion, the teams are also problem solvers. We gotta find a way around it. So, fighting more, I think when we look back at YRG in that Game 1, particularly, as much as Innocent is having a fantastic game, we had Cram as the MVP. We cannot forget, right, the Kufra call out by you guys onto Yumes. He has kind of shown us the Thunderbelt into Immortality build since yesterday. Kufra is also a big menace to RBL.
Yeah, he was like, what, 4-1-8 in terms of the score? He is the true carry right now from the side of Yudu Red Giants. I know I kid. But yeah, we should be going to draft very soon.
It's going to be very scary here for set of Rebellion Esports, considering that they are on a new coach, multiple roster change. They're doing all right, but going up against Yudu Red Giants, that's a tall order. You know, that's already such a tall order. You know, Coach Ark, such an architect in this game as well, leading this team to just a lot of success. So let's see here. This guy though on your screen, Sway Low, man, one of the anchors of this team, man.
Yeah, and I'm just happy that there's very little pressure. Right? I mean, still in good spirits, still smiling, still joking around. Again, nothing to lose. Unfortunate part is that RBL would not make it to playoffs, but it's a good experience nonetheless, right? They've made their run from challenge season to challenge finals. Now it's all about savoring that moment. We're heading into draft for game number 2, Rebellion Esports against Yudu Red Giants. And this time, gentlemen, Rebellion Esports, they are in fact going to be on the blue side with YRG on the red.
Well, let's see here. Drafting expectations. I think now Rebellion Esports will lock in or ban most of the assassins, considering that they're second pick.
I don't know whether banning the way the assassins is something that, you know, is a good idea, because like Rebellion Esports, you ban all this stuff. Yes, you're limiting Sikis right there, but Yudu Red Giants have a lot more in their deep pockets.
I mean, it's like a Hydra, right?
Yeah, I mean, you can only have so much solutions. But I mean, from YRG's side, it's slightly different from kind of the past game. I mean, the chip is the constant, but overall, we're seeing the Zask span, which was a hero that YRG first picked in the in Game 1. They also went on to eliminate the Jushin as well, which was a hero banned out in Game 1, but by RBL instead. So first pick, you got the Roger, you got the Moskov, if RBL wishes to go for it.
It's very important, right? Rebellion Esports, you go for blue side, you need to pick one that could potentially help you change the game. If not, you're going to give value over to side Yudu Red Giants, as they have 2 prior picks after you, right? So what's on the table? The Harif is open this time. If Rebellion Esports seeks to take it, Moskov as well, I think it's also a very good open pick, because how strong Moskov can be, especially going to the later parts of the game. The Spear of Destruction allows you to TP from one point on the map to another.
They just need to stick with their comforts here, right? Nothing to lose. They're down 0-1. Yeah, they're going to go and secure the Roger here. A good flex, Still opening up things. Yudu Red Giants, I expect the Terizla just to instantly come up.
Terizla Moskov, right?
Moskov.
It's been a very common response from Yudu Red Giants. See if that's going to be the case. I mean, aside from that, there's also the Harif. We've seen a variation of that as well. But Terizla's second pick has been kind of a thing, not just for YRG, but also a couple of other teams like NIP Flash across the board.
I think Terizla is a very good hero right now. Like what I said, almost 100% ban pick rate at this point. So much tankiness. You saw how Cram was able to just cram all that damage into him, just absorbing everything that Rebellion Esports has collected for themselves. But no, this time around they're switching the script just a little bit. That's got to be a Moskov and an Edith from the side of Yudu Red Giants.
Taking a different approach, right? You know what? Coach Ark is saying, hey, Cram,
winning is boring.
You got an MVP with the Terizla. let's see you on the 8th maybe. And okay, Rebellion Esports saying, okay, you give out the Series logo, let's just take it with the Valentina. More of a sway low, comfortable pick, power pick as well. So such a comfortable picks here from the side of Rebellion Esports.
I mean, at the same time, also Primal Wrath, pretty good spell for the Valentina to steal. We've seen a lot of people underestimate the value of Valentina at level 4 with a stolen Primal Wrath, right? You essentially just turn into a stronger version of the Edith ultimate. You the Red Giants right now with the Teresa out of the way, they could kind of look at the jungle pick for Sakai's. Yep, Julian gets picked up again.
And with this Edith, right, it also provides a flexibility. It's at EXP, it's at Roman with, of course, Sakai's game 1, Julian, if it ain't broke, don't fix it type of approach. You the Red Giants, lock it in.
I felt like Julian is just so priority for some of these teams.
So
if you
hard
notice,
to catch.
Yeah, correct. Some of these teams just love the Julians, but some of the teams just ignore the Julian at all, not even considering him a threat. Because of how coin flippy the Julian is, right? If he pops off, he's like the best hero in MLBB. But if he doesn't, it's just another split push minion.
Yeah, I like Rebellion finally respecting the Kufra, giving it the ban that is very well needed. You have Roger, you have Valentina, you don't want Kufra to stop you. But this is where the Phobias might come into the equation again, right? We've seen NIP Flash ban out the Phobias in their game against Geek Fam, if I'm not mistaken. That has been kind of a big talking point. You Red Giants, let's see if the Minotaur will be a consideration for them.
Minotaur is...
The ban.
Right. You the Red Giants and Rebellion Esports, they might limit all these roamers, but you mentioned the phobia. So I feel like you the Red Giants, they just want to open the roamer, but no. It's going to be the Minotaur ban.
Yeah. Good bans right there for the side of you the Red Giants. I think Rebellion Esports locking down a lot of those roams. I think, you should open more roams. You have a Valentina. You can take their ultimates from the side of you the Red Giants if they go for, these crazy massive roams. But yep, that's a Faramis. I was just thinking about it. Not going to be given over the side of you the Red Giants. So what's left for the side of you the Red Giants in terms of mid pool?
Arlet, Ruby, the classic, still up on the table. Again, the Phobias can be an option. I suppose if you want against Teresa, the X-Borg is always a hero that you can kind of pull out if needed. Still missing that mid lane for Stormy, but I assume they will just put Stormy's pick for last.
Yeah, you can probably hide that away. Now we talk about the roam, because right now Rebellion Esports doesn't really have a roam as of yet, but okay, that's going to secure and confirm that was going to be an Edith roam. Barat's going to the EXP in the hands of Cram.
Yeah, showing their cards here in the 4th pick. Saving their mage, like you said, Husky. Rebellion Esports with this Barats, though, they need some sort of a DPS right now. I'm feeling this Roger, I don't know, gold against the Barats, who's really going to melt him down, though.
Carry
firepower. Yeah, I think this Roger can go to the jungle position.
Yeah, you put the Roger into the jungle, you bring a carry here, you got the Barats to deal with, you got the Edith to deal with, right? As long as you can survive the initial burst from the Julian, you should be golden. I think, yeah, Rebellion Esports could consider that route, because you the Red Giants bringing a lot of tanks.
Yeah.
See, he's going to go for the Grok Hayabusa. So they're going to stick with the Roger Gold, no problem with that. You got a Grok as a sort of a tempo breaker if needed. The Red Giants, they still have that mid lane yet to pick. Aurora still on the table. We've seen them play the Eve today as well. We also see Stormy play the Lilia. But I'm more inclined to go to the Aurora again.
I feel like you want to anti-dive, right? You got the Teresa that could access the backline, but don't forget, if you go for the Aurora, there's a Valentina that could also potentially take that away from you. Lunox could also be a good pick as well. You can basically go into the Brilliant Swarm and hide from the dives.
If they really want to go crazy, though, I think that Lunox is... Yeah, that's a viable option as well. Considering because he needs more time, and with Moskov you want to have, but no, they're going for the crazy route here with the Lunox. So yeah, they want to balance it out in that lane with the Lunox and the Moskov. Asking a big question to Hayabusa. Who are you going to target?
Correct. Like, I just pop one ultimate, I cancel whatever you want to do. Now the Hayabusa can only either go for the Moskov or even go for the Julian, right? And it's all about a lot of micro coming off from Rebellion Esports, but they have to pull it off.
I mean, it does make life hard for Grok as well. He's good against physical damage, but magic damage is going to be another ball game that Rebellion, that on TZ will have to somehow find a way around it. Is the pacing still going to be the same though? Is it can Rebellion play faster with this draft?
Oh, I hope Rebellions play faster, right? Because you want to get something out of Roger in the early game, and then after that start rotating. Hayabusa comes online slightly slower, but he peaks at the mid-game. But you don't forget, you got a Grok with a wild charge as well.
Well, let's see here, ladies and gentlemen. Well, any last words here for Husky?
I mean, just want some good ML games, right? Regardless YRG or RBL, just give me some good games, and I'm gonna let you guys take away and give this crowd the action that these two teams are gonna bring.
Thank you so much, Husky. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, potentially this is gonna be the last game for this series. Who will take game 2? Will it be a clean sweep by Yudu Red Giants, or Rebellion Esports might have a say in this game?
Yeah, hopefully. This time around, Rebellion Esports in the blue, in the red, it's Yudu Red Giants. True to the name this time around, but in terms of the emblems, check Warcry for Hayabusa.
Ooh, yeah. Well, let's see though. I mean,
And and the Grok goes for the Quantum Charge so that, you know, at least he gets the tag onto somebody as close as possible. But what I want to see is this. Yeah, that's exactly what I was looking for. Thank you very much, Rebellion Esports. Get Matt online as quickly as possible. Push down Innocent, but, you know, you do Red Giants, they're just way too strong.
well, let's see, right? It's a 2v2 technically now, especially with Yumes and Audi TZ in the vicinity. But I mean, for the first minute, it's a-okay for both teams, right? Sure, Innocent got a little bit pressure, but he still gets the minions that he needs now. Audi, a little more babysitting now in the second game early phase. Let's see here, after that first turtle, will it be the same or not?
Good rotations coming off from Yumes and Sakis as well. Just, you know, making sure to alleviate their pressure. And now Matt is in an awkward position. Do I try to continue on fighting? Audi TZ is around. But I don't know, he's not opening up the map. He's wasting a little bit of time. The Red Giants may be rotating towards the top now.
Well, let's see here. 3 members. Oh, Aether.
Aether? Okay, you don't commit to shadow kill. That's a good boy. You back off. You don't ulti Cram, especially right now. But Yume's flicker, ultimate Aether gets knocked sky high. If this is the time you use your shadow kill, you use it right now. But we're not pull to that commitment. Flicker committed by Yume's for nothing for now.
Again, a very good counter engage. Low key though. Rebellion.
Okay. Aether maybe saving for this one. Brilliance already popped. Aether still holding on to the shadow kill, maybe for the next game.
Playing fire with fire, man. Yudu Red Giants, so Cram will recall. Stormy has 4, and Audi slightly will be level 4 there. So let's see here. For the first turtle, it will be all action-packed, considering, well, Stormy not really at 100% HP. That might be a factor for the next fight.
I'm not too worried about that. Okay, Stormy goes into the darkening form. Suelo goes into the human form as well. Stormy tries to kite backwards. The wall will be blocked. Suelo goes in. Ooh, nice brilliance in the nick of time, and Suelo get caught in a spot of trouble. But both these two teams, they slow down the tempo, ignoring the turtle for now.
The bait, man, the bait. Stormy almost baited one of the members there forward side of Rebellion Esports, and now Cars and Cram, both the EXP laners here, just on the and around the turtle and fights, and the Red Giants has a slight advantage on that turtle spin.
Yeah, definitely. Cram is already there. You know, you've got Daytona's welcome ready to welcome anybody into his tum-tum, but that's also going to be Cars picking up the turtle for himself. Rebellion Esports next that one, and now you the Red Giants, they're not happy. They're looking for the punishment. The wild charge connects onto Cram, and also Cram getting slowed down. The wall will block, but no follow-up from the side of Rebellion Esports, unfortunately.
No casualties, no first blood, but it seems like they want to re-engage.
They're looking for the re-engage. Osakis has already blown us all of his combos. Not going to continue on that onslaught for now.
Yeah, the first neutral objective will fall to the hands of Rebellion Esports. You the Red Giants are trying to look for compensation, though economy-wise, they are at an advantage. So Rebellion Esports here, they're trying to focus themselves on towards the bottom side of the map. Innocent.
Windtalker already committed. Matt decides to jump in. All the TZ decides to walk the other way. Innocent. Boo will be able to send all the TZ down to the wall as well. Down a little bit low. Suelo just need to commit to that kill. Flicker already committed. First blood given over side of Rebellion Esports. A fighting chance. Exactly what they needed. Aether goes in for the shadow kill, and they walk away with 2 members in their buckets.
Okay, double kill. Neutral objective earlier. Check. Rebellion Esports now.
Fought.
Yeah, they're building a good foundation here in the early game. Question, right? Is it deja vu? Game 1, quite similar. 2 turtles even, right? And then you the Red Giants started boom bang bada bing in the mid game. So Rebellion Esports needs to be more aware of that. They need to know that they are going to maintain more pressure in the coming minutes.
Definitely, they're not out of the woods just as of yes. Yes, bada bing, bada boom. Rebellion Esports take 2 for the room, and also the turtle as well in the 2. But now, the pacing of the game, Udo Red Giants is slowing down just a little bit. They know that they have Innocent in the pocket. Oh yeah, you can't hide from the wall.
Oh, well.
Hi.
It's for members of Udo Red Giants is there.
I love all the teasers. Like, walks up to the bush, hey, what's up?
Hey, like, nope, okay, let me back away. So yeah, the next turtle is up now. And Udo Red Giants, they've been there already in the very fast turtle take.
Yep, right now it's going to be a potential 5v5 happening in the turtle pit. It's going to be Sakai's that will be able to secure that one for themselves. Daytona's welcome. Spin it right back into the wall. Cars is there, but Yum's getting shredded by the way. It's also going to be the damage from Sakai's as well. And Cars picking up Yum's. At the same time, Sakai's will fall down. Next, Cars picking up a double kill. Fighting chance for the side of Rebellion Esports. That's a double kill. Credit over to Cars.
Rebellion Esports again showing up in the second turtle. And Stormy.
Okay, Stormy, this is you. Oh, you right now. This has to be the play of your life. But Cards is already right there. But Matt will pick that up. A misposition by Stormy, thinking he's the hero. Rebellion Esports, a fighting chance.
A little too ambitious there, Stormy. Sure, you already concede that. You already got that turtle. You lost your jungler, but it seems like he was going for that greedy play. Rebellion Esports was there to punish, thankfully for their side. But now, gold shift, right? 1,000 gold lead now forward side of the Blue Bulls. Let's see here. What will they do with that? Udo Red Giants, they are very well known with their problem solving mid-game, late game. So I expect them, again, to just show up subtly, just throwing a punch in that mid game. Minute number 8 is usually where Udo Red Giants suddenly just have that control of the map.
Yeah, but Gani, looking at the kill score, yes, it's looking really favoring Rebellion Esports, but we take a look at the gold lead. However, Udo Red Giants is matching up. So in terms of the items, they're not too far away. So Udo Red Giants definitely is still within the fight. They can always handshake any of these fights, that Rebellion Esports is throwing at them.
Another good thing is I want to point out is Matt here. Oh, top lane.
Are you going to go for it? Are you going to go for it? Cars. Okay, leading the charge right as Sakis does take a lot of damage right here, but Aether decides to ignore it. Does have the higher the shadow kill online. He's looking for the assassination right here. Sakis maybe out of combo. Will need to use it right now. Shadow kill will be committed, and not only just that, Cars. Woo! Nice assassination completed by Aether. Innocent joining the fight right there, but would not be able to return that kill.
It was the Jungler Volume 2, right? First game, it was
1v1 me.
Sakai's got it, but now the second round, it is actually Aether got the solo.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, the Rebellion lost their mid. So that's still a huge blow for the Rebellion Esports side. They lost control of that space. Udo Red Giant just finding another win in that area.
Yeah, a little bit of gentleman as well. By the way, Cars was just watching these two assassins duking it out. 1v1 me, and Cars is just being a gentleman right here. Aether picking up the turtle, no issue at all. Yums gets stunned by Suelo as well. Will be charging forward, and now this time around the onslaught will be committing. Stormy coming in for the flank, looking at Suelo, but Flicker will be coming to Matt, picked up as well. Now Cars in the spot of trouble. Penalty zone will be coming to at the same time. Shadow kill also thrown. Sakai's will fall in the hands of Cars, and Innocent, the hero that Udo Red Giants needs, will step forward to push 2 members down.
Who's guilty? Who's guilty? And it seems like Innocent is looking for someone in Rebellion Esports side here still. But yeah, like we knew, it's like deja vu. Minute number 8, suddenly Udo Red Giants just popped off. They just want to fight. You know why? There you go. Moskov has 2 items, Corrosion and DHS. Luckily, no Golden Staff yet. If there's Golden Staff, it would be all over. But good recovery from the side of Rebellion Esports. Still, though, they will lose a turret bottom side. So they need compensation. They need to be more proactive. But now with less space, what can they do?
Okay, right now, at the very least, okay, hold on a second before I complete my sentence. Yums get terrified right there. All the TC, wall charge right into the face. Matt tried to scratch, but the damage from Innocent is just spreading, and now Sikas is also joining the fight. All the TC right here. Suelo stepping forward, but immediately bursting down Yums and getting the hell out of there using the ultimate that he stole from the Lulox. And Sikas stepping forward. Punishment, a trade happening for the side of Udo Red Giants. That was a shutdown goal that Udo Red Giants is wanting. Daytona's welcome, connecting on somebody from the side of Rebellion Esports as well. And it's also, unfortunately, that's going to be Aether. The damage from Udo Red Giants is starting to ramp up.
It's like Udo Red Giants, they know how to play Mobile Legends, right? I mean, again, mid-game power spike, they just know when to hit all the right buttons as well. 3,000 gold lead now, and all tier 1s of Rebellion Esports, they're down technically. Tier 2 top is taken down as well. So again, Rebellion Esports, less space. Now the purple buff is in contest. Lord definitely here. Advantage towards the Udo Red Giants side. So let's see what Rebellion Esports will do.
Well, before they could do anything, Ghana, Udo Red Giants just burst it down. Remember, it was Rebellion Esports with a minimal 3-digit goal lead, and now it's swung all the way back into Udo Red Giants' cars right here. Doesn't feel like he's already taking any more. All the TZ does have the wall charge, can also come in. Will be able not connect to anyone at all. Brilliant's already popped out. Daytona's welcome. Solo is seeing somebody from the side of Rebellion Esports. Aim to pick up Cram, but that's A-OK. Siki's return for the trade. Yumes down just a little bit low. Stormy has to run away. Storilo finding the innocent person from the side of Udo Red Giants, but they... Even though with a good team fight, you got a lot that you have to defend.
What a play there from Rebellion Esports. Sure, they lost the Lord, but they found the loophole. Stormy!
Stormy, that wall exposed him and Sway Long just swaying around. Stormy getting taken down. An unofficial wipeout given over side Rebellion Esports.
Oh my lord, Rebellion Esports showing that A, your mid game was good in game 1. Me too, brothers. And now with the Lord taken care of top lane, it's Rebellion Esports now slowly but surely taking more space around the map. Udo Red Giants now, they need to be careful because they show that if they get complacent, if they got overzealous, Rebellion Esports, they have enough firepower to take their composition down.
Yep, looking at the EXP graph, swinging left and right. It was Rebellion Esports to the lead, Udo Red Giants next, and then after that, swinging back into Rebellion Esports. Look at that cavern, look at the Grand Canyon that both these two teams was able to forge for themselves. Udo Red Giants in tremendous lead right well, they lost their lead right now. Both are back into equal, and Daytona's welcome also committed, and look at Matt just scratching down the barrage like it's butter.
Man, we can get to see the dino there. But yeah, it's another win for Rebellion Esports. Now, it was almost a 5,000 gold lead earlier. Rebellion Esports neutralized it, right?
Man.
So a minute on the next Lord here. Enhance 1. Let's take a look at the items here. Moskov already completing his 4th items with that Win of Nature, but
oh, I gotta cut you right there. Cars goes into a 3-man penalty zone on top of all the TZ wild charge as well. Matt pick up a killing spree, normal damage. Dylan for the side of Udo Red Giants already. Yumes goes into human form. The knockup is there onto Suelo. Suelo getting down a little bit low, and now Ater coming for the re-engage for the flank. Picks up Yumes as well. And Sakai's right here just hopefully just wave clear as quickly as possible. Udo Red Giants right now both are on equal footing. In fact, Rebellion Esports getting the gold lead for once.
Again, Lord advantage, more like Lord disadvantage, right? They got the Lord, but they were at a minus 3,000 earlier on Aether. Seems a little bit more comfortable now with the Hayabusa, with the space that they are taking. So Udo Red Giants here, sure, they have more structures to work around with, but if again, don't face check, Cram. Sure, you're a big dino, we know, but now...
He's a big dino.
He is.
He's the only one that can face check.
True, but the damage is already there. So let's see here, right? Suelo sometimes stole Stormy's ult, and that is the one that can really melt this dino up.
Yep. Right now it's just Cram taking a bunch of damage. Matt is just shredding. Don't forget, in human form, you do percentage HP damage, right? So Cram just needs to be a little bit careful with this one. Now the Lord's up for contestation, both due to these two teams looking at it right now.
Let's see here, right? Udo Red Giants, they're behind 2,000, almost 2,000 gold. And take a look at Moskov, man. He knows. Udo Red Giants are taking their time. They don't need to find a fight. They need to start a Lord because Moskov is top lane.
I was just talking about how Rebellion Esports needs to get rid of those hesitation, but now the Spear of Destruction will go wide for now. No joining from the side of Udo Red Giants. Right now, they're just gonna jump into human form for the side. Yumes, they want to burst down this Lord. See whether Rebellion Esports allow them to. That's consume play going in. Sakai's will be able to secure the Lord for themselves, and Brilliance will be popped. All the TZ will not be able to find anybody. The Wild Charge going wide, unfortunately. Sakai stepping forward as well. Aether goes in, but he gets munched in. Shadow kill just in the nick of time, but Sakai's down a little bit low. And not only just that, Aether gets on the way. Yumes flicker forward. Knockup will be committed, and Stormy right behind it. Daytona's welcome, also absorbing Innocent coming and joining for the fight as well. But Rebellion eSports, super tanky. And Red Giants would not be able to close anything up. Just picks up Aether for a trade for Cram.
What a fight, right? They got the Lord. The call was Aether top lane. Showed the map, they blitz it. They got Moskov, they got Lunox. Sure, that Lord will be melted. Once they got the Lord, they readjust, restabilize, go back for a bit. And of course, with Yumes flickering forward, finding Aether, that's the window where they need. Let's see here, without Aether, Udo Red Giants are looking for an innovator with the Lord. Will they get it? Rebellion eSports, they have enough firepower to defend.
Hopefully, right? Oh, Innocent actually takes that Spirit of Destruction, goes all the way up top after that bottom push. Nice repositioning right here. Innocent stepping forward, pushing cars all the way back. Stormy goes into Darkening Form, just trying to zone the members of Rebellion eSports. Udo Red Giants just making sure Rebellion eSports is super busy, taking away the defense. And now not only just that, they crack open one, but two mid lane inhibitor turrets already. And now it's the Rebellion eSports they have to defend.
Let's say it's still a 5v5, but the spells for Rebellion eSports mostly wasted now. One innovator still outstanding in the bottom side of the map, and you do Red Giants. They will not force this, right? Oh, conceal.
I think they're forcing it. You do Red Giants. They're really forcing it. Pops the conceal. Looking for a pickoff right here. Cars down a little bit, half HP, gets knocked up sky high once again, and now it's gonna be the Grok that's Wibby walking around looking for a target. Stormy gets terrified, Swalo outputting damage that's required. Where is the wall charge? Unfortunately, already committed. Brilliant's already committed, and not only just that, man looking for this pickup onto Stormy, or the TZ picking up that kill for himself, and Yums will get yummed down. Swalo swing around, and will be taking down the mid laner for the side of Udo Red Giants.
They got a little greedy. They overstayed, and you do Red Giants, they got punished for it. Rebellion eSports, they were more than ready to find a re-engage, and Udo Red Giants with the conceal, they were looking for an opening.
That cycling is very bad for Udo Red Giants. It's going to be mad trying to control. Nice knock up for the side of Rebellion eSports, fighting right underneath the turret though. Udo Red Giants just need to try to hold out just a little bit more. Mid lane crack open for now, and that's Rebellion eSports having a fighting chance.
Oh my goodness.
You're jumping, Goni. You gotta come down.
I need to take. Oh my God.
Take a breath.
Rebellion eSports here, they are in an okay position after that fight. Sure, they have a naked base, right? Technically very vulnerable, but you do Red Giants now. They know. Yeah, we cannot mess around with Match. We cannot mess around with Swalo. We cannot overextend, but take a look at this. You do Red Giants, they want to blitz this Lord again.
They're trying to blitz that Lord. Cars already spots it out. Udo Red Giants forfeit that positioning right now. Don't forget, it's Super Minions marching against Rebellion eSports. If they want to take a fight, they have to take it now.
Will they be able to pull the trigger though? Udo Red Giants here. Flicker is up for Yumes, so keep an eye out on engage, potential engage from Yumes.
Cars already committed to the penalty zone. It hits air for now, and now they have to do something. Rebellion eSports, Aether following up just a little bit short. Stormy going in. Also, Matt picking up Cram, and now it's going to be Rebellion eSports. A ton of damage coming on from the side of the Blue Bulls as well. And now Udo Red Giant, Stormy nowhere to run. Matt will be able to tag him, homing onto him, picking up that kill. Udo Red Giants in a bit of a bad state.
Yeah, I mean, Audi at Roamer taken down. Why not? Oh, Innocent at the mat.
Sneaky.
Innocent waiting for the right timing, potentially, right? Waiting, giving info. Sakai's is top lane.
Hello?
Is this the right call here? 2v2.
Hello?
Rebellion sniffed it out.
Sniffed it out. Okay, we'll be able to not find Aether. Oh! The Shadow right at the last minute. Innocent! That's exactly what Udo Red Giants want him to do. And now they take the Lord away from Rebellion eSports. The Lord, they tried so hard to take my man, Innocent, my man.
The espionage play pays off, and Innocent, they found the opening that they need. And now with the Lord taken, Udo Red Giants, they want to close this game out.
I could have sworn, right? Aether could have gotten away with that one, but I think he panicked. He goes back into the wall, gets pinned right there, and that's exactly how Udo Red Giants may come back. Penalty zone, maybe the last one right here. Cars trying to hold down the fort just a little bit. Seconds spreading the damage. We'll be able to pick up Cars right now. Goes into Winter, Crown as well. Innocent will be able to find the backline. Oh, the TZ is no more. Now the Lord's already rampaging onto the core, and Udo Red Giant want to turn around on the band. Takes down 2-0.
Oh my goodness. David and Goliath in MLBB. The Goliath stands. Udo Red Giants sweeps Rebellion eSports, and you can see here Sakai is just happy. Hey, he's a happy man.
123 days undefeated and counting. YRG easy as 1-2-3. Just a phenomenal performance, right? True and true out. Sure, today they dropped one game against See You Soon. See You Soon, fantastic clapback. But Rebellion, they had a chance. They had a shot. You wanted them to fight. They took the fight to YRG. But it's the late game management, right? The split-second decisions. You, the Red Giants, just a cut above.
I gotta agree, man. It was I think they got overwhelmed with themselves, right? They got a little too, they couldn't really keep them composed in the later stage of decision making. Meanwhile, you, the Red Giants, they showed that the experience comes in.
I felt like, that Rebellion eSports is basically like when you learn how to ride a bike. The first few pedals, right? You got so excited, and then after that you topple over. That's basically what that felt like.
Yeah, but again, props to Rebellion eSports, regardless of the result. Put up a dang good fight against YRG, something that they can definitely be proud of as they exit the tournament. We will say goodbye, but also thank you, Rebellion eSports, for giving us such a wonderful experience, right? We get to see, old guards, Swalo, all the TZ cars, but also new faces, Rio, Aether. There's an entire world out there waiting for them. Just like what the owner Jonathan said yesterday, it's a 7 out of 10, and it's only a matter of time until they hit 10 out of 10.
I mean, what a performance, right? If this team builds, evolves, this team can be a contender, I gotta say.
Yeah. By the way, Stream A has just concluded their final series, FCAP 2-0 over Fnatic Onyx. I mean, Fnatic Onyx tried. Kyrie was on that fanny. I caught a glimpse of it, but again, FCAP. There's a reason why they were runner-up in the recent MSCJs.
I'm sad. I've been
Why
rooting
are you
for
sad,
Fnatic.
Jace?
I've been
You're
rooting
not
for
an Indonesian.
I know, but
the Indonesian is not feeling anything. By the way, Goni has witnessed all Indonesian teams lose their series today.
Rebellion, GeekFam, and Fnatic Onyx. Wow. Thank you for that fun fact. Not so fun for me, though.
You're very welcome. I'm pretty sure not so fun for the teams, but at least Fnatic Onyx still in the running for playoffs, right? We will definitely see them again, but for now, the moment belongs to you, the Red Giants, so let's talk to them about this final victory.
Okay, guys, I don't think we could get potentially more official than this. SRG clinches on that #1 slot in Group B. So, Innocent, my question is, after 122 days of being undefeated, when do you guys actually plan to lose?
As long as we're winning, we will win. As long as we have game, we will win. Right?
Oh, wow. So that's the thing. You guys will just win as long as there's a game?
Yeah, like Kanye West said, you will never know. I don't remember.
What does Kanye West say, Yums?
I don't remember.
Come on, what does he want to say?
I don't know.
I think it kind of goes along the lines of, I guess we'll never know, right? That's what you're trying to say. Sorry, guys. Our bodyguard is very tired and his brain is fried. Okay, second question. When or will we be able to see Gorgeous in the playoffs?
No.
No? Will we not see Gorgeous? All he's doing all day is sleeping at the player lounge.
No. He doesn't.
He doesn't? I have a video.
He helped us a lot.
Oh, he helped you guys a lot. So that's why he's tired, training at night. So he sleeps in the day. Okay, Innocent. Last question, okay? What happened in that last game? Why was it so long? Why was it so tough for you guys?
Because that time, Yums haven't eaten yet.
Oh, Yums is hungry? So if Yums is hungry, the brains are like dead. Is that what it is?
Yeah, it is.
So you're hungry now?
No.
But I thought you haven't eaten yet. That was the second game. Fasting? I see. So you'll eat tomorrow morning?
Yeah, I will eat tomorrow morning.
No supper?
No.
Okay, you know what? Our main caster for Group C is Husky, and he drank hot sauce because you guys lost one game against Onyx. Husky, how about you treat Yum's supper because they are still on their undefeated win streak?
You got yourself a goddamn deal.
You've been cooked.
Yeah, supper's on me. Just come and claim it. You can have supper. Just take a break before the playoffs start. Thank you very much for the offer, Rose. I was about to propose it, but that takes away my responsibility of chugging hot sauce. I rather spend money. Rather treat them to a good meal.
This rich boy, huh? This rich boy. But
hey, we don't go there.
But yeah, what a game! What a game! What a performance from Red Giants, again, showing why they are the golden standard and showing us how to play MLBB.
MLBB class. I mean, you okay? By the way, if you cover the tags, you would not be thinking that the team with 13 kills won the game.
Correct. It just goes to show like how even though Red Giants was behind in terms of kills, remember for a period of time it was what 5-1 in favor of Rebellion eSports. But in terms of the goal, YRG was able to maintain that goal lead just a little bit, and that's the time where they can still fight and they can still win this. Right.
I think overall is also how YRG when faced with these adverse situations, right? Adaptability. And the craziest thing was not only the fact that they kept the goal, the net worth of both teams as close as possible, but also these micro moments, right? They are willing to tread the line when a lot of teams will probably either fold or not attempt at all.
Yeah, and at the very least, we get to see, right? I'm excited for the gold EXP chart because that's where we get to see how kind of tight in terms of the gold lead was, even though it was Rebellion eSports winning most of these team fights. But looking at most of these stats right here, highest damage taken per minute, of course, Cram, the punching bag.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, just Cram in a nutshell, we've highlighted him day in, day out. He's always a reliable, self-sufficient side laner, as well as innocent, right? In such a drawn-out game, 762 GPM, highest in the entire game, Gotti.
I think it just goes to show that this is, ladies and gentlemen, how you play mobile. This is how you problem solve during late game, during mid game, and you can learn. Okay, Moskov, go spread push. When your team needs it, go find a distraction. Moskov is that perfect distraction. Innocent is displayed it perfectly.
I want to call. I'm gonna answer the guys. Rebellion eSports right here. You got a total assist, selfless, 14 assists
on a jungler.
On an assassin.
Ling jungler.
I mean,
Hayabusa.
Hayabusa, right? I mean, I relate to that, Aita, man. I was an expert wingman as a Leslie once. 22 assists.
Oh, don't worry.
When was that?
Wait, when was that?
A long time ago.
I think he's the type, remember the specific dates?
No, I don't.
He has an archive in his brain. Let's take a look at this graph, though.
Yeah.
Whoa.
This graph is nuts. This graph is actually nuts.
There's a drop.
We always see a mountain being built, but that's Mariana's Trench right there in between two mountains.
I need an explanation on this, gentlemen. So that dip, YRG, got the lead back, and it went back to Rebellion. But that dip right there, I mean, that you have to respect Red Giants' ability to take the lead back, but also you say the same for Rebellion, right? They were able to swing it back to the end as well.
Yeah, that's why I was telling you guys, right? Since in game number 2, as long as Rebellion eSports commit to these fights, I think they can do it. Now, Red Giants, if you give them something, if you're being too passive because you're scared of the name tags, don't. Because take a look, Rebellion eSports, most of the time, it's the gold lead and the EXP lead that's in their favor most of the time.
We gotta talk about the MVP of this game as well. It's the man who so far is still free, out and about, is innocent on this Moskov.
When can he be guilty?
I don't know. As long as there's games, they keep winning.
Okay, 85% KP on this Moskov, again showing how to play of Moskov on the losing side. You want to split push, you want to create a distraction, providing more space for your team. And Innocent, he did it.
He's done it.
He split push top lane, provide more space, and
even got the final lore for his team, right?
Exactly.
I mean, we're definitely going to have that highlight moment playing that specific frame in just a little bit. But look at Innocent. Again, we talk about some of the best goal laners in the world, the target selection, right? The eye for opportunity. Innocent is always one of them. And just understanding your limits, something that takes years and years of experience. Innocent, despite not having the best of games, came through when it mattered the most.
Yeah, and not only just that, right? If you want to deep dive into the career of Innocent as well, shifting over to Red Giants in this year, and their team literally popped off And yeah, you got to be really happy for him, right? And not only just that, he's grown as well in terms of these target prioritization. We talk about how he has an eye of the opportunity as well. This is something that you don't see in a lot of players, especially when they're fresh off the boat.
Yeah, and I think one thing that you can relate to a lot, Goni, is how some of these players, because of the past history, come together easier, right? I mean, Innocent and Cram both were teammates at one time, and now they are winning together. They're taking over the world as a duo. But on the other end, the jungle roam mid trio of YRG also have such an unbreakable bond.
Synergy.
The synergy is just out of this world. When you put these two together, it felt like that's the winning formula.
Yeah, it felt like a key and a lock situation, right, between these two,
All five
trio
members.
duo.
Yeah.
Trio duo, that sort of thing.
It's amazing performance, of course, and I really want you do Red Giants here. I want to see which team will be able to end their streak.
Okay, since we're nearing the end, of the groups, technically we're at the end of the group stage, right? No, it's not that. I'm treating them to supper. That was a done deal. I'll text me your bank account, right? I'll put the cash in. More importantly, I want to hear your thoughts. Hot takes, right? You like hot sauce? Here's some hot take moments.
Let's go.
Right.
Which team is going to be the one you think is going to be the first to break the streak for YRG in that playoffs?
You want a hot take?
Yeah, go ahead.
As hot as Tabasco?
Sure.
And jalapeno?
Sure.
NIP Flash.
NIP Flash. All right, Goni.
Look at him. He's like,
whoa.
Goni was like, wow.
You want a hot sauce? You asked for it, right? And I delivered.
All right, NIP Flash. Okay.
I gotta say, can I say two teams or should I say one?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Two teams.
Fnatic Onyx and FCAP.
Right. So you got the hot one, even though they got trio and MSC, but it might be different. But of course, FCAP and Fnatic Onyx, a safer route, more probable as well. Again, YRG showed us that FCAP are not unbeatable, but YRG themselves also have bled along the way. And just like Kanye said, you would never know.
I'm mostly delusional.
Drop
so
mine.
I'm mostly delusional.
Delusion.
That's the solution.
Delulu
Are
is
you
the
really
solution.
Delulu?
I am very delulu.
Are you Delulu? Are you a Delulu man? Are you Delulu man?
I am delulu.
You are?
What?
As
What's going on?
as a non-Delulu man, I can tell you that Delulu is the Solulu.
Yes, thank you very much. That might be the Solulu.
You are very welcome. We're gonna take a look at
You look
some
like
of the.
Arashi.
You
Stop
look
it!
like Arashi.
Stop
Exactly.
it! Oh my god!
Let's take a look at the upgrades, the updates of the results so far, the standings. In fact, this is what matters the most. Congratulations, NIP Flash, scraping by into
my
playoffs.
God.
Thanks to the win over Geek Fam. Of course, alongside them is going to be
my God.
Homeboys and Team Liquid Philippines at the top of the chart. And just want to quickly give context, right? The reason NIP Flash made it through is because match game difference, they have an advantage over Geek Fam. And of course, the head-to-head as well. So overall, NIP Flash scraped by. But in Group B, Yudo Red Giants on top, baby. Followed by Falcons, AP Brand, and Fnatic Onyx. We got to quickly thank Geek Fam, RSG Philippines, Bigatron Beta, Smart Omega, Rebellion Esports, and See You Soon for being a part of this, because they have shown us the wonders of what peak MLBB is like.
Husky, I kid you not. That NIP Flash barely making into playoffs. It's like, remember that the news about a boat that tried to squeeze through the canal and they're scraping by, and that's basically what NIP Flash.
Hey man, sometimes it's all about the little steps, right? So these are the teams that made it to playoffs. Goni, there is still Fnatic Onyx as the representative there, alongside again FCAP, Yudo Red Giants, Team Liquid PH, Homeboys at NIP Flash. But this is where we get to see how the bracket is like. First of all, just want to put it out there, Team Liquid Philippines and Yudo Red Giants get the bye because they are the first seed of each group.
Right.
We're going to start out with Homeboys against Fnatic Onyx in a best of 3 death match, followed by FCAP and NIP Flash. So
I see.
We talk about the teams to break YRG streak. There's only going to be one survivor, Goni.
Let's see. Will it be FCAP? Will it be NIP Flash? And wow, it's going to be a set of best of 3, folks. And well, for you guys at home, the team that loses this first round will be eliminated.
Exactly. So for the upper bracket best of 3, aside from YRG and TLPH's position, is a single elimination, right? This is why we call it the hybrid elimination bracket for the playoff. But if you make it to the first best of 3, you're in the double elim zone. You're in the clear. You get 2 lives. But that also means we might see another rematch between YRG and FCAP. there is a chance.
There is a
MSC
chance.
rematches all the way.
Yep. A lot of there's a lot of unsettled what's it called? Business. Yeah, that's right. I love that. A lot of unsettled business between these few teams. You know, it's also a missed opportunity in my opinion. NIP Flash going up against Homeboys. Yeah, a rematch is definitely one of the unfinished business that Homeboys is looking out for.
I mean, there is the lower brackets, thankfully, right? But there's also a chance that the YRG side of the bracket is basically the MSC rerun. We're doing the boss gauntlet all over again, right? There's AFCAP, there's potentially NIP Flash, but on top there, you have Fnatic Onyx, who are also looking for some revenge after that group stage. But overall, I mean, thoughts on these 3 days, because it has been incredibly eventful.
Has been a blast, man.
It's overwhelming.
Yeah, it has been a
honestly.
blast. A roller coaster ride of emotion, Husky and Gani. I'm very glad to be able to share at least the desk with you guys.
Hey, mad respect.
Yeah, please don't call me Arashi. Thank you.
I'm gonna thanks a lot, Arashi. We have the prize pool as well for Challenge Finals coming up. Just to give you guys an idea, what's the stake total prize pool? $144,500. Champion walks away with $62,000. Second place would be $30,000, more than half of a difference, and all the way down to 1,800 for the bottom slot. As you can see, Smart Omega getting 3.7k alongside Geek Fam, Rebellion Esports, and Archie Philippines getting $2,500. See you soon, and Bigatron Beta walking away with also a piece of the pie, $1,800. Gani, I mean, we have playoffs in just a few days, but that 62k looks very juicy. I want you to cast your predictions right now. Who's going to take the cake?
You know what? I'm trying to digest, right? We come in here, Indo teams 4, and 3 has fallen. So only Fnatic Onyx. So let's see here. I hope Fnatic Onyx wins the 62k. But I'm just digesting. 4 teams entering SPS, 3 falls on group stage. Wow, ouch.
Yes. I mean, I did mention our playoffs is happening in just a little bit. It's 2nd to 4th of August 2024, of course, at Quill City Mall. The best part, it is free. It is free. You do not need to spend a single dime, maybe on parking, but you know, you don't need to pay tickets to come in. Join us, watch your favorite teams, watch your favorite talents, having the actions. I mean, it's been a blast having you guys. It's been a blast drinking hot sauce. It's been a blast doing a lot of fan service. Yums, again, supper is on me. We'll catch up later. My name is Husky alongside Gani and Jay. Shout out to Aries as well, and on behalf of everyone behind the scenes, thank you very much for being a part of this journey. It has been amazing. We'll see you guys during playoffs. Good night.
Let the weak melt away! Killing spree!
That's easy. It's taking the kill back. Prime time, baby.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
I'm the type of girl that turns logic into atoms. Think you know it all, but then you let me get inside your head. Yeah. Steady jump design, think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, bugging up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX cutthroat code, run it again. XOX cutthroat code, run it again. Steady jump design. Think I know your kind. Yeah. Steady jump design. Think I know your kind. Yeah. Steady jump design. Think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, bugging up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX cutthroat code, run it again. XOX cutthroat code, run it again. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more. Yeah, we give it all that we got. Measuring what's in our pockets, then we give it a lot. Cause we've been hustling for years, now we up at the top. And no, it's still not enough, so we ain't gonna stop. Cause that's full throttle, zoom, zoom, hop, skip, jump. About to eat it up, but the goal is lunch. I'm the big goose, so I never duck, duck. Just keep my head up and yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck. Now they know about our dedication. Not just hard work, it's also patience. Chipped away at it and ignored the hate. And now we big Tom status and it's us for the taking. We eat, dream about it every time we sleep. Making moves, just look at my feet. Yeah, we bring the heat. We make every situation sweet. Now all we need is, yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Give it more. Oh yeah. Give it more. Give it all you got. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Oh yeah. You got me thinking things I didn't mean to. You got me wanting things I never wanted. Is this the way you always get what you want? Alright, alright. You got me right inside of my